Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video, guys. In today's video, we're going to be doing another Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video. And this Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video, I am very excited to share the fact that we're going to be ranking all the mutations modes in Left 4 Dead. This is going to be a lot of fun, guys. This has been a long time coming, and we already know about the hype train that I was trying to make from the last couple of weeks. And yeah, guys, I'm very excited because this has been like a fun series to make. I've enjoyed going back over the mutations game modes and just playing them for fun and making videos on them and sharing my experiences with you guys. There were some old classics that we got to replay, and there was even some new ones that came out in the last stand, and I very much enjoyed that, and it looks like you guys did too, and that makes me happy. If you're happy, I am happy, my friends, and that's why I thought, why not end up ending the series on one last big hoorah by implementing an episode themed in our best series on our channel, which is going to be the ranking series. So we're going to be ranking, guys, all the Left 4 Dead 2 mutations from worst to best. Now, before we do officially begin with the list, though, there is a couple of things that I had to modify on my rankings of these exactly because of the fact that mutations modes are finicky. I wasn't necessarily planning on this happening, but however, though, I should end up pointing it out just for the sake of the video so you guys know exactly how I am ranking these, because I rank things slightly different. I don't exactly have a strict formula because there's differences between, like, let's say, game modes, characters, weapons, and all that, etc. So yeah, guys, this is the way I'm going to be ranking the game modes. I am going to be ranking them off of three things. Number one is I'm going to be ranking them off of multiplayer versus single player, because not every game mode in Mutations is available in single player. And that was because whenever I tried to end up playing some of these game modes, I would end up being greeted with this screen a lot, where I just can't find a lobby. And unfortunately, you can't host a lobby by yourself. You must have at least some other person with you. Bots do not count. So if you just don't have people, you can't play some of these game modes at all, which is kind of stupid. So I had to, like, actually go without gameplay for some of these because I didn't want to just take gameplay from someone's channel. And also the second thing with these two as well that's also kind of finicky. Some of these game modes are almost identical to each other. There are some game modes that are essentially combos of two existing modes. There are some that are only just slight, like, differences between an existing mode already in the game where, yeah, sure, they're technically different modes, but the difference is so minuscule, in my humble opinion, it's not worth classifying it basically in its own category. That's where the clumping idea kind of comes from that I've been having in some of my ranking episodes lately. And the last thing that I'm basing this off of is whether or not that this has a ability to end up having an increased fun factor if you play with other people. Because some of these game modes were specifically meant with the idea of multiplayer in mind, and if you don't end up having a lot of people or even any people in addition to you, and you're playing with just bots or just completely by yourself, it just kind of ends up hampering the gameplay. So that is kind of like almost recycling back to the very first point about where you need some people just to play the game regardless. Some are just also more fun with other people, so I want to make that clear. But yeah, guys, I know this has been an extremely long intro, but I just wanted to lay the groundwork for all the things that we're going to be ranking here today. So yeah, guys, here we go. Let's rank, finally, after all these months, all the mutations modes in Left 4 Dead. Alrighty, guys, so coming in at the very first spot for what I believe is the worst mutation in all of Left 4 Dead 2, this is going to end up being Shoot Zones. Shoot Zones is the absolute worst game mode in the mutations playlist for Left 4 Dead 2. Let me explain why. The premise behind this game mode, for those of you that have not played it, the idea is that you end up spawning into a specific campaign chapter, and what happens is that you end up having these headstones that are in the ground, like these crosses, and you have to stand within that as a perimeter to be able to kill zombies. Now, it's not like it's a wide perimeter, and it's not like that it's going to be, like, you know, easy where, like, the thing moves around, you got a nice big bubble around you, the bots join you. No, it's not how that works. Basically, the idea is that there's a whole bunch of little individual tombstones that are just only as big as your character, so you have to be standing exactly inside of these things. Otherwise, it does not let you end up killing the zombies. You can shoot, but the zombies will just not die. They're literally invincible. You have to be within this zone. And on top of that, it's temporary. So what happens is that if you walk around on the map, right, you have to end up going to these little tombstones. You have to stand in them. They're only big enough for one person, mind you. So the bots got to either get their own, or you have to hope that they're, you know, just willing to survive long enough for you to be able to defend them, because that's normally what happens. you have to shoot from this, and you can normally get about like 3 kills before the thing just expires, and you gotta move over to the next one, and you keep going like forward like a couple steps at a time until you get to the end of the chapter. It's extremely gruelingly long and tedious. It's like, go up to a tombstone, get like a kill or 2, move up forward. Get another kill or 2, move up forward. And without people playing this with you, the bots are just never going to basically stand in these things, rendering them useless. They're just extra meat shields, if that makes any sense. I do not like this game mode at all. It's just boring as fuck. It is horrible to play through by yourself. And even if I did play with my buddies, I can imagine we would get very annoyed very fast. Alrighty guys, so these next set of game modes I'm going to be ranking really quickly, basically back to back, because they're all essentially giving me the same issue, which is I cannot find a lobby. These game modes are so unpopular that there's just no pre-existing lobbies that I can end up finding. I've tried to find these over the course of several weeks, and I just never get lucky. This game mode, or these several game modes rather, are never populated. I can't find them, so that kind of shows you what the community thinks, and that's why I am going to be putting them down here as well, because I, number one, can't find the game modes anymore. They're just so unpopular that I haven't been able to get any new gameplay for them. The last time I played these was a long time ago, so not fresh in my mind. And in addition to that, too, I just never really liked these game modes to begin with. So, back to back, essentially, like 5 backs here. We have got Bleed Out Versus, and then I have no idea how the hell you pronounce this, so I'm just going to wing it. Confog? Confog? It's C-O-N-F-O-G-L. I have no idea how the hell you pronounce that, but that's the next one. Then we've got Health Apocalypse, and then we've got Follow the Litter and Riding My Survivor. These are all the game modes that I just could not end up getting people to play with me because they're all multiplayer based. And let me explain basically how these work. So, Bleed Out Versus is a variant of Versus that ends up being based off the Bleed Out mode, which we'll talk about later, where the way that Bleed Out works is that you are always dying. So, your health is on red, and you got like pain pill health, and you're always ending up having a tick. But this is with Versus on top of that, so people already know you're weak and they're coming for you. Now, this game mode with the really funky name that I cannot pronounce, the idea behind this one is that you are playing but with versus rules. So you're playing single player with versus rules. So essentially what happens is that the way that the description reads is that the infected are basically scaled up to be a little bit more difficult because that's how it normally works in versus. So basically it's labeled as the competitive mode for mutations, air quotes, which I don't exactly believe. I think there's definitely a lot harder game modes and a lot more fun competitive game modes that are in Left 4 Dead, but that is how they're treating it. Then, for the next one we've got here, we've got Health Apocalypse, which is basically a no health kit versus. This is kind of like annoying at the thought of it. It's been a while, so I'm pretty sure that there's a suppressed memory somewhere about how annoying that was. Then for the next one, we've got Follow the Litter. This is Scavenger mode, but however, though, is that Scavenger mode where the locations are predetermined, and the enemies can just wait for you. I can automatically imagine this as the logic behind Call of Duty Warzone, where it's just everyone knows where the game is going to be taking place, so people just pre-camp an area. That sounds like it would be annoying as hell. And then lastly, we've also got Riding My Survivor, which Riding My Survivor is a Left 4 Dead Versus variant where the jockeys are buffed. I do not like the idea of that, but however, though, it is original, so I'm going to be ranking up higher on the list, and that is kind of all my game modes basically back to back. Now we're going more to the traditional ranking here. Alrighty guys, next on the list is going to end up being another game mode that is very similar to, shoot zones, where you're basically playing in a sandbox or an indie-style game mode within Left 4 Dead, but this one's still a lot better. This is going to end up being just called simply Dash. Not simply Dash, it just simply is the word Dash. And the way that this game mode works is that it's really funky. Let me explain. So, you and the survivors are spawned into the map, and you have a set designated path where you're trying to get to the safe room as normal, and what happens is that there is these, like, firework tubes that you have to go up to, and when you go up to them, they will launch off. Launching them is going to end up revealing the next one, but each time you activate one of these, zombies now start to spawn. The idea is to end up going to all of these designated firework tubes throughout the whole entire chapter until you can end up getting to the end. Now, after I believe you get like 4 or 5, there's going to be one of them on a flagpole, And this flagpole has 4 rocket tubes where you have to end up having every single survivor stand near it to launch a firework. So all your bots have to survive to get every one of these flags. Otherwise, it just will not work, and you're essentially rendered useless to be able to complete the whole entire rest of the chapter. It just does not work. There was times that I tried to finish the campaign was just a survivor, and then the other 2 died, and it wouldn't let me complete it because the flag wouldn't go off because the other survivors did not go near it to launch their fireworks. It's very weird and very niche. I can not imagine people not playing this with their friends. I mean, I did it for the sake of the ranking video. I wanted to go back into it fresh. But yeah, you need to end up having you and your players all collect these fireworks, and then like have everyone reach this one flagpole that has fireworks, so that way it can launch. And you gotta do that a couple of times until you finish the chapter, and then you can end up winning that game mode. Now the thing is though, is you can't cheese this, because what happens is that if you just don't have the last flag complete, the safe room door just doesn't exist. The room is just there without it, so you can't end the round, and you automatically just fail because you're inevitably going to die. So that is where I'm ranking that game mode. I really honestly could care less for it. I don't like it at all, really. I mean, I think it's cute, but I really don't need to play it again for a long time to get my fill. Alright, now we've got a very, very interesting game mode, because I've never seen anything like this. This is one of those game modes that is a lot like the last 2 that we went over, where it's got the custom loading screen. It feels like an indie sandbox. But Holdout is very unique, and I would say it actually could be fun if you play this with friends. The idea behind this is that you are in a chapter of a campaign. It can really be anything. And what you're doing is that the map basically gets a makeover, and it looks like it's its own map. It's the exact same map from a previous Left 4 Dead campaign, but there's just so much stuff lying around it now. And the way that this works, it feels almost kind of like a weird version of Gmod, where you're playing this just like fan-created game and have like its own rules. And it doesn't exactly make sense, but it just barely works to the point where it just feels different enough that it's fun. If that makes any sense whatsoever, you would have to play it to really truly understand where I'm getting at here. Some of these are made by modders and just feel extremely indie. They don't feel professional at all, they feel very sandboxy, and that's fine, but it just is really a different type of feel. And the premise behind this game mode is that you play on this sandbox, and items around the map are based off of currency. You use currency throughout playing the game to end up buying these items to help you survive. Now, there is a objective. You have a clock that has 10 minutes counting downward, and within the 10 minutes that are counting downward, you will end up getting rescue. But however, though, to get rescue, you have to constantly fill up this generator that's making a spotlight by filling it up with gasoline. Now, if you don't fill it up with gasoline, the timer just stops and it will stay stuck there. And there's a separate timer that gives you a break or two between rounds where zombies are coming at you constantly versus nothing's happening. So it gives you basically like a timeout or time to like re-prepare. And you end up having additional things going on at the same time while this happens. You've got random witches and tanks spawning. You've got different elements where you've got a whole bunch of stuff you can buy. Like there's the grenade boxes. There is a pile of like guns you can get out of a hamper area. And this has the very first appearance and only single appearance of a brand new Left 4 Dead equipment that I wish was in the base game. And this is going to end up being the Bouncing Betty. This is a new piece of equipment that is in Left 4 Dead, at least to me. I did not know that until I replayed this game mode. You can pick up and use fully functioning Bouncing Betties. You will blow up enemies by just leaving these here on the ground just as basically a trap. And these are fun, they are extremely good, they are extremely lethal, and I wish they were in the default game, like in a military map, like, you know, like let's say if you were playing on Blood Harvest or whatever, you can end up finding them, or maybe, for example, if you're playing on the Parish, that would be also really, really cool to find them. They exist in the game, just only in this game mode, and I wish they'd show up in other ways, but however though, still, this is just as enjoyable as having any other brand new piece of thing in the game, which I like. Alrighty guys, now coming in also basically back to back to back to back, this is going to end up being all the Left 4 Dead 1 theme game modes. So, what do I mean by the Left 4 Dead 1 theme game modes? So, basically what these are is a compilation of all the Left 4 Dead 1 themed, like, modes from the past. Like, it is literally Left 4 Dead 1 version of Versus, Survival, and campaign. There's no jockey, there's no charger, there's no spitter. You're playing as the Left 4 Dead 1 crew, and you get only Left 4 Dead 1 guns. So that would be something like, for example, you get like the hunting rifle, the main model shotgun, the M16, and there's no like AK-47, military sniper rifle, or MP5. The Left 4 Dead 2 guns just don't exist. So this is cool how you can play essentially Left 4 Dead 1 in Left 4 Dead 2. You literally just get all the previous game modes. Now, unfortunately, it is limited to multiplayer only. You cannot play this in single player, and there's nothing stopping you from playing Left 4 Dead 1, maps and stuff like that in single player with Left 4 Dead 1 stuff, but you gotta deal with the Left 4 Dead 2 Special Infected and all that, and it makes it so that way the game is not a full-on replica, but it's still better than nothing. Left 4 Dead 2 basically is Left 4 Dead 1 already, so there really was no point in adding in these game modes, but I understand why they add them. They're for the classic OG purists that want the game to be as, original as possible, where there's only Left 4 Dead 1 guns, only Left 4 Dead 1 Special Infected, only Left 4 Dead 1 survivors and maps, and all that, shtick. But, yeah, it's okay. I respect it. I'm glad it exists. It's good that it has the fan service, but it is honestly not needed, so it's going to be only ranking up so high on this list. Alright, now we've got a really interesting game mode because this is very nerdy, as I would say. I can totally imagine somebody playing this game mode being like, oh yes, now I can understand all my statistics and how efficient I'm being at my gameplay. The idea behind this game mode, guys, and if you're wondering what the name is, I'll also explain. This is going to be Gunbrain. The whole entire logic behind this is that the game is auto-adjusting to how you're playing and giving you statistics based off of it. That's basically all. That's the gist of it. You can end up looking at the console commands, and you can look at your statistics of how you're performing live in-game at the exact moment that you're doing it. It's really dorky, and I can see this being used by essentially only the people that are absolutely numbers guys. I cannot imagine anybody that is remotely casual whatsoever playing this and being like, oh yeah, I can't wait to check out my stats. Alright guys, now this is where we start to get into the more, I would say, higher quality modes. Now we've got Lone Gunman. The premise behind Lone Gunman is this, guys. You are playing by yourself and you just have only your Magnum with you. Now, they treat it very, very, very hardcore. The zombies on this game mode will treat you at expert difficulty, where if they hit you, you automatically are going to get a lot of your health taken away. Like 10 plus damage is going to be dealt to you. And I would say that this is a pretty hard game mode. It is probably one of, if not one of the top 3 hardest mutations game modes in all Left 4 Dead, because you're playing by yourself on essentially expert difficulty with just a pistol. That is literally as hardcore as you can get. The only thing I can mention that would make this even harder is if you had melee weapons only, but then again, though, you probably wouldn't be able to kill like a majority of the special infected. But anyways, my point has been made. So the way I look at this game mode is that it's made for the majority of the tryhard community, or the minority of the main Left 4 Dead community, if you will, because a majority of the casuals I can't see playing this game mode realistically. Like, legitimately, I played it and I got my fix within a matter of like 20 minutes. It was very, very fast. I don't need to ever play it again, honestly, to feel fulfilled, and it was just pretty good as just honestly a one-off for the sake of the series again. Alright guys, now we've got Room for One. This would be really fun if you play with your friends, or at least if not friends, randoms, because the whole entire premise behind this is that it's one man escapes out alive. You play on a finale of any Left 4 Dead 2 or 1 map, and what you're doing is that you go throughout the whole entire finale as a team, but the moment that the rescue is available, only one of you is allowed to leave. This can be in any sense of the word. This can be in the scavenger finales, this can be in the camping finales, the rushing finales, whatever have you. One of you is going to escape and the other 3 are not going to make it. And that makes it really a fun concept if you're playing with your buddies. If you get along well with your friends or the randoms that you're playing with, and you obviously know that it's just a joke and it's for fun, it's for gags, then this can be very addictive, and it's just great to just mess around and have fun on, because you're all like try-harding and screwing with each other to see who is the last man standing, or in this case escaping, and it's fun. I played this by myself, and I played it only with the bots, but even though I did play with the bots, I still had a lot of fun with it. But I can definitely imagine this being a lot more fun with friends. If I ever played this with you guys, like for an open lobby, I can see that being also a lot of fun. Maybe that's what we might do for our next open lobby. But yeah, guys, this game mode is really fun if you end up playing in a certain niche scenario, but if you can't play in the niche scenario, it will still suffice regardless. Alright, now we are down to headshots. This is going to end up being a game mode that's themed around the zombies only being able to die via headshots, which is one of the hardcore modes, kind of, yet again, I would say. You're essentially playing this, like, realistic style, where the zombies will only die if you shoot them in the brain. This is like the Walking Dead game mode, as I like to call it, because zombies in the Walking Dead universe only die if you destroy the brain. And playing in Left 4 Dead with Walking Dead rules makes this feel more genuine, and I feel like this is the closest you can get to hardcore without making it, like, way over the top. Lone Gunman, I feel like, is a very niche scenario where you're literally, like, a veteran survivor that's barely getting by on, like, his whim and his just pure, like, will to live. But this, just having headshots only, is more just realistic. It's just more zombie feeling. I mean, I understand that's fiction, but I like to have some realism with my fiction, a healthy balance. And if it's just saying, hey, headshots only, you know, take it or leave it, I'll take it. I mean, it's as simple as that. Now we have Chainsaw Massacre. This is one of my personal favorites, and I'm glad I got to play this again. Chainsaw Massacre, guys, is literally as simple as it can get. Good old-fashioned gore and chainsaw madness. This is fun. You end up getting just nothing but a unlimited chainsaw, and you just go at it. Everyone gets a chainsaw, including the bots, and it's just a great hack-and-slash simulator. This is the definition of a horror game right here. You go up against the zombies with a chainsaw and your wit, and it is just blood and guts everywhere, and it's so much fun. This is like the ideal guys mode, where it's just like, hell yeah, blood and guts, gore, yeah, woo, Merca. But, yeah, the game mode, that's the whole entire appeal behind it. It's a hack and slash, get by, you know, with your chainsaw and your will to live, and I like that. It makes it fun for the gameplay. It makes it fun for just something to do that's different, and it very much fits the vibe of Left 4 Dead. So because of that, that's why I am ranking it higher up on the list. And I think that it honestly could deserve to be up higher, but there's just so many better game modes that are on the list that I had to just put it where it is. But if it was the only game mode and the other ones that are up higher didn't exist, then of course we all know that this would be like one of the best. Alright, now we've got the Four Swordsmen game mode. Four Swordsmen is basically like Chainsaw Massacre, except that everyone gets samurai swords. Now, I rank this higher because of one main reason. It's not necessarily a pet peeve, but it's my inner tryhard kicking in. And that's because the chainsaw, when it comes to that, it's annoying how that every single time that you have to switch between a healing item or a throwable item, you have to start up the chainsaw. You gotta do that, you know, that pulling the little string animation, and that just gets annoying after a while, especially when you're in a pinch and you're trying to survive, because then you gotta resort to smacking, and Left 4 Dead 2, there is no unlimited smack. So your whole entire appeal of the unlimited game mode of meleeing is gone. And I like Four Swordsmen better because you're constantly able to just swing and then melee with your fist at your heart's content whenever you want, rather than having to, it's like, oh, all of a sudden I gotta reload my chainsaw. Like, you don't have to do that with a sword. There's no unnecessary animations with the sword, and that just makes it so that way I can live just a little bit longer, therefore making it much more fun. Alright, now we've got Flu Season, or in this case, 2020 the game mode. Because the idea behind this, guys, is that is nothing but boomers and spitters trying to poke fun at the idea that everyone is basically all disgusting, so everyone ends up becoming these gross monstrosities, which, you know, 2020, with all the illness and everything, I can make so many different jokes, but I will save my channel the strike. So yeah, guys, Flu Season, it's just spitters and boomers. It's all the nastier zombies, the ones that are, you know, disgusting, spit and vomits being flung at you from everywhere, and you just gotta pick your poison. Now, this game mode is not exactly hard. It's just more, you know, just kind of unique. It's not exactly tedious either. It really, all it is that it's just a mix-up of the Left 4 Dead gameplay. I feel that tedious really only applies to the game modes that are difficult unnecessarily. There's just flat-out difficult, but then there's difficult with no reason behind it, and that's what I would like to label as tedious. And this isn't exactly difficult at all, regardless of whether or not it is tedious. It just isn't tedious or difficult. It's just unique. And by that, I mean unique, I mean that it's fun, and it's just very different in terms of how you would normally play Left 4 Dead. You only end up having 2 special infected, and they're not exactly the most threatening. They're kind of the 2 weaker of the bunch from the rest of the main special infected, but when they're together and there's plentiful amounts of them just all around you 24/7, where a boomer can blind you and then like 3 spitters can basically trap you in a acid trap, you can die pretty damn fast. So I like this, and I would say it's definitely deserving of being higher up on the list. Now we've got Last Man on Earth. This is the hardcore game mode that I like. All you're doing, guys, is playing Left 4 Dead by yourself. You can end up using whatever you want, however you want it, but you only can play by yourself. You have no bots, and you are literally the last man on Earth. You have to end up going throughout the whole entire campaign by yourself, which means if you end up getting grabbed, pounced, or beaten to death, the whole entire thing is gonna reset. Now, it's only special infected you gotta go up against, so there's no common infected to screw you up. But that does mean, though, that means every single time that you end up running into a zombie, your life will be in danger. You can end up having a smoker be at range, and you might only have a shotgun where you can't quite reach. You might end up having it where a tank's coming at you, and you're trapped in a corner. You might end up having it where you accidentally piss off the witch, and you gotta hope that she dies before she can get to you. It is a lot of fun. I really do like this, and if I want to pick a try-hard game mode to play, this is the one I'm going to go to. Let me know what your favorite one's going to be at the end. And also, by the end of the video, let me know, guys, what is your own personal favorite game modes in all mutations? Do you have your own list of your own, or do you end up having your favorites that you would just like to say, I like this one the most and this one the least? Let me know. Now we have got Heart 8. Heart 8 is cool because it implies the idea that all the special infected are just waiting to get you. Now, the special infected usually end up appearing in, like, maybe 1, maybe 2, sometimes 3 pairs at a time. But this ends up making it so that way all of them, except for the tank and the witch, because it's kind of hard to do that. But pretty much all the special infected will come at you at once. So the spitter, the jockey, the hunter, the boomer, all those guys, they will come at you essentially seconds of each other. And it makes it like almost like a coordinated attack on versus logic, where like all of them try to team up to, you know, get you at once. And if you're not careful, you can end up being surrounded by these wombo combos of special infecteds that can end up screwing you, especially if there's a witch or a tank involved. Because when you have the witch and the tank involved, and you got the other special infected like the smoker, jockey, the hunter, and all that coming at you, it can make it very difficult, very fast, which is fun, though, because there's some times where it's, like, extremely calm, and you feel like this is the easiest thing ever, and then there's some other times where it's just like, oh god, half my team is dead, I have no first aid kit, and I have got 0 bullets! Fuck me! That's exactly what happened in my previous experience, by the way, that's why I used that reference. Alright, Hunting Party's up next. Now, Hunting Party is just only hunters. You end up going against only them. You do have tanks and witches, though, which is slightly, you know, kind of a buzzkill. But, however, though, the predominant special infected that you're going up against is just going to be only the hunter. So there is no spitter, no jockey, no nothing. The hunter is going to be coming at you in singles and also in groups. So if you're not careful, you might end up being pounced on by a dude in a hoodie in a back alley. Yes, I did that joke on purpose. But, yeah, this game mode is fun. I enjoyed it. I got a lot of big funny moments out of it because there's just something appealing to end up having it where it's just completely silent, and then you just hear that growl, and then out of nowhere you hear a giant scream, and then you're just like, oh crap, things got real. Now we have got Jib Fest. Jib Fest is fun. This is a game mode that you can just literally screw around in and be completely reckless. And it's really nice to have a change of pace for Left 4 Dead where you can just not care and just go balls to the wall. That's Jib Fest. Jib Fest is you and your team getting unlimited ammoed M60s, and you can just spray and pray to your heart's content. There's nothing stopping you from just holding down that trigger and just walking forward and basically trying to be like the Expendables. Which, if you guys ever remember that one scene from the second movie where there's the one dude that ends up pulling with the AA-12 shotgun and he ends up just mowing down all the enemies, that's exactly what this game reminds me of. And I do enjoy that type of mentality going into this. It makes it very, very fun, very, very chaotic. But, however, though, the trade-off is just so worth it, man. It is so fun. Alrighty, guys. I told you we'd get back to this game mode eventually, and here it is. So we're now on to Bleed Out. So Bleed Out, the idea behind this, and I'm going to just reiterate it again, even though I mentioned it earlier, is that you are always dying, essentially, in this game mode. You are on pain pill health, and you are in the red by default. And your health is ever so slowly ticking down until it inevitably reaches 0. So you got to keep finding pain pills around the map to be able to keep your health up, because if you don't, you will end up going down and then therefore die. This applies to everyone in the lobby, so you also need to share 2 as well. So if you get incapacitated or you end up getting really low on HP, you better once again find some health pretty damn quick, otherwise you're going to just once again go straight back to going down, and that's going to be a problem very, very fast. I don't know, I never did actually pay attention if it would just auto-kill you if you ran out of your HP, but I wouldn't surprise me if it is completely just pain pill health and eventually it all goes away and then you just collapse. But yeah, the pain pills are your savior in this game mode, and you really just want to make sure that you are using them all the time. So become like your friendly neighborhood drug addict, like Lewis, and get those pain pills. Alright, now that I've had some time to calm down from my rage in the previous mutations video, let's rank Special Delivery, guys. So, Special Delivery. This should be fresh in your minds, especially because of the rage that I ended up portraying in the video. So, Special Delivery. This game mode is making it so that way it's similar to Hard 8, where it's a whole bunch of the Special Infected coming at you at once. However, though, the big difference is there is no spawn delay. There is no spawn cap, there is no spawn anything restricting the infected whatsoever. So all the infected, if they so choose to, they can come at you however they want, however many they want, and whenever they want, at their heart's content. And that can get really annoying very fast, you know, hence the video. And I would say, regardless of the rage, this game mode is still really, really fun. It's one of those things that I get annoyed, yes, but I have just as much fun playing as I get annoyed by it. You know you have a good game when, even if it's annoying, it's still just as fun as it is annoying. If it's just solely annoying, that's when you got an issue. But if it's fun and annoying, I can deal with it. This game mode is that. It's sometimes annoying, but it's majority of the time fun. I enjoy having all the special infected basically just being spammed at me at once, and I like being tested. I enjoy the idea behind going, you know, balls to the wall and just trying to tell the infected, hey, I'm not going to back down, 1v1 me bro, or rather 1v8 me bro, and I will just end up killing them all. It can be very fun with friends also too as well, and the good news is you don't need to play online, which I'm very glad because with the game modes being online only sometimes and being like, hey, you can't play this whatsoever now, it really makes me appreciate online services and online games because inevitably they do shut down, which is why ever since I've got video games that have been able to have a live feature, I play the single player later because I know I can always go back to that. I just really am just not looking forward to the day when the Xbox 360 server shut down because that means that Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 will also go on there, and I know that a lot of you guys are on there too, and I have a lot of great memories on there as well. But hopefully that day will not come soon. Hopefully that will still be a long ways away. But yeah, it makes you really appreciate online gaming, doesn't it? Alright, now we have got Nightmare. Nightmare was one of the game modes that we ended up playing last in line at the end of the Mutation series, and Nightmare was fun. Nightmare was really cool because it was based off of one of my favorite game modes, which is Survival. And I like Nightmare because it puts a Left 4 Dead 1 aura around survival mode, is that you are playing with fog everywhere. The special infected can come at you extremely easily that way. And it's basically overall, like as the title in my previous video about Nightmare suggests, it's basically just hardcore survival. It is a very difficult mode if you're not experienced, and it can be very, very tedious. But however though, once you get past the learning curve, which can be relatively quick, it's fun. It really is fun. It's almost addictive. I like the premise of survival as a game mode already as it is, but with the extra flavor of just being able to end up having it be even more difficult and spooky almost, like that makes it fun. It makes Left 4 Dead scary again, because I'll be playing and all of a sudden I'll get jump scared by a hunter that popped out of the smoke that I wasn't expecting. I'm like, oh shit! So it just gets very fun, and it's just fun to mess around with your buddies. Alright, now we've got Iron Man. I know I'm not talking about the superhero. This is going to end up being the mutation for it. Iron Man is what I like to call basically the Back 4 Blood mode, because Iron Man ends up having the premise of Back 4 Blood, where what happens is that you only end up getting one shot at surviving, and what happens is that if you die, the whole entire thing is going to reset. If you end up completing the whole entire campaign, good for you. You completed Iron Man. But however though, if you are one of those unfortunate people where you end up dying, and you go down, and you lose the round, you start the whole entire thing over again from the very beginning. So if you're playing a long campaign and you're playing it on a tedious version, like let's say Expert, in fact they even challenge you, they poke fun at the idea of being like, oh, we bet you can't beat this on Expert because Expert already is tough as it is, but trying to do this where you get one shot at it, otherwise the whole entire campaign is going to reset from the very beginning, and you can be at any point, even the very, very like tip of the like Virgil's boat, and you could still die and reset all again. That makes it very intense. But because it's that intense, makes it one of the most rewarding game modes to play. If you were to complete this, and you end up getting it, it's really, really rewarding, saying, hey, I survived the whole entire thing from start to finish without messing up. That's a big achievement. That's something to be proud of, and as the game mode scales, and you end up playing something like, let's say, Advanced Mode, or even Expert Mode, it's especially a challenge. But if you play this by yourself or with your buddies, regardless of how you're doing it or who you're doing it with, it's still a fun challenge. And I give props to anybody that just completes this game mode in general, because it's a good thing to end up doing. It shows that you're a veteran, and you earn my respect if you end up completing this. Alright, now we have got Death's Door. So Death's Door is essentially the same thing as Iron Man, but however, though, the idea is that it's slightly easier, so I'm ranking up only a little bit higher just because of that premise. Now, I know that might sound like a very scumbag thing to do, being like, oh, well, you're putting the easier game mode up. Well, like, I mean, realistically, guys, I mean, yes, I mean, I understand that that might seem the case, but let's be honest, we all wish that things were easier, don't we? And I also enjoy the, game for the fun aspect rather than just necessarily the tryharding aspect, too, so... tough poop. Anyway, so the idea is behind this is that, yes, it's easier, that's why I'm ranking up higher, and plus also, therefore, it makes it more casual, hence the fun factor. This is kind of like a less hardcore version of Iron Man, where if you end up going down, you die, and therefore you essentially restart the chapter. That is, at least if you're playing solo. You would have to wait for all your buddies to die if you're playing this with people. But yeah, so with Iron Man, the idea is that, like, let's say that you were playing and you end up dying, or your whole entire team ends up dying. The whole campaign resets. Death's Door is a little bit more forgiving, where if you end up going down, you will die, which, therefore, if you're playing with yourself, that also sounded bad, let me rephrase that. If you're playing by yourself, and you end up dying, because, you end up getting insta-killed when you end up getting knocked, the chapter will reset. Or if you're playing with your buddies, they all will end up dying if they all get knocked with you, and then therefore the chapter will reset. So it's like easy Iron Man, but because of that, I just make it up higher. I like my fair amount of tryharding, don't get me wrong, but I do like having a lot of fun in my game modes, and that comes from game modes being easy. I mean, let's be honest, everyone wished things were slightly easy. Now, I don't know if you necessarily would rank this as high as me, personally, but I want to put this up higher because I really do like this. This is going to end up being a Healing Gnome / Gnome Alone. Both of these I'm putting basically back to back because they're a fun concept, if you will. The idea behind Healing Gnome and Gnome Alone is that you're both in this game mode trying to end up taking Gnome Chonsky throughout the whole entire campaign with you. The only difference between Gnome Alone, though, and Healing Gnome is that the Gnome itself in Healing Gnome will actually be your medkit or your pain pills and heal you, and you have to share with your buddies. So when you pick up Gnome Chonsky, he ends up giving you pain pill health that will slowly tick back up, and if you're not holding him, your health will actually tick back down, kind of like bleed out. And that makes it where you have to really, really be careful with this doll. You gotta make sure that you have him with you 24/7, because if you don't have him, you're screwed. You will end up getting killed a lot faster than you may be expecting. And the premise behind this, I would rank up higher than, I would say, Gnome Alone. Gnome Alone, that one is just, you have to just bring Gnome Chonsky with you, which is kind of like a repeat of Dark Carnival's premise, but you can do it on any game mode of any, map, which... I mean, it's kind of like the same thing, but I would feel like that the fact that he heals you makes it a little bit more special, so I'm going to be ranking that up a little bit higher. But yeah, I have a emotional attachment behind the achievement of where you end up trying to rescue Gnome Chonsky from Dark Carnival, because it was one of my biggest achievements back in the day when I was a teenager, and it was like one of my happiest memories for me. So that's why I kind of rank these up here, as for the sake of nostalgia. But I do end up putting the Healing Gnome version up higher, just because I like the premise a little bit better, to be honest. Alrighty guys, we're down to the top 3, and who would think that the 2 brand new mutations modes from the Last Stand update would actually get here. It's so cool when brand new content is almost considered the best content, because very rarely in games nowadays do we end up having just things that are brand newly released automatically become the best things. Some people just can't let go of the classics, but I enjoy the fact that we end up getting these new things being so fun. So let's talk about it. So the next game mode, guys, is going to end up being Rocket Dude. Rocket Dude is fun. Rocket Dude is literally just the definition of, like, Left 4 Dead if it had cheats. And that's fun. You play with a grenade launcher, and you have moon gravity, and you can use the grenade launcher to fling yourself. It is like the rocket glitch, if you will, because that's basically what this is. It's basically a game mode based off of the grenade launcher glitch, where you could corpse launch people with the thumper. I really do like this game mode because it feels like that if Mario and Left 4 Dead 2 ended up having a baby, because of the fact that you can basically just super jump and have all the cool power-ups and everything, especially since they're mushrooms. But yeah, I overall really like this, so shout out to the mapper and shout out to everyone that worked on the last stand update, because your brand new game modes, guys, are in the spots of like being the top 3, and that is awesome. Thank you for making such great game modes. Alright guys, number 2, we have got Tank Run. Tank Run is really fun. The idea is just like that's fun just by itself. Take my money, I am sold. I would buy Left 4 Dead just to play that game mode if I, was already bored of the default campaigns and all that stuff. This game mode is by all time one of the best. It is one of, if not the best amongst some people, because other than the last spot for number 1, I would say this is probably the second most current popular game mode in mutations at the given moment in time for Left 4 Dead. Who wouldn't want to be the survivors and be running away from 4 tanks at a given moment in time chasing you? That's just fun. It's pure chaos, and it's just a whole bunch of just fun just amongst your buddies, amongst randoms, and it's just pure and utter just order going wrong and dysfunction happening with with a breeze. It is amazing. I enjoy it, and because of that, that's why I gotta rank it up higher. But however, guys, there is one more game mode left. Alrighty guys, coming in at number 1, this is going to end up being Tank Mode, or as it's properly called, Tank Mode, which is going to end up basically being almost essentially the exact same thing as Tank Run, but you can also play as the tanks. So it's going to be 8 players in this lobby, you all take turns going back and forth being overpowered and just running for your lives. This game mode has been one of my favorite game modes for years, because other than survival, other than versus, other than the default campaign, I always find some time every couple of months, every couple of years at the very least, to go back and play this mode if it's populated. I get so excited when I can get a lobby of this when I really want to play it, because it's just pure memories for me. I played this so much back in the day on the Xbox 360, and in fact, one of my memories that I actually remember pretty fondly was actually playing with my buddies a lot, where we would end up just playing, going back and forth, just taking turns being the tank and being the survivors and just trying to kill each other. And it would just be a mixture of just a whole bunch of teenagers just screaming their heads off, being like, "Oh God!" And we would basically have these moments of just pure joy, pure messing around, and just this complete innocent vibe of just having fun playing video games. And I can't really stress enough that how much I miss that so much. I really do miss when this game mode was fresh in my mind and it was brand new to me, because when it was brand new, it was at the peak. I still enjoy it as an adult, but oh my god, the memories that I have when I played as a kid, those are irreplaceable. I will never forget those. And that is why, at the end of the day, guys, this is my all-time favorite mutations mode in all of Left 4 Dead 2. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video, guys. In today's Left 4 Dead 2 video, we're going to be ranking all the individual chapters within Left 4 Dead. This one's going to be a pretty elaborate video, because we've already done ranking campaigns, we have already ranked the finales, and now we're ranking individual chapters. So this counts the beginning chapters, the middle chapters, and then of course the finales. This video is to honor the request of one of my viewers that specifically requested this. I know it's kind of a little bit of a niche thing, so maybe not necessarily a lot of people wanted to see it, but however though, if you guys end up commenting anything saying, hey, I want to see this, I 99.9% of the time usually honor it, so I wanted to make this video for specifically my viewer here today, Ulysses S. Grant. It's nice to know that one of the generals from the Civil War decides to watch my videos. Thank you, dude. Told me how heaven is. But yeah, so guys, we're going to be ranking all the individual chapters within Left 4 Dead 2. I also did get a very similar request from Cheddar Cheese, which, by the way, shout out to you, my G. That's a really funny nickname you got there for your YouTube channel. He also requested if I could end up ranking the beginnings of chapters. So, like, for example, the very first chapter of every single map. Now, however, though, I didn't want to do too many of these videos themed around maps, like, back-to-back, even if they're, like, spread out, because we've done already campaigns, finales, now we're doing individual chapters. I don't know if it would be overkill, so what I wanted to ask you guys is that if a majority rule says that you guys would be cool with seeing it, then I will definitely make the video, but I just want to make sure that you guys get, you know, like, burnt out or anything. I want to make sure that you guys want to see it. So let me know in the comment section down below if you want to see that for the upcoming ones. But in the meantime, we're just going to be ranking individual chapters. Speaking of within the same vein, guys, by the way, since we already have done ranking finales and also just campaigns in general, you might be wondering how I'm going to be going about this, because there is finales going to be involved in this. The way I'm ranking these is that when I'm going to be ranking them, I'm going to be ranking them as a chapter as a whole, because the way it is with maps is that that's everything specifically from that specific campaign, beginning, middle, and finale and all, and this can be anywhere from 2 chapters all the way up to 5 chapters usually. With finales, the end goal is to escape, so that's why I was ranking them the way they were, because my end goal was to escape. I was ranking them being like, okay, if I'm only going to be playing on this for the sole purpose of escaping, is this considered the grand finale, the final hoorah? But individual chapters, the way I'm ranking them is being like, if I wasn't necessarily trying to escape, would I just enjoy playing on this chapter to begin with, just like exploring and simply killing zombies. So that is why I'm going to be ranking them this way, and that's how I'm going to be ranking them. But however, though, I did take the community's opinion into consideration, so this is not my personal list 100%. It's actually what I also think you guys would like. So let me know in the comment section down below what you think about my list and how you would change it down below. But anyways, guys, let's rank all the individual chapters within Left 4 Dead 2. Alrighty guys, so coming in at our very first spot for the worst chapter in all Left 4 Dead, this is going to end up being the alleys from Crash Course. This is chapter 1 of Crash Course, and see, here's the thing with Crash Course, the problem that it has for itself is that it's only 2 chapters. It is only 2 chapters, and that's it. There's just one boring-ass beginning, and then there's just one boring-ass end. Crash Course originally used to be not necessarily my least favorite map. It was actually Hard Rain, believe it or not. But over the years, it's just become Crash Course just because at least Hard Rain is unique, and Crash Course is just boring. It has no flavor, no pizzazz, and it's just extremely slow. I get lost in this map. It's the only map that if I've not played it in a while, I can consistently get lost, especially on the very first chapter, because there's one particular spot where there's a sideways truck that crashed and you have to go through a window to be able to get past it and around it, and I always forget that, so I spend like 5 minutes going around in circles because I don't know where the hell I'm going. It gets on my nerves, and if someone like me who's played the game for almost around like 10 years can still get lost, that's not good game design. That's just extremely poor. And there's no special thing about it. There's no significant event that happens on this map that I'm like, oh my god, wow, this is cool. I mean, like, sure, you've got the artillery gun, which I think is one of the best horde-summing events, but that's not enough to carry the whole weight of the entire chapter. And since the chapter is half of the map, because the only other part is the finale, half of the finale is basically the exact same thing, and therefore really bad. Because, like, if your map, if half of it in its entirety is bad because it's just poorly designed, and the beginning half of your next chapter is also like that, what does that say for your whole entire map? It's trash. It, like, literally is trash. I don't give Valve, like, lots of crap, but the fact that the way that they designed Crash Course, you know it was rushed. You absolutely know it was rushed because they were trying to work on Left 4 Dead 2. And rushed content leads to bad content. Especially when you have to pay for this, because keep in mind that on the Xbox, we had to pay for Crash Course. We didn't get it for free like on PC. I am very glad that's free on PC, because I would never pay for it again. Just let you guys know how I feel about that map. Speaking of Crash Course, the very next chapter, once again, is Crash Course. It is Crash Course's Truck Depot finale. Crash Course is so bad that I'm just putting the entirety of the map just in the first 2 slots. I don't like Crash Course. Literally, the second chapter is essentially the exact same thing as the first chapter. Very poor, identical looking, slow, tedious, just boring game design of the map. It definitely gives you the zombie apocalypse vibe like an abandoned city, but there's some other maps that do it so much better, like No Mercy or Death Toll. And I just don't like Crash Course, man. If you really want to get the vibe right, copy something like No Mercy or Death Toll, because otherwise you're just going to end up getting something that just doesn't flow like this. Other than the finale, Crash Course is literally just basically just one giant maze, and I can't stand it. I avoid Crash Course if I can. And to be honest, other than for the sake of mixing things up for videos, I just really don't want to play Crash Course. It's just boring. I don't like it. Alright, now we're going on to my least favorite map in Left 4 Dead 2. This is going to end up being Hard Rain. Now, the chapter that I'm specifically going to be putting is the Return to Town chapter. This is going to end up being Chapter 4, and the reason why I don't like a good majority of Hard Rain's chapters is because the abundance of rain. Now, I have read your guys' comments, and I have seen that some of you guys really do quite enjoy Hard Rain for the very same reason that I don't like it, which I can respect, and shout out to all of you for enjoying a map when I can't, because I really wish I could enjoy every single map the same in Left 4 Dead 2, but I just had my own opinions. And the way that I look at Hard Rain in particular is that I don't mind the first 2 chapters. When it's sunny and it's nice out, it looks fantastic. In fact, I would actually say it looks quite good, because I enjoy the sunnier, more brighter maps, and that's why I've honestly enjoyed Left 4 Dead 2 maps over Left 4 Dead 1 in recent years. And the thing is, with Chapter 4 of Hard Rain, it's literally the polar opposite of what I like in maps. It is rainy, it's slow, and it's very, very complicated. Now, however, though, I will say this with Hard Rain, is that it definitely is unique. It has that over Crash Course. Crash Course is kind of like the exact same thing with less originality. Hard Rain, there's really no other campaigns that are like it. There's other campaigns, however, though, that do have rain elements, but they don't do it the same, where Hard Rain, the whole entire map is that theme of rain. So it at least is unique in a sense, but I just don't get behind it because it's just boring and slow and methodic. I mean, the way I look at it is that it's inconveniencing you because you're stuck in the water and you can only go so fast, so something like a Special Infected can get you usually with ease, especially if you play Versus. You cannot see because the rain basically blinds you, and I just overall just don't like the idea of going back and forth on old chapters. It's kind of a cool concept, yes, and it is cool. I am glad that they did it to try to mix things up. I do give it that unique factor. But however, though, I wouldn't do it again. I feel like that Left 4 Dead, I should have a straight objective where I'm trying to get from beginning to end. And going backward makes it so that way the map feels half. It feels like half of what it actually is. There's 5 chapters, but I feel like I'm realistically playing only on 2 or 3. And 3 is pushing it because 3 of the chapters are just going backwards, basically. So yeah, like the way I look at Hard Rain at the end of the day is that with the rain, it makes it annoying for me, and that's why I gotta put Chapter 4 on here, is because this is probably the worst offender, because it's the most bland out of all the chapters to begin with. The layout in general is just the most boring. Plus the rain on top of it just makes it just not fun to play on. Alright, so next, guys, we're going to be ending up having another Hard Rain chapter, and this is going to end up being the Mill Escape. This is Chapter 3, and this is right before Chapter 4, where basically the rain is getting to start being really bad. Chapter 2 is probably the last chapter where the rain really isn't a big issue for me, but that's just because it's sprinkling. Now when you get to Chapter 3, the rain is starting to just go everywhere. It's making it so that way you have the issues where you can't see, and you can't hear, you can't exactly walk fast. You're basically handicapped. I feel like an old person playing on Hard Rain. Like, I'm slow, I can't hear, and I can't see. And I'm just getting destroyed by Special Infected left and right. Basically the exact same concept of Chapter 4, but however, though, I specifically just put it up a little bit higher, just because the way that it is that you're not required to go in the rain as much. You can see the rain, you can hear the rain, you gotta do it when you go through the crops, and you gotta do it on the way back. But at least that initial stage building with the elevator, that part at least delays the rain for at least a little, and so that's why I honestly rank it just a little bit better. Just a little bit. Alrighty, guys, so coming in at our next spot, this is going to end up being Hard Rain's finale at the Burger Tank. Hard Rain's finale, same exact premise, but the good news is at least you get to camp on here. You don't have to run around the rain anymore. I mean, sure, you gotta walk out of the safe room, you gotta go back to the Burger Tank, but if you want to, you can theoretically just sit on the roof of the Burger Tank and just stay there. So the water issue about slowing you down is not really a factor anymore. You're really only relying on sight and hearing at that point for being handicapped. And because of this, you can actually be able to take advantage of being able to see things easier because you're from a slanted, elevated position, and allows you to be able to protect yourself easier. So when a tanker or witch shows up, for example, you don't have to worry about getting killed. So that's where I'm putting it right there. Alrighty, guys. Now we've got Swamp Fever's chapter, the Swamp. So for the Swamp and Swamp Fever, same exact premise where you can't exactly run fast on this. You're stuck within the means of the water. But the good news is, though, is that at least you end up having it be where you got 2 things going for you that are good, because you can be able to hear and see very easily because there's no rain. It's just specifically that you're slowed down. It's not as bad as Hard Rain. Like Hard Rain, I feel like most of the chapters walking slow and not being able to hear and see on top of that. But like at least with Swamp Fever, you really don't have to deal with the swamp water except for like the very beginning. And when you get to the kind of like grassier terrain areas, at least it's a little bit better. There is at points sometimes where you do get slowed down, yes. But I still do like Swamp Fever much, much, much more than I like Hard Rain. And I just like the overall design more. So the vibe of Swamp Fever fits, honestly, from what I prefer my playstyle to be. And that's why I am ranking it higher up on the list. But you guys can feel free to let me know. What, like, once again, like, you know, just like I asked at the beginning, what would you rank all of these individual chapters? What are your personal favorites? Alright, guys, now we've got Swamp Fever's Shantytown. So the Shantytown is going to end up being Chapter 3. And the Shantytown is okay. it gets better than the swamp. I will give it that. Very rarely are you going to be in water or like a swampy terrain anymore once again. But, however, though, it's still in the swamp, and therefore I don't really care for it. Swamp Fever is one of those dark maps, again, where it's not really as sunny. I just don't like the idea of being in a swamp. It's cool for the premise of a zombie apocalypse, but I don't exactly play Left 4 Dead for the realism. I play it just for the sake that the game is fun. I enjoy the brighter maps like NSenr. I enjoy maps like Parish. And so those are more up my alley. But Swamp Fever, it is spooky, so I will give it that, and I do enjoy the idea of an abandoned, like, swamp village. But really, that's all I have to say, is that I enjoy the concept of the spook, and really nothing else. Because very rarely are any of the Left 4 Dead 2 maps scary, but Swamp Fever does manage to pull it off. There is times at moments where I am, like, a little weirded out and get this eerie vibe on Swamp Fever, which is hard to come across. Ironically, the worst maps, in my opinion, in Left 4 Dead 2 do happen to be the spookier ones. Hard Rain and Swamp Fever, in their own regards, can be scary at times, but it's not enough to carry the chapter by itself. Alright, now we've got the Death Toll Sewers. So for the Death Toll Sewers, I just don't really like the layout of them. It's very claustrophobic for me, and I'm not even really a claustrophobic guy. I like the ability to explore, look in the open world. I enjoy it, like embracing the map for its atmosphere, rather than just being, like, somewhere inside a building. Because I feel like when you realize, like, where you are, like, while you're being outside, you can look at the buildings while also looking at the nature, while being able to look at the sky. It feels more like you're in a universe, or rather like you're in a substantial location. Whereas if you're indoors, it's kind of hard to feel like you know where you are. You kind of just being like, oh, I'm in an industrial building. But you don't really get that vibe of being like, oh, I'm in an industrial building. In some abandoned place, or some spooky place, or whatever. It just feels like every other building I've been in Left 4 Dead. And that's why I put it where it is. Because when a map feels too similar to something else, even though fundamentally it could be a good map and a good specific chapter, it does go down for lack of originality. Originality also is a big feature. Like, you'll see coming up later in the list that there is some chapters that I actually give brownie points for them being original, even if I don't inherently like them. And you will see what I'm talking about very shortly, to be honest. Alright, now we've got Chapter 1, a Blood Harvest, which is going to end up being the woods. Now, the woods for Blood Harvest, it's not even necessarily inherently the woods' fault. It's more rather that it's on Blood Harvest. I feel, personally, as for Blood Harvest being like the finale map of Left 4 Dead 1 on the disc, I feel like the map could have been better. If, for example, the Sacrifice was the final disc map of Left 4 Dead 1, it would be so much better. But the problem is, though, is that Blood Harvest is the on-disc finale of Left 4 Dead 1, so if you never had the DLC, this is the final hurrah for survivors getting rescued by the military and all that stuff. And the thing is, though, is that Blood Harvest in particular does not feel like a finale warranting map. It feels like every other generic Left 4 Dead 1 map, we've had thus far. I personally believe that if the Sacrifice was the finale of Left 4 Dead 1, that would be huge. And, for example, Blood Harvest was a DLC, I could look past that because we all know that's not canon, or it's just for a map for funsies. But the fact that it's specifically meant to be a finale bugs me, and because of that, I rank all the individual chapters as their entirety just lower, because I know that the whole entire vibe or aura around it is that's supposed to be the end, but it doesn't feel like the ending, it just feels like every other generic map we've had before. So, the woods are cool and all, but just because it's attached to a map with a certain identity, I just can't rank it any higher because it's a letdown. Alright, now we've got Blood Harvest's Tunnel. So the tunnel, once again, same exact logic. The whole entire idea behind Blood Harvest is that's supposed to be the finale, but it really doesn't feel like it. So I deduct the tunnel down because of that very reason. But at least the tunnel is good. Any of these other maps past, like, Crash Course and past, like, Hard Rain, I can stand. I probably would say I try to avoid Crash Course and Hard Rain if I can. But I'll never really avoid Blood Harvest. Anything like Blood Harvest or later, I'll actually willingly play. I don't particularly care for Blood Harvest and the chapters that it has, but it's still okay. It's like middle of the road, and once we start to get past like the first couple of these, we'll start to get into the pretty good stuff, or a majority of the good maps, which is, obviously why we like Left 4 Dead, because a majority of them are good. Now, for this next chapter, we have got one from the Sacrifice. Now, you may be surprised to see this because if you've seen my ranking campaigns video, which, spoiler alert if you have not watched that, I ranked the Sacrifice as the second best map in all of Left 4 Dead. But that was for it all together with all of its factors, whether it be the story, the finale, etc., etc. But this particular chapter just doesn't carry the weight of the rest of the campaign, and that's going to end up being Chapter 2, The Barge. I don't like the Barge because the Barge feels very boring, to be honest. Like, a lot of Left 4 Dead maps aren't necessarily inherently bad. They more rather suffer from boredom, and the boredom is mostly caused from the maps feeling identical. The Barge doesn't exactly feel original. Every Left 4 Dead 1 map has got their own different vibe. Like, No Mercy, very first map takes place in a city. Spooky, very, very ominous. Like, you're just barely escaping like from the grips of death. Death Toll, even though it's inherently got the same spooky vibe of No Mercy, Death Toll is like a town rather than a city, and feels very like almost kind of like axe murdery. Like you get the vibe of being like you think you're supposed to be alone, but you really aren't. With a city with the buildings towering over you, you kind of feel like almost like hunkered down and like, you know, feel like closed off from the rest of the zombies, which is a little bit reassuring. But Death Toll doesn't give you that, which makes it kind of creepier. Dead Air being in an airport, just having a runway in general, like with a plane, that's cool. Blood Harvest, we already know, I already went majority over that, but the Sacrifice in particular feels a lot like just every generic horror movie map, at least for the second chapter, and that's because when you go into the second chapter, it's got really nothing significant other than the fact that you know what you're getting a build-up to, but that's more on the finale. Sacrifice, the whole entire appeal behind it is you know what's coming, and that's the appeal behind it. You know someone's gonna eventually die, but if you take away that factor and you just rank the chapters individually, the Barge has nothing going for it. It's just a generic horror sandbox, and you even have it where you get like the ominous crows flapping in the background at the pile of trash that you climb to try to get on the construction ship. And for that, I just don't like the Sacrifice the second chapter. It could have been better, in my humble opinion. Alright, now we've got Swamp Fever yet again. We got Plank Country. This is Chapter 1 of Swamp Fever, and Swamp Fever has been inherently a pretty good map to me, but I just don't like the idea of just playing on the icky swamp. And I say that specific word, too, is because, like, I just don't like the idea of a swamp at all. I mean, sure, for a horror movie concept, it's cool, but I don't want to play in it. I wouldn't mind, like, you know, having it be, like, in a book, or wouldn't have it mind having it to be in, like, a movie, but I don't like playing on a slow, gross, just boring swamp. I mean, maybe it's like the zombies, for example, like if there was, like, a zombie that was, like, hillbilly themed, and he had, like, you know, overalls kind of similar to the Charger, and stuff like that running around, that would be kind of funny. I mean, it might lose the scary factor, but it would be kind of cool to see, like, some hillbilly zombies and poke fun at them, because really the only zombie that's hillbilly themed we got is the Mudmen, but you see those guys on every other brain-based map now. And Hard Rain has some stuff going for it that Swamp Fever does not, ironically. Even though I actually like Swamp Fever better, Hard Rain has at least that uniqueness going for it. I wish that Swamp Fever had its own uniqueness on top of the fact that the map just flowed better. Maybe Swamp Fever could have done something like more embracing of the swamp other than just making it just literally all swampy and slow down and icky. I would like the idea, maybe what they could have done is they could have had some like instrumentals, like for example, you could have ended up having it where the jukebox has some specific banjo song that's only specific to that map, like a cool Easter egg or something. There's just like little things like that. And I would have loved to see more originality, but it was for 2009, so I guess they really couldn't do much. And because of that reason, maybe that's just a thing due to hardware limitations, but that is the very reason why I put Swamp Fever's first chapter where it goes. Now we've got the Bridge of Blood Harvest. Blood Harvest does have some decent chapters, and they are starting to get up there. In fact, actually, even though Blood Harvest is one of my least favorite maps in all of Left 4 Dead, it does have some decent, clean, and nice flowing chapters that are actually better than some of the chapters just in the campaigns I do truly love. It's ironic. If you break them down on an individual scale, some maps I just don't inherently like actually have some decent elements about them, and this lets them shine through. Because when you kind of clump them together, they have to kind of just get majority rule. But I do enjoy the Bridge of Blood Harvest. It flows very, very well. And yes, even though the things I've mentioned previously about it still stands, I like the bridge of Blood Harvest. It feels unique enough that I can substantially put it up a lot higher. I enjoy the idea of like the way that the map flows in particular. The flow is what is a big thing for me. I don't get lost on this map. It doesn't feel cluttered. It doesn't feel also too inherently the same. It's different enough that like from beginning to end, I definitely can tell that it's not the same from when I started the campaign. It's not like I have the same exact generic truck texture that's going to be in my way exactly 5 times. I enjoy that about Blood Harvest, but that's not much to say. However, though, even though it's not much to say, still gotta give it credit. There always is credit to give where there's credit is due. And that's why I want to let Blood Harvest at least have this one win. Hey, look at that, Blood Harvest, you're back. So now, guys, for Blood Harvest, for our next one here, we're going to be ending up having it where it's called the train station. So we're going to have the train station up here just because the train station is a lot better than the bridge, in my opinion. The way I look at the train station is that basically it's a straight line, not too many cuts or jagged turns that you really have to worry about. It's just get point A to point B and then you're set. So I enjoy just the straightforward nature of it, so that way there's no, you know, unnecessary tedious crap that you gotta deal with. It's just being like, okay, your mission, Mr. James Bond, is do this, don't fuck up. So that's why I like it. It's a solid chapter because it's just clean. Alright guys, now we've got the underground on the passing. This is the second chapter of the passing, and this is where we start to get pretty decently better chapters. But, I don't like it because the idea of it's being like dark and like smuggy and like sloshy again. It's a lot like the Swamp Fever logic again because you go into the sewers. But the good news is though is that the passing doesn't have it just be only that for the whole entire chapter. The sewers are only a short period. It's from like the last big like event, like the horde summoning event or the scenario event, all the way up until the safe room. But right before that, a good majority of it is walking up on the surface. You're walking around. You have clear land. You got the clear night sky, and the map flows well, and that is why I'm okay with it because the swamp water or the slowdown segment is brief in comparison to Hard Rain and Swamp Fever, where that's basically their only appeal for the whole entire chapter. Alright guys, now we've got Dead Center's Mall. Now, Dead Center's Mall, the reason why I put it a lot lower, even though Dead Center is inherently a good map, is because the mall in particular I don't really like. I never really liked the mall on Dead Center. Dead Center I like for its beginning, its, you know, streets, and then its finale. But the mall, I mean, I really never cared for it. It was okay. I enjoyed the fact that we did get to go to a mall, because you never get to see that again in Left 4 Dead. It's the only map that has a mall. And when it comes to the mall, I really wish that the layout was different. Because the layout, it's a lot of going up and down, and up and down, and up and down, and up and down. And, like, it's inherently noticeable when you have to do the one scenario event where you gotta turn the security alarm off when you break the windows in the one, like, kids store. And I don't really care for that. The big appeal behind Dead Center is eventually supposed to be getting to the mall. But when the mall, when you finally get there and you realize it's bad, it's being like, whoa, what's the point of me even getting here other than extracting to get rescue? It's boring. Literally, if it wasn't a finale you were building up to and, like, this was it, like, let's say that the mall was, like, a camping finale and, like, when you finally get there, there's a radio and then you just leave, it'd be a lot lower. It'd be way, way, way lower. Alright, guys, now we've got the Passing's Riverbank. Now, the Passing Rivers Bank is actually really, really cool because it's one of the 2 chapters that's within the Passing where you get to see the Left 4 Dead 1 and Left 4 Dead 2 crew meet. And you either get to see Zoe or you get to see Francis at the top of the bridge, and you interact with the Left 4 Dead 2 characters that way through them, or technically vice versa. You can have it be both ways. But I do enjoy this chapter because you get to see the Left 4 Dead 1 crew again, especially if you've never played that before. This is a nice big surprise for playing this map for the very first time. The chapter does play really well. Now, it does have rain. The Passing is one of the only few campaigns other than Hard Rain that does have the substantial thunderstorm rain. And I don't mind it because it's infrequent. It's very, very brief at times. And when it does show up, it's still very rare. Because I can have it where by the time that I start to get past the, like the little zigzaggy part with the one set of cars, and then I'm starting to go into the one building right before the Wedding Witch, usually the rain will go away by then. And it's very, very fun that way because it's just like, oh, cool, there's some, you know, crazy event that handicaps me, but however, though, it's brief. I don't like it when the whole entire thing is the handicap, so keeping it brief, sometimes less is more in my eyes, and that's why it ranks up higher, but you will be surprised what does come up later. Alright guys, now we've got the Milltown. So the Milltown is the very first chapter of Hard Rain. And the idea behind this is that this is going to end up being the beginning stages, where you know the whole entire backstory, what's the premise of this map, where you realize you gotta leave, and then you gotta end up coming back, so you know what your objective is. Now, this has the most plentiful spawn room in the beginning of any other chapter in all of Left 4 Dead, because the beginning is also the finale, so you get pipe bombs, Molotovs, you get a whole bunch of primary weapons, relatively good primary weapons, by the way. You can start off with any of the good stuff that you want. And you get plenty of medkits. But the handicap, or the caveat to this, is that if you use these, you cannot get them in the finale. They don't respawn. So you have to be careful and still treat them like a reserved thing. And you do want to save them primarily for later, but some people don't get that, and they're just like, oh, hey, I got a whole bunch of stuff really early off of the spawn. Let me waste them all. And then when you get to the finale, they wonder where the hell everything is, being like, dude, you don't realize that this is the finale? Like, that was the whole entire cutscene in the beginning, like, where they said, hey, we gotta get gas, and we're gonna come back, like, and people just don't put that, you know, together. They just assume that they just get free shit. So, I really, really, really wish that it would, like, specify more. You see, here it's funny. It does even specify to save stuff, but I really wish that they would remind you more, like, through character quotes or something like that, because people use this often way too much of the time. But it's really my only complaint, because other than that in particular, if you have a controlled team and they know how to control themselves, especially since the game's been out for so long, this very rarely happens, you know, in my humble opinion anymore, and you don't have to worry about the rain being obnoxious. The overall flow of the first chapter is also quite good, so regardless of whether or not the rain is there, it actually honestly is not that bad. And I would say that this chapter is honestly not that bad. Give it average. So guys, this is one of the picks that I was talking about that you might be surprised to see. And this is going to actually end up being the sugar mill from Hard Rain. Now, Hard Rain as a whole, like I said, is not my personal favorite map. But the very first two chapters at the beginning, I don't mind. They're actually quite enjoyable. And the sugar mill in particular, that one is actually very, very unique. It only does one time this special concept that we've seen in Left 4 Dead, where a whole bunch of witches will spawn. Now, if you're playing the second chapter and you don't know what I'm talking about, let me explain. The idea behind this chapter is that you spawn in and you go to a sugar mill. Now, the sugar mill inherently doesn't seem like anything significant, but however, though, it is in the Left 4 Dead universe. When you go to the sugar mill, you'll be greeted with tons and tons of witches in particular. So in the story, witches are attracted to sugar, so when you play on Hard Rain, you end up getting a lot of witches on this specific chapter. Now, ironically, when you end up doing the return section, you don't see them again, even though it's within the same location, technically cutting through the mill again. Which I'm surprised. I actually thought that would have been more fitting to have it be on both Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 on the way back also as well. Because where all the witches go? Like, where was all the ones at the beginning? Did they just disappear? I mean, you can get witches inside the sugar mill, but you might only get, like, one or maybe two. It's not like you get, like, the dozens odd some witches that are walking around like you do at the very beginning. Like, if you play on the sugar mill on the like higher difficulties like advanced mode or expert, you very well might run into a dozen witches, like literally, and sometimes they're all clumped together where there's like 3 or 4 right next to each other by like a few feet dividing them, and that makes that unique. That definitely makes it special. Now, because of the lack of rain, it also doesn't impair you to end up having this happen. Now, I understand that I'm creating an oxymoron where I'm asking for the thing that I think I would hate, but there's nothing stopping me from, in my imagination, slightly changing it to where it would work out better. Like, let's say if that philosophy were to happen, where the zombies were, like, you know, showing up like the witches, like, were on the return route of the sugar mill. Maybe they could end up having it so that way the rain only kicks in when the witches are not there, like, or at least a substantially hard rain. But I understand that people might call me out for that, so that's understandable. But in general, though, I do enjoy the uniqueness, and that is why I like this chapter of Hard Rain, and I will put it much higher than the other chapters because the originality is huge. Alright, now we have got Death Toll's Turnpike. So this is the first chapter of Death Toll, and it's cool. I would say this is where we start to get into the maps chapters that, like, I actually do enjoy quite playing myself. These are some of my personal favorites. I enjoy playing on Death Toll. Death Toll is one of my personal favorite Left 4 Dead 1 maps. But the thing is, though, is that it doesn't live up to the exact hype that the other ones do. See, the problem with these chapters now that we're starting to get is not necessarily that they're boring, is that in comparison to the other good stuff that is going to be coming up from now on, it's just not nearly as good. The whole entire thing is really solid. I do enjoy the spookiness vibe. I do enjoy that Left 4 Dead 1 pizzazz that Death Toll does present. But there's significantly much more detailed chapters that come up with it later on. So that's really all it's got. The problem was, but other than that, really, really good. Basically B tier, A tier even. Alright, now we've got NSenr's Hotel. So NSenr's Hotel is the very first chapter of Left 4 Dead 2's campaigns, because NSenr is the very first map. So this is the very first thing that you get exposed to if you chronologically want to play Left 4 Dead 2 for the first time. And I enjoy the chapter. It is really good. I enjoy the fact that you can end up playing in the daytime. I enjoy the fact that you get to be able to get to know the Left 4 Dead 2 characters this way in a really nice way, too. My only biggest gripe with it is the fire. I don't want to spend the whole entire time complaining and only pointing out the flaws. I do want to also count the good things that it's got going for the map as well. So I will say this about Left 4 Dead 2 with the hotel, is that the hotel is pretty fun. It does have the uniqueness with the fire being everywhere, because, like, with the fire, like, being actually something you can interact with and being, like, all over there and plentiful, it kind of almost acts like the polar opposite of Harder Rain, where instead of being blinded and, you know, being, like, you know, distracted by water and rain, you're being blinded and distracted by fire. And this also does have another factor, because you can walk into the fire and it will hurt you in comparison to the rain, which doesn't hurt you, it just inconveniences you. But you also got the fog on top of it. And you do have the elevator. The elevator is probably one of the most unique transportation methods and does lead you straight into the fire. So that does also have that going for it. Plus, also, I just like the idea of the building in general. I mean, it's not inherently bad. It's just that the fire does kind of get inconvenient. It is the very first map chapter. So it's very basic and bare bones, because they wouldn't throw you with the sharks right away. They do want to let you get used to the game first. So you can only end up judging it for really what you get, which is that it's just a welcome home type of present for the Left 4 Dead community. Being like, hey, you played Left 4 Dead 1, now here's a brand new badass crew with a brand new set of badass maps, and all that stuff. So I enjoy that about Left 4 Dead 2's chapters, and I'd say that they did hit it home with a very good first impression with NSenr's being the very first map, and this chapter in particular. Alright, now we have the Death Toll town. This is the second to last chapter of Death Toll. But the thing is, though, is that the town on Death Toll has two things for it. It's got a really difficult scenario event for some odd reason, and also as well is that it suffers from a little bit of what Crash Course has, where it's kind of bland and it gets a little bit confusing. Now, inherently, it's not that bad. It actually is quite good. Like, Crash Course is like a bad version of Death Toll. But Death Toll, the particular chapter here where you have the forklift and you end up having the cement drop and then you can get across, right as soon as that happens, you need to book it to the safe room, because for some weird reason, this scenario event on this particular chapter of this particular map is strangely difficult, because common zombies will come at you relentlessly. I never seen this many people or bodies being flung around, except for when I see those footages of people going Black Friday shopping. It is ridiculous. You'll end up having a zombie horde on your left, your right, your center, and everything, and you barely got time to heal, let alone being able to be productive. If you're playing on expert mode, or if you're playing with, like, without your buddies and you're, you know, at the suffering mercy of the bots, you better hope you got a pipe bomb or something like that, or especially a bile bomb if you're playing Left 4 Dead 2 version. Left 4 Dead 1, you didn't even have a bile bomb. You had to specifically rely on pipes. Now, that's a good thing, that you do have a uniqueness with this chapter, where for some reason it's, like, strangely hard out of nowhere. But it's just really difficult. It's not decently hard, it's, like, really hard. At least for me. I've had a pretty hard time with that chapter in particular. I play on advanced mode normally. Like, advanced mode is like my favorite personal mode to play on, considering the fact that I've played for so many years. Normal mode I do for the sake of videos, and then expert or easy is just whatever I feel like doing for my free time, maybe possibly for achievements. But when you play on those difficulties, man, the higher difficulties, it's getting a lot more difficult to just simply even get out of the spawn, let alone be able to complete that particular piece. So it's got some stuff going for it, it's got some stuff not going for it, but you be the judge at the end of the day. Now, it pains me to end up doing this because I just love everything about this whole entire map, but I gotta acknowledge the fact that this chapter is just not that good, and that's going to end up being the barns on Dark Carnival. Dark Carnival, you guys know, is my favorite map of all time, so a lot of these chapters I am going to inevitably rank higher up. But the barns, or in this case specifically Chapter 4 Dark Carnival, is just not really that good. It's okay. I like the barns. In fact, I actually think that the barns is really high up there in terms of just the chapter overall. Good flow, good vibe. I also enjoy the fact that the scenario event plays out the way it is. I enjoy the idea of being like a ticket pull booth area, and you gotta try to like get into the stadium. Now, it does the idea what Death Toll was trying to do right, so it worked better out in the sequel. But with Death Toll with the town, you had a whole bunch of zombies coming at you. Now, the same logic applies with this and Dark Carnival with the barns. When you're trying to get to the Rock Concert Stadium, like right before you get there, you have a whole bunch of zombies trying to get to you from the ticket booth like area. But the way that they do it in Death Toll is like you have to zigzag a lot, and there's also some buildings where zombies can take cut-throughs, so you're always being surrounded. In Dark Carnival, the zombies are just always coming straight in front of you. They're always coming at you. So you can just take a melee weapon and hack and slash, or you can throw a pipe bomb and then you can just shoot at them. And you really only have to do any zigzagging at the very end. But however, though, there's like those waiting line bars, so the zombies half of the time get cut off, and they usually separate amongst the 4 survivors, making it less gangbang feeling, where it feels like they're all specifically on just you in particular. And so because of that, it makes it a lot easier, and the flow overall is better, and I just like this chapter just because it's tied to one of my favorite maps. Alright guys, now we've got a Coldstream chapter, and this is going to be Alpine Peak. Now, I'm ranking this a little bit more generously is because all of Coldstream was ranked in the sense that I was looking at it from the perspective being like, hey, you know what, this was made by a fan rather than it was made by Valve. See, here's the funny thing is the last 2 DLC maps of Left 4 Dead have been made partially by modders. Now, I don't know if you necessarily would count modders as Valve. They work with Valve and they're technically making the same project as Valve, but I like to kind of consider them and their own separate things, because Valve just makes stuff for their games, whereas modders can kind of do not only like smaller scale stuff, but they kind of just do stuff for the sake of fun. The whole entire idea is that Coldstream was for the sake of fun, and then Valve was just like, oh, this is such a great project, we want to show everyone else it, so they decided to put it on the 360 version of Left 4 Dead and also the PC and make it basically free to everyone, without having to necessarily end up being just a modded map that you download. So this gave it access so you can play it on the 360, and also made it so that way it was just considered just an official Left 4 Dead map, which was nice. But because of the fact that it wasn't being made by specifically Valve, and it was made by a mapper in general, I'm a little bit more generous with its flaws. Plus, also, I just inherently like Coldstream. I understand that it's a 50-50. It's really a quarter toss whether or not that people like Coldstream or not. I saw some people that really enjoyed it, some people that really just didn't. But for me in particular, I'm one of the people that do like Coldstream. So, it's just very circumstantial, it feels like. There's some particular parts where if you're not quick about it and on your feet, you will die. But there's some times where you can also be very leisurely about it. You can just take your time, mosey down. You can even like pay attention to the scenery and just take time to just chill with your buddies. But that's really just subjective and opinion-based at the end of the day. I'm one of the Coldstream fans. Some of you may not be. So I hope you can respect the fact that I put it up higher on the list this way. Well, look at that, Blood Harvest. You made it actually up a lot higher, well, at least with one of your chapters. So guys, this is going to end up being the farmhouse finale for Blood Harvest. The finale for Blood Harvest is actually quite fun. I enjoy the farmhouse because the farmhouse is a good camping finale. You know, being on a farm reminds me a lot of the Season 2 finale of The Walking Dead, or like one of the last episodes. I'm not exactly sure if it was the finale, but it was basically like where, Rick and the group was at Herschel's farm, and they had zombies attack it, and they had the giant epic battle there. That's kind of what this reminds me of, is a lot of The Walking Dead with Season 2. And I like that. It's very fun, very Left 4 Dead feeling, or just zombie feeling. Like, blending The Walking Dead with Left 4 Dead, and that's cool. So I give it a big props, and that's why I'm putting it higher on the list. Alright guys, this is our very first chapter of the Parish. So that's actually surprising to see, that the fact that it took literally around like 43 minutes just to get to the Parish shows you how good that map is. But yeah guys, coming in our next specific spot, this is going to be the cemetery on the Parish. Now the cemetery, the big thing about it is the whole entire cemetery. That's the appeal. At the beginning, you do also have parts where you gotta go through like a sewer and area and all that stuff, so it does end up being, you know, the deduction, whatever, but it's brief. Then you have something kind of unique that you don't really see in a lot of Left 4 Dead maps, where there's an abundance of alarmed cars. This is cool because this is technically a scenario event without being a scenario event. This is almost like a scenario event that you can choose to not trigger. Because in the third chapter of the cemetery, there is no scenario event other than technically the cars being everywhere once you come up from the sewers. And if you're a good enough player, you can avoid this altogether. It's one of the scenario events that you can avoid. And it's quite easy to, because you can just look at like the cars blinking. You just see which one is going on and off and on and off. But if you are inexperienced, you can't actually screw over your teammates because there is several of these things that can all start blaring at you. I think at any given time at a moment there can be like 5 cars that have an alarm. So if you, for example, tripped every single one of them, you're probably going to get your team killed. So in that sense, it's one of the most lethal events, because if you don't know what you're doing, I would also figure that if you did happen to set off every single one of those automatic alarms, that you probably would die anyways from that many hordes coming at you. So yeah, it's a very 50-50 give or take. You're either good at it or you're not good at it. And then you eventually also do get to the cemetery part, and the cemetery part is pretty decent. You get some pretty decent loot in there. You can camp in there. You have a general idea where you're going. I feel like you can't exactly get lost because they do happen to have the fences in there, which is convenient, rather than just being a giant maze where you can just kind of like freely roam. Maybe people might like the idea of freely roaming because then they can get to the end a lot easier, but I enjoy just being able to have one specific destination where it's like, yes, I'm going here, I'm turning left now. I know it sounds boring, but that's just how I roll, so. Alright, now this is how you do a map right. This is going to end up being in the Last Stand's junkyard. So in contrast to Crash Course, where the whole entire map itself was at the worst spots for both of the chapters in general at the beginning, which was really showing how bad that map is. We now have the other map that has also got only just 2 chapters in Left 4 Dead, and it's up this part into the list. It shows you that The Last Stand is a much improved concept compared to Crash Course. The shorter the campaign is, I feel like you have to condense a lot more into the whole entire like story itself, but they didn't feel like they needed to do that with The Last Stand, and they kind of went with a more simple type of approach. They went for the less is more idea, where like you go around and you have some pre-used assets already, and maybe it was nostalgia where, like, you know, they kind of were allowed to use pre-used assets because it was been so long since we've seen anything for Left 4 Dead. But the map doesn't feel repetitive, but it also at the same time feels familiar, which works to its gain. So the old stuff was inherently also new stuff because of the nostalgia. So because of that, they didn't really have to do much. They really only had to expand on just the extra stuff to make a map. Now, if Last Stand was, like, for example, 5 chapters, you know, they would have to make a lot more, and they might have, like, had a lot of reused assets, even within itself. That would have made it feel like kind of like more cramped and more just in general just like more boring. With the nostalgia factor, you can kind of get away with reusing the same stuff here and there, but I feel like if you were to do it too much, it would have ended up being its Achilles heel. But I like the junkyard, because the junkyard takes a concept of less is more, where you don't need to have like a whole bunch of stuff lying around the map. It's just like, okay, you start off on the map, you go through the little underwater area, then you go through the one house, then you cut through the one alarmed car, then you're starting to come into the junkyard area, you do the one horde summoning event, you now run to the safe room, and then you end up getting the whole chapter done. That's basically it in a nutshell, and I enjoy the chapter. I still have not gotten quite sick of The Last Stand yet. I enjoy still playing on it, and it shows you that even if a map is like a lot of reused old stuff, it can work to its advantage. I am very glad that The Last Stand map is good, because it would have sucked if it would have only been a temporary thing where it was, you know, like hyped for a little bit. But I really honestly could say with certainty that The Last Stand is actually quite good. And it's one of the few maps where I'm like, yeah, this is going to be good for a while rather than a short brief period of time. And it's just because of the way they decided to go about doing it. So I give you props, mappers. Nice job. Alright, now we've got the streets of NSenr. So for NSenr Streets, this is the second chapter, And this one is one of my personal favorites because you eventually do happen to end up getting to the gun shop and you can pick whatever Left 4 Dead gun that you want and get a laser sight and basically be completely set the rest of the whole entire game. Like, NSenr in general, like, is such a good map because of the one chapter in particular here. The second chapter of NSenr allows you to be set up with your favorite gun upgraded for the rest of the game if you spaced it out properly. If you just waited for ammo resupplies, you could keep your favorite gun with a laser sight indefinitely. And that is because you happen to get to the gun store, which the gun store has one of the particular instances in Left 4 Dead where it's just such a awesome feeling, where it's just being like you get set up like to the teeth. You are basically ready for like all-out war. You have your favorite guns, there's usually medkits in there, and then you have a follow-up where the guy that ends up owning this place also talks to you and gives you some storyline narrative. And in addition to that, you also end up having a horde summoning or scenario event that's completely unique, where it's never been replicated really again, where you have to get the Coca-Cola to the gun shop owner. It's such a miscellaneous and stupid thing, but it's almost become iconic within video games, where like this thing is just such a bizarre task that you really couldn't replicate it again, and that is just fun. I enjoy delivering the Coke to this guy at this point. I make fun of it all the time, and I think it's stupid still, but it's a fun type of stupid, and so I always enjoy just being like, hey, you know what, you give us free guns, I'll give you free Coke. The American dream. So yeah, guys, that's where I rank this chapter, and that is why I like it a lot. Alright, now we've got the Sacrifice Docks. Now, the Sacrifice Docks does have more of that ominous vibe that the Sacrifice is trying to portray, where you do know what the buildup is. You get the storyline narrative about looking for a boat, and you also get fresh off of the lore from actually the Left 4 Dead comics. Like, if you guys don't know about the Left 4 Dead comics, it's basically a bridge from Blood Harvest to the Sacrifice story, so you know why Zoe's, for example, mad at Bill, and why they're talking about a sailboat, and why they go from one map where they're actually trying to get rescued by the military to just not wanting to deal with the military anymore. It does have that kind of like clarification there. But yeah, with the Sacrifice in particular, regardless if you have the comics or not and you don't know about how that goes, the Sacrifice is a pretty solid map. The first chapter on the Sacrifice starts off with a bang because the one horde summoning event or the scenario event has it where you actually have to open up a train car and release a tank. This is one of the only few campaigns that you have a guaranteed tank spawning at a specific moment in time. Now, it is really, really cool that you can do this, because you can also control this on like the Coldstream one, where you actually can choose to release him whenever you want. And I enjoy this. It's basically like you know you're walking into a boss fight, and the tank and the witch have always kind of been like a boss fight in Left 4 Dead, where like, you know, when the tank shows up, you know that, you know, shit's about to get real. But the idea that you know it's coming, it makes it more boss feeling like excitement. Like, you know, you have that angst of being like, oh yeah, I'm ready to have this just epic battle here. And depending on the higher difficulties, it can feel that way. If you're playing on expert mode and you know you gotta basically open the door, turn around, run, and then start shooting, it becomes like the Left 4 Dead 1 trailer where it's like run or shoot, and you gotta do both, and you just go like boom, 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 and you just gotta eliminate the tank as fast as you humanly can before he gets to you. There's just something different about it when you know it's coming. It's really, really weird. Alright guys, now we've got the No Mercy Subway. So the No Mercy Subway is a pretty solid chapter. I enjoy the vibe that it also portrays on this one. Now, it's not necessarily as ominous as the Sacrifice, where you know that someone's going to die. In fact, it's actually the quite opposite. It is ominous in the sense that you are just now meeting these people that you have to work with together to survive, because No Mercy is the first map in Left 4 Dead 1. And so you're getting to know the characters. You're basically getting to know them almost like just in this chapter alone, because they do get pretty used to each other after a while. Like, they start to, you know, get comfortable with each other, I feel, by the time that they get to like the second to last, maybe even the last chapter. But at the very beginning, they're all just like getting to like know each other, and basically other than the cutscene at the beginning that you end up having with the intro cinematic, they're still getting to know their surroundings, getting to know each other, and even just getting to be survivors. So there's that freshness and that new feeling, and I like that about No Mercy Subway, and because of that, it works out to its benefit. Alright guys, now we got another finale in here again. This is going to end up being the Death Toll Boathouse finale. The Boathouse finale on Death Toll is pretty solid, but it's not my favorite. I enjoy a lot of the Left 4 Dead 2 maps, if I'm going to be honest, over Left 4 Dead 1. So inevitably that is going to happen with a lot of these finales. But you will notice that there is times where finales don't necessarily get the guaranteed higher spots. We've already had a couple of finales actually score on here at lower spots, and also just spread out from other finales. There will be at the end where we will have a decent majority of them be finales, but however, though, there is some chapters that can compete, but Death Toll is just not one of those chapters. It beats a decent majority of them, but however, though, it just can't really compete to the Left 4 Dead 2 maps, in my humble opinion, and plus also, in general, I feel like Left 4 Dead 2 maps have more content, because a lot of Left 4 Dead 1 finales were just camp at the end. And so now, instead of camping at a rooftop on a hospital, we're talking about camping at a boathouse, which is just doesn't have the same pizzazz that No Mercy did. No Mercy, when you're like on a hospital and like you're on a city that you're trying to evacuate, Walking Dead style with the helicopter for the very first time, it doesn't have the same feeling with Death Toll with the boathouse. Not exactly, at least. There is kind of a cool thing where with Death Toll's boat, that the finale boat that you end up getting in that chapter, you do see once again actually later on in the Sacrifice campaign, which is kind of interesting to know that the person that rescued you, you run into their boat again, you found out that they did die, or at least abandon it, which is kind of cool from a Easter egg perspective, but really other than that, that's all it has going for it. And technically it's not even from that chapter, it's from a different campaign altogether. So that's the way I look at it. Alright, now we've got the Dead Air Terminal. Now, the Dead Air Terminal is actually one of my personal favorite chapters, but I do rank it lower on purpose because of what's coming up against it for its opposition. The Terminal is not as good, but it does have a lot of stuff going for it. In fact, it is a pretty strong contender. The Terminal is one of the more unique chapters in Left 4 Dead because it actually is the only chapter that ever takes place at an airport. And I enjoy the idea of going through the airline security, and the fact that some of the alarms can go off for like the metal detectors, and the fact that it is one of the harder chapters. I feel like in the higher difficulties when you're starting to like get past the metal detector and the horde's starting to come at you, and you got to run to get to the safe room. It's pretty nuts. But the chapter is fun. It isn't inherently bad, and I say that it's pretty solid. It is a decent contender. Alright, now we got the No Mercy Sewers. So the No Mercy Sewers, I actually would say, despite them being in a sewer, I like it. I actually like No Mercy quite a lot as a whole entire just campaign, but the chapters also are some of my favorites. The sewer isn't handled bad at all. Like, it really isn't. The sewer is actually handled quite well, I would say, because it's not slow. It's more like chunky and like more like a solid actual like ground piece than it is watery. So, not like Hard Rain where you get stuck and you're like treading through a whole bunch of water at like what it feels like is like knee level. You're just mushing on some gross, feces and stuff like that, which sounds disgusting saying out loud, but it's better to try to run away from the zombies on, so I know that I can run faster. Now, it also does have a much better vibe about it too, also as well, because the sewers, for example, like in Death Toll, don't feel necessarily as fun to navigate through. I mean, then again, though, it is a sewer, who would want to be like, ooh, I see poop! So, like, the Death Toll sewers, they feel like, okay, I feel like I'm working a construction job. They're like a scaffolding, almost. But with No Mercy, I do feel like I am trying to hide from zombies and escape and cut through and everything. I don't know why, it just gives me the vibe. It's just something I really can't explain, but you know if you play it. Now we've got Dark Carnival's Highway. So this is Chapter 1 of Dark Carnival, and I enjoy this chapter a lot. In fact, I think there's a lot to offer in this chapter. You've got the highway, then it transitions over to the motel, and the motel gives you a lot of loot if you know where to look. There's just a vibe about being in the hotel that makes it just kind of creepy. I actually surprisingly get creeped out by the hotel, and specifically Dark Carnival. I don't know why. There's just this ominous vibe about it that, like, it feels like there's, like, a whole bunch of, like, ghosts or just a whole bunch of dead people that were there, that, like, and it's weird, because I play a zombie game, like, quite on a regular basis other than Left 4 Dead. I play a lot of zombie games, but I never really get creeped out after a while, but there's just something about, like, an abandoned hotel. It's one of those things that creeps me out. Kind of like the same thing with No Mercy. There's an idea behind an abandoned hotel and an abandoned hospital that's just really creepy to me. I don't know if that's some weird repressed fear that I have somewhere deep in the darkness of my mind, but like a hotel being abandoned is creepy. So when I get there, like, I enjoy seeing the loot, but I also do get creeped out at the same time, which is really weird. You think that I would actually be creeped out more like something like by the circus or whatever, because a lot of people tend to have a phobia of like clowns and stuff like that, but I've just never been that guy. I've never had a phobia of clowns or whatever, so I actually never had that issue. But the hotel, I don't know why, there's something creepy about it. And then when you get past the hotel, you eventually go down to the watery area, which does end up slowing you down. but at least there's a brief time where you can also get onto some land again, and then eventually you end up getting to the carnival. So inherently, it's not that bad. It's actually quite enjoyable, but it's just the one thing about it is that I don't know how to explain why I like it other than just like the vibe it gives me. The vibe behind the map is almost just as important as the functionality, and just the vibe just hits right for my personality type. Alright, now we've got Dead Air's construction site, going back to the construction joke from earlier when we were talking about the Death Toll sewers. But yeah, the construction site in Dead Air is one of those okay ones. I think it could have been better if it, like, for example, like, had, like, a lot more detail into it, but it does feel kind of bland. The biggest thing it's got going for it is the construction site itself. But the finale that you end up having within the chapter, not the finale of Dead Air, but like the finale, for example, like the final hurrah for it is you getting to the airport. Now that is definitely pretty damn cool, but they could have done something where there was more pizzazz to it. Like, for example, they could have had it where the one horde summoning event wasn't just shooting gas cans and burning down wood. I feel like that was kind of like lazy. Because why can't, for example, I do that with any of the other maps in Left 4 Dead? Why can't I just burn down stuff and have, like, dynamic event? Wouldn't that be kind of cool if, like, Left 4 Dead 3 ever came out and you can actually, like, use, like, the propane tanks and the gasoline tanks to, like, open areas that would be closed off otherwise? Almost kind of, like, making your own cut-throughs. I think that would be actually kind of a cool thing. That would be definitely fun. But you couldn't do something like that in Left 4 Dead, so they did it here. And doing it here for a horde summoning event, at least they only did just the once, because I honestly think it's lazy. I rather would have had it where you could have done something much more fun and unique. Kind of like how you had the one crane at the chapter prior of Dead Air, where you were like using the crane to like lift a cargo crate, and then climbing the cargo crate. I mean, they could have done something very, very similar to that with the power tools. That you could have maybe used, like, for example, something with a forklift. Maybe like with a forklift you like battering ram it, but I know that once again you also battering ram the van into the gate at the airport terminal. So some of them might have been copy and paste, but there definitely, I feel like, should have been something you could have done with the construction stuff. Maybe what you could have done is you could have gotten a wrecking ball. You could have piloted a wrecking ball machine. You could have opened up a wall to a building and broke down the building and then go down through there. That would have been cool. There we go. That's an idea. So yeah, if they would have done something like that, that would have been more fun, but that's just personally me. I always think there's always room for improvement. It could have been better, but I understand it was 2008, so. Alright, now we've got the greenhouse on Dead Air. This is Dead Air's first chapter, and it has some originality in a sense because the very first chapter of Dead Air actually allows you to be able to get Molotovs and pipe bombs, which is cool. You never see this again. I don't know why. For some reason, Dead Air is just like, screw it. We just want to give you free shit. So I'm like, okay. So I always chuck a pipe bomb. I always grab a Molotov up there. And I do try to end up taking advantage of all the stuff that I get. It's very, very fun how you can just get a whole bunch of free stuff for, like, no goddamn reason. And that works out to its gain. I enjoy the navigation of the map, and it is actually pretty easy to speedrun. That's one of its benefits. If you go from the greenhouse to the safe room, it can probably take, like, less than, like, 3 minutes. If you have a shotgun and you know what you're doing, it's just bam, 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 wham, thank you, ma'am. Both the Left 4 Dead 1 version and the Left 4 Dead 2 version are like this, where you can just navigate through this, and it's really easy overall, and that's why I like it at the end of the day. Alrighty guys, now we've got the Memorial Bridge on Coldstream. Now the Memorial Bridge on Coldstream I quite enjoy. It's very, very fun to play on for me. I enjoy the nature vibe that Coldstream gives me. I enjoy being able to play and see water within the map. Like, I've always enjoyed rivers and lakes and the sounds of, like, for example, like, I sleep to water, sometimes like waterfalls or rain and stuff like that, and I've always liked the water just in nature. It's soothing to me, so that's one of the reasons why I like Coldstream so much, and I get to see a lot of that within this chapter, just the nature vibe that it just gives off. And I enjoy the fact that the sun's coming out, you know, it like sparkles like with a perfect blend. It almost sounds like a Disney way I'm describing this, but it's just as true. That's the way I look at this at the end of the day, and that's why I personally put it up higher on the list, so there you go. Now we've got No Mercy's Apartments. Now, No Mercy's Apartments was actually quite a good chapter. In fact, it's one of the few chapters that is, like, technically at the beginning of a campaign that would actually rank up quite high. You know, you end up having it where you have the intro cinematic, and then you end up having it where the helicopter infamously swoops by and says to get to Mercy Hospital. You're acquainted with all of our 4 original characters for the very first time, and you have to just simply go down the apartments, get a gun, and kick some zombie ass, and then eventually once you get down to the bottom, you just go around the alleys, and then you are into the safe room basically. And you have like the most infamous trailer associated with this chapter, so I'm sort of being a little bit biased here because technically I'm counting it based off of also a trailer. but I don't think that's necessarily inherently unfair. I'm not basing it off of the other chapters per se, I'm just ranking off of the trailer, which is associated with this particular chapter, by the way. They almost kind of like coexist. So I would say that the No Mercy occurrence is actually quite infamous and almost famous. I would say that No Mercy's chapters are almost just as famous as, like, I would say, like, the Dark Carnival ones or the Parish ones. No Mercy was one of the best campaigns in general for Left 4 Dead, just because it's such good chapters in particular. You know, you got so many of them that we'll have coming up later on the list even that we can talk about, which are really fun to mention. Alright guys, so here we are, we're finally now down to completing The Last Stand, which is going to end up being The Last Stand Lighthouse. So The Last Stand's Lighthouse finale did make it up pretty damn high into the list. I mean, considering the fact that The Last Stand is only 2 chapters, just like Crash Course, it's not only pretty high up here, but it deserves it rightfully so, because it's just such a really well done map. I want to give a round of applause just once again to all the modders and the mappers that did work with Valve to produce this for us. I'm extremely thankful, and thank you guys for allowing me to be able to experience Left 4 Dead basically like one last time, but hopefully it's not the last time. Maybe it's like the last stand and a half. Maybe there's another update. Here's hoping, at least. Alrighty guys, we've got another finale here, and this is going to end up being Dead Center's. This is Dead Center's Atrium. This is the finale, of course, where you've got Jimmy Gibbs' stock car and you gotta fill it up with gas. Now, Dead Center does have a decent campaign and even a decent finale, although if you're ranking them just based off of the fact that they're just a chapter in general, without the premise of escaping, like you're, just getting rid of that idea altogether, it's just an okay one. The idea of escaping in it is cool because you can, be like, hey, I'm filling up a stock car of one of the character's favorite icons who's been like a running gag this whole entire time. And that's cool. I enjoy that, but when you just have it just by itself, it's just like, I mean, it's just, could be better. Alright guys, now we've got Coldstream's South Pine Stream. Now the South Pine Stream is actually quite fun for me because of the fact that there's a pre-designated tank spawn. I like that. And plus also, in addition to the tank spawn, I just think this is the prettiest chapter other than the finale of Coldstream. The Coldstream finale, I would say, is probably the most pretty because you're pretty much experiencing almost just like all water. But this chapter in particular, I do enjoy like the little stream that you do get at the very beginning when you're coming out of that tunnel and you get all the guns and you can have the, the giant fight with the tank before you get onto the highway. Very enjoyable, and I would say this is one of my personal favorite chapters within Coldstream itself, and that's why I'm putting it up higher on the list. I probably would say this is the best other than the finale, at least. Alright, now we've got the Dead Air Crane. The Dead Air Crane is quite fun because of the fact that, it literally is just a fucking crane coming out of nowhere to, like, lift up a container and drop it for you. Now, it acts similar to the Last Stand one, although the Last Stand one, it just crashes through a fence and you crawl through it. The Dead Center one, you're just having it being, held in the air for you and you climb on it. But it's kind of funny to notice that similarity, how this was kind of like the early stages, or the, the earliest design of what the Last Stand scenario event was. But it's cool just like having the giant construction crane just move that for you while the chaos of the zombies are going on. And the way that the layout for it is actually quite easy to end up just chilling up there and just vibing. You can just have like all 4 of you just chilling up on the crane, just being like, we're just all gonna chill up in a 1x1 space and you can't do anything about it. Like that's like the zombies are just like, oh god damn it. Alright, now we have got the Parish's Quarter. This is going to end up being Chapter 4, and Chapter 4 of the Parish is really enjoyable for me because I enjoy the parade step that you gotta do, like with the little parade float that you summon. I think it's honestly the best scenario event in all of Left 4 Dead because of the way that is managed. The fact that you can end up being able to having the perfect layout for it, the fact that you can almost like kind of like cheat it and do like a shortcut, like where it's like halfway there, you can jump across it and then start going, and the zombies can't exactly catch up to you, they can only like spawn in front of you. I enjoy just also the type of chapter it is in general. It does kind of have the same build-up effect that the Sacrifice has, where you don't know what's going to happen once you run into the military, if they're either going to do like what they say they were going to do, where they're going to rescue you, or they're going to do what they said, that Nick said, where they're going to line you up against a wall and shoot you. So there's kind of like this looming threat that they might not necessarily be good guys over your head. But that's also even in the other chapters. It conveys it very well, because periodically there's just these military bombings that just happen throughout every single chapter. And so it does happen in Chapter 4, and you do get lines from the characters where being like, they don't know what to expect, and it's just like, it makes it really ominous. I like it. I really do. Alright guys, now we've got the Parish's Waterfront. This is the very first chapter. Now, the very first chapter of the Parish is cool because you get to say goodbye to Virgil, you get to say goodbye to your boy, And the thing is that it feels like a nice conclusion compared to, like, let's say, Blood Harvest was. The Parish feels like a proper on-disc ending for Left 4 Dead 2. If you were to tell me, like, for example, like in an alternate universe that, like, Coldstream or something like that was the finale, it wouldn't feel the same. It would be like, okay, well, this doesn't really feel like a proper conclusion. But the Parish feels like a proper ending for an on-disc finale. And that is known from the very beginning. You know, you end up having it where you're like going through, you're trying to get rescued, and then eventually in Swamp Fever you get rescued by Virgil, and then Virgil sticks by you till the very beginning of the Parish, and then you try to eventually end up getting to the military. So you say goodbye to one ending, and you basically like burn your bridges, and you're like, okay, this is it. Are we gonna really luck out here? And even then, are we gonna like what's gonna happen once we get there? It's just like there's so much like meat on its bones for this story, along with the gameplay in general, that it just makes it really, really fun. Now we've got the Park of the Parish, and the Park of the Parish is really enjoyable to play on because of the way that the scenario event works, where you gotta end up going into the little Sita bunker, and then you try to run around the fences, and you try to turn off the alarm. I enjoy that. You also get some Easter egg lore where you see the dead bodies that don't exactly happen to be zombies, they're just dead people, which kind of gives you more that ominous vibe about what's going to happen once you finally run into the military. And the chapter overall just flows well, so I would say that this particular chapter is one of my favorites in the Parish just because it has just all that stuff combined. But I'm not really sure where I would put it otherwise. I mean, if it was like, for example, like in a different order, would I change it? If it was like shorter, if it was longer, I don't know. But the way it is, it almost just works out just perfectly. It's one of those few chapters that I can say I consistently enjoy playing on. Alrighty guys, now we've got the Port on the Passing. The Port on the Passing is one of the finales that are like kind of almost copy and paste. It definitely feels a lot like The Sacrifice, but the thing is, they meant to do that on purpose for the sake of the story. You know, like for the fact that the Left 4 Dead 2 survivors run into the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors, so I can forgive that. But even though from a story narrative, I understand why they did that, it does feel, unfortunately, kind of the same. Now, luckily, the first two chapters of The Passing don't feel like they're repetitive, but the finale most certainly does. Now, it's not a carbon copy where, like, for example, in, The Sacrifice, you end up turning on the individual 3 generators. With this one, rather, on The Passing, you're just filling up the one main one near the bridge with gasoline. And also, Zoe and Francis will end up helping you trying to end up escaping by, like, shooting guns and also dropping supplies and health kits and pipe bombs for you, which is pretty cool. And you also get some exchanged dialogue back and forth, even before you really start to get into the heat of the moment. You can talk to them right before you take the elevator down. You can even talk to Lewis, which is kind of cool. And so everyone just basically ends up, like, bonding, and, you know, you get some dialogue, and then you kick some ass, and you kick some ass together, and you end up having it where you eventually escape, and then you have that cool outro cinematic where you get to end up having Zoe and Francis and Lewis all remark about them. The Left 4 Dead 2 crew, that is, and you just end up having this nice wrapped up with a bow moment on top. Plus, also in this finale, you get to see Bill's dead body. If you actually play on PC, I think, and you actually interact with Francis, and you do the look option, you actually can get Nick to end up saying sorry for your loss, which gives Nick a humble voice line, kind of almost opposite of his character personality. There a lot of stuff is in this one. I can't stress it enough. Now we have the Swamp Fever Plantation House. So Swamp Fever didn't start off so hot there. I kind of bullied, it was a little bit harsh with Swamp Fever in the very beginning. But I will say this, is that he's got a pretty damn good finale. Now, luckily, it doesn't have a lot of stuff that I don't exactly like about Swamp Fever, and I understand that may take away from it, but I will say this, that having a plantation house at a swamp area, and having, you know, a whole bunch of, like, hillbilly zombies with Virgil, the Virgin from Virginia, coming to save you on his boat, you know, blowing up the gate with an explosive somehow. I don't know if he had, like, an RPG or something like that. That's funny, they never explained that. Did Virgil shoot an RPG at the one gate to, like, open it up to save you? Anyways, I'm getting sidetracked. But yeah, I enjoy the hillbilly America vibe of the Plantation House finale. And there's a lot of good layout with the Plantation House. It doesn't feel like it's too big or overwhelming, and there's a decent setup that you can end up having. You can end up camping on the one staircase area, you can end up camping by the minigun mounted by the top. Hell, you don't even necessarily have to be in the Plantation House, you can just travel on the outside of it in the the little maze bush area. Overall, very, very well done laid out finale. I just really wish, though, I absolutely wish, though, if the zombies would stop crapping my bots right before the point of no return. You guys know what I'm talking about with the one freaking ladder, like right before you go in there? Like, yeah, zombies, stop doing that. Alrighty, guys, now we are on the top 10 final chapters ranking here. Now, this is going to be very, very fun to rank because these are some of the best chapters in all of Left 4 Dead. Both you and I feel like, would agree on this. So this is a compilation between the community and also my humble opinion here. But yeah, guys, let's rank the next thing, shall we? So coming in at our next chapter ranking spot, guys, this is going to end up being Cutthroat Creek from Coldstream. This is the finale. Now, this is one of the only few running finales other than, like, let's say, the Parish. And I enjoy try saying this 5 times fast. Cutthroat Creek finale. And I enjoy it because of all the reasons I previously listed, so I don't want to go too much into it because I don't want to like basically say the same thing over and over and over again, sound like a broken record. But it is very enjoyable, and I do wish that some other maps would end up replicating what the Parish and Coldstream did, where they have a running finale. Let me know what your types of favorite finales are down below. Do you like the scavenger ones, camping ones, running ones, or do you even like kind of like the more miscellaneous, tedious ones? Feel free to let me know. Now we have got the Dark Carnival Fairgrounds. The Fairgrounds is Chapter 2 of Dark Carnival, where you end up having it where you are in the actual carnival itself and you can end up exploring all the games. You can end up getting the whole entire vibe or the appeal about like just the map itself. And you, of course, get Ellis where he goes, Kittyland! So, I mean, like, what's there to not like about this chapter? I mean, come on, guys. Now we've also got the Dead Air Runway. This is Dead Air's finale, and I've always enjoyed Dead Air's finale. I enjoy the plane that crashes at the very beginning. I enjoy the type of finale that is, like with the fact that you're trying to fill up the giant plane, and you're eventually going to escape in the giant plane. The whole entire idea about escaping on a plane is just much more cool than escaping on a helicopter to me, especially considering the fact that the one pilot crashed at the very beginning. It's just not necessarily the most reassuring to go into a helicopter once again. But yeah, I really do enjoy the finale. I enjoy escaping at an airport. It gives me kind of like almost like the vibe that No Mercy did, where you're escaping at the top of the hospital. It just feels like one of those places where you're just kind of angsty to get away, where you feel like if you get left behind, you're 100% screwed. So yeah, I enjoyed Dead Air's finale, and that's why it's personally one of my favorite chapters of all time. Alrighty, guys, so these next 3 right here are going to be the last non-finale chapters. And then the last 4 are actually going to be finales. So, technically, if you don't count finales, this is the last 3. So you can decide to take this however you wish. But yeah, guys, coming in at the next spot is going to be the Death Toll Church. I have always liked this chapter, specifically for Church Guy. If the church didn't end up having Church Guy, it just would not be the same. There is just something appealing about running into another survivor who is basically an absolute psychopath and actually can hinder you and make it so that way you can end up getting killed. Plus, he does one of the coolest things that I've seen, even for an early video game, where he will actually turn into a zombie by the end of the bell ringing and actually attack you from the safe room. So this guy, you're going about your own day, and you go to knock onto the safe room door to have him let you in, and he tells you no because he got bitten by the last guy he trusted, so he doesn't trust you. He rings the church bell to end up getting the zombies to kill you, but you, of course, end up surviving because you are immune. But, however, though, he is not. So, what happens is by the end of his little parade there trying to kill you, he will eventually turn into a boomer, a hunter, or a smoker, and so when you open up the safe room, which suddenly somehow opens, they never explain that storyline-wise, you basically open up the safe room door, you kill the last special infected, which is that guy, and then you can all go in and you can shut the door. I never really thought about this until just now, but I really thought that Church Guy would honestly be kind of like one of those characters that might be a lot like, like any other NPC where he's kind of like forgettable, but he really isn't. I kind of wish there was more lore on him. I wish that maybe, like, for example, like the developers like added in like updated wall sketches by him rather than his normal just generic one of Better Safe Than Sorry. Maybe there might be like an extra one here or there, like says his name, or rather says something about his backstory, because I know you really can't do much with his voice lines because you don't have the voice line actor anymore. But it would just be really, really cool to get some more detail on Church Guy. Really, really would have been cool. Alright, guys, now we've got the Hospital of No Mercy. No Mercy's hospital is, just like I said earlier, is very spooky and scary and ominous, just because an abandoned hospital is really creepy. Even with the zombies in there, it still doesn't necessarily feel as creepy as just like a completely abandoned hospital, so it does kind of lose that. But there is brief moments of time where there's just dead bodies and no zombies, and it feels really creepy. Because maybe I'm just thinking about like just every single jump scare known to man, where every single abandoned building has a creature hiding behind it. And that can sometimes happen. Sometimes what happens is that if I'm not paying attention, I don't hear the special infected music cue, I can just get a jump scare by a jockey app so all of a sudden. So I just see this creepy little hunchback motherfucker, and he'll just jump on my head, and I'm just like, oh shit! So it's just really funny when that happens. And plus the layout of it, like right before you end up getting to the actual finale, is just very, very appealing. You have the elevator summoning event where you got to take an elevator all the way up to the roof, and then eventually you get to the safe room door, and then you start going upstairs one last time before you get there. But just really well done, storyline-wise, function-wise, and just overall vibe-wise. Very, very well done, Val. One of your best pieces of work. Now, guys, at least non-finale-wise, because after this it's just going to be finales for the last couple here, this is going to end up being the roller coaster on Dark Carnival. I enjoy this a lot. The roller coaster on Dark Carnival has always been fun to me. I've enjoyed theme parks and rides all my life. And I still get a kick out of it to this day that you can actually ride the roller coaster in Left 4 Dead. You actually can take an adrenaline shot. If you stick yourself with it, if you're fast enough, you can be on the roller coaster. Now, it only is temporary and brief. But regardless of that, that's still pretty damn fun. I enjoy how that they give you that ability and that attention to detail. And it is kind of cool, too, how you can play on the Dark Carnival Remix map and you actually start with the roller coaster. I just enjoy the idea of being on a roller coaster. I've always enjoyed riding roller coasters IRL, so the fact that I can replicate that in a video game is just nice. And just something about it, like with zombies, it's just even more cooler. I just love that so much. Alright, guys, last few maps here, or last couple chapters, rather. So, coming in at our very next spot, this is going to end up being the Sacrifices Port finale. I ranked this a lot higher than the Passing because this is the original one, and we all know what this was building up to. This was ranking up to the Sacrifice itself. So, canonically, if you end up playing, the whole entire idea is to actually end up killing Bill, because that's the canon death. But however, though, you can kill yourself as anybody, and it looks like they've also updated the voice lines so that way there's more of a character reaction. Like, for example, I play as Zoe a lot, and there will be times where if I sacrifice myself as Zoe, Francis goes, "No, Zoe!" And so that's kind of cool. You can do it with Francis, you can also end up doing it with Lewis, but the canon death is Bill, so this does allow you to be able to end up getting closure for the Left 4 Dead 1 crew, technically, and then does set up the build up for the Passing, but the original concept behind it is why I like this map in the first place, and the whole entire idea about why it's one of my favorite maps of all time was the finale. That is a big factor in it, so of course I am going to also rank the chapter itself up higher, but I do enjoy it for other reasons too. So yeah, guys, I'm ranking the port on the Sacrifice at number 4. Alright, guys, now we've got the Parish's Bridge. I enjoy the Parish a lot, and the finale is most certainly why. I enjoy how you can end up running to the helicopter last second by the military to come pick you up. I enjoy that a lot. Now, it does make me wonder what would happen to the survivors after the Parish ending. Like, maybe what they could do here, you know what? This is what we can do, is if we can't ever get another Left 4 Dead 2 map again, can I just say this? Kind of like how that the Left 4 Dead 1 characters had a comic book to kind of like have like the Sacrifice be kind of rounded up there. Couldn't we also end up getting a Left 4 Dead 2 set of comics? Because we never did. If we could get Left 4 Dead 2 comics to wrap things up, even if we never got a map, I'll still take that. I would still much prefer a map, but I would still love to just get like closure in general. Did the characters die? Because if they did, that would suck, but I would at least like to know. But at the end of the day, that's just my humble opinion, and I would hope that you would be listening, developers. If you hear me, please do that. I would love that. I enjoy reading comics. Alright, guys. Now, coming in second to last, this is going to end up being the No Mercy Rooftops. The No Mercy Rooftops, or just No Mercy's finale, is so good. I enjoy it a lot. I enjoy finally having that build-up where you meet up the helicopter guy at the top of an abandoned hospital full of zombies. With your buddies that you only just met within the last couple of hours, and you're fighting through thick and thin to get out of the city and just trying to get by and survive. And you have this one last giant hoorah, like when it looks like that everything's about to end, and then boom, you escape. It's such a good finale, and even if you weren't trying to escape, if, like, for example, like, let's say that the finale was something else, and, like, for example, that the beginning of the hospital up until, like, right here was one chapter, I still really would enjoy that. Hell, even just the chapter alone, like, like, if it was, like, just, like, let's say, the roof only, like let's say you get out of the one safe room and then you get on the roof, and like it was like really short like that. It might be extremely short, but it would still be really, really fun, just the layout. Maybe I'm just talking out my ass, who knows, because it does sound extremely short, but I do enjoy it, and it's one of my favorite ones of all time. Now guys, if you know me well, if you have watched the previous videos before where I've ranked all the individual campaigns, you may or may not have been expecting this. For those that are new around here, I will give you a little bit of build-up. So I personally have always enjoyed Left 4 Dead 1 and Left 4 Dead 2, but I always have enjoyed Left 4 Dead 2 a little bit more, and there's just certain aspects about it that I just can't ignore, and one of those is the fact that I enjoy music, and I enjoy guitar, and I enjoy rock and roll. So, for number one, for the best chapter of all time for Left 4 Dead, for me, this has got to be the Dark Carnival finale at the rock concert. It's such a good chapter, man. I enjoy good old rock and roll, like AC/DC, Led Zeppelin, Metallica, Kiss. I enjoy all those guys. It was a lot of the music that I grew up because of my dad listened to it. And being able to experience rock and roll, like in meleeing zombies with guitars at a rock concert with fireworks going off and the characters singing along, it's just so good. I enjoy it a lot. It's one of my favorite video game things ever, period. And I would love to end up having something like this happen again. It wouldn't be the same as Dark Carnival, but to have it happen again would be cool. And I enjoyed that about Dark Carnival Remix. I did technically get to experience that again, but now I want a third one. So, but yeah, guys, that basically is going to be it there for ranking all the individual chapters within Left 4 Dead 2. I truly hope you guys ended up enjoying. This was a lot of fun to make. And once again, like I mentioned at the beginning of the video, feel free to let me know if you want me to rank individual chapters at the beginning. Like, for example, instead of finales, I would just rank the first chapter that you would see of every map. But yeah, let me know at the beginning of the video whether or not that you want to see that, or you can let me know at the end. It is up to you. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video, guys. In today's Left 4 Dead 2 video, we're going to be doing another ranking video. For this ranking video, we're going to be ranking all the trailers that are in Left 4 Dead. Now, the trailers in Left 4 Dead are far and few in between. There was not really too many that were ever really created. We have the good old intro cinematics for both Left 4 Dead 1 and 2, and then we do have some trailers for the DLC maps. But there's only a total of 7 altogether across both Left 4 Dead 1 and 2. So it's going to be a relatively shorter list more than normal, but however though, we still get a lot of content here today because the trailers, even though there's not that many, they did make them worthwhile back in the day. So guys, without further ado, let's rank all the trailers that are all in Left 4 Dead. Alrighty guys, so coming in at our very first spot is the Left 4 Dead 2 reveal trailer, and instead of talking about it right away, I actually want to show you guys the trailer in its entirety, and then we'll come back and talk about it afterward. So I'm going to let you guys have the trailer all to yourselves, and then we'll talk about it in a minute.
Last time I saw my grandmother, she asked me was I still a praying man. I told her, yes ma'am. Well, she says, pray harder. 'Cause it ain't working. I ain't gonna die waiting on salvation. As long as we still got guns, we gonna fight. And if we run out of bullets, baby, they gonna wish we had.
So now, like an awkward E3 conference, let's talk about the trailer that we just saw. So the trailer was the very first trailer for all Left 4 Dead 2. It introduced us to our characters, it introduced us to all the new mechanics, and also the special infected. We got to be able to see the really early forms of our characters. The cosmetics for both Ellis and Rochelle look especially different. Coach looks somewhat like his design, but with just a different color palette. You can even see they had like a somewhat different design for the chainsaw even that he used. But Nick does look the same. They did have a pretty good idea about what they wanted Nick to look like. But you could tell that this wasn't the full entire product. You could tell that this was a teaser, and you know the game was still in development. The teaser trailers are kind of a little bit harder to rank because the teaser trailers are not exactly full-blown trailers, because the full-blown trailers definitely will carry more weight because they got more content within them. But the teaser trailers, you'd be surprised, some of the teasers can actually end up still sustaining their own weight. And that's cool, because a teaser is just basically like a mini trailer. It's, you know, not necessarily the biggest, but it's a nice little bite-sized bit of goodies that we can end up being able to sink our teeth into. So that's why I decided to put the very first trailer at the beginning of this video, just because it was the very first trailer pretty much about Left 4 Dead, other than, of course, you know, select other few ones from Left 4 Dead 1. And I think because this was just meant to be bare bones and really wasn't meant to do too much, didn't want to spoil anything, none of the trailers on here are bad. It's not like the few lists we've been doing recently where there is, you know, some decently bad content. Every trailer in here is good. It's just not the number one. It's just also not the best either. It's just okay. Alrighty guys, coming in at the next spot here, this is going to end up being the trailer for the map The Passing, and let's take a look.
Ugh, I hate stairs.
Oh my god, you hate stuff too?
Sure. Never really thought about it, but yeah, I hate things. I hate those stairs.
I know!
I hate that bridge.
It's so stupid!
I hate your vest.
What now? I don't think this is gonna work out.
The Passing trailer is kind of funny because it's not really giving me the vibe of a trailer, it's giving me more the vibe of like a Left 4 Dead cutscene. It doesn't really show anything other than just to be jokey. It's just showing back and forth banter between Francis and Rochelle, and it's pretty different compared to the normal trailers that you get nowadays for just most games, period. And I like that because it was only really a one-off. They never did a trailer like this again. But there was cooler trailers, so I am going to be putting this lower on the totem pole. But it is better than the original first reveal trailer for Left 4 Dead, just because this was when our characters were more finalized. And it's also cool how the Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 characters can meet in this way. Alrighty guys, coming in at our next spot is the teaser trailer for The Last Stand. Specifically the first one, because there was 2 teaser trailers and then there was the official final thing. So for the teaser trailer for Last Stand, we're going to be ranking the first one here next. And the first teaser trailer for The Last Stand had more of an impact, I feel, especially because it's been so long since we've gotten Left 4 Dead content. Believe it or not, when the Last Stand update came out, people were extremely excited, but when the Left 4 Dead 2 reveal happened, you would think that because it was a reveal of a whole new game, people would be more ecstatic, but it was quite the opposite, really. Left 4 Dead 1 was only 1 year prior to Left 4 Dead 2. I don't know if you guys may or may not know that, but Left 4 Dead 2 got announced really soon after Left 4 Dead 1 came out, like only a couple of months essentially. In fact, Left 4 Dead 2 released exactly 1 year later after Left 4 Dead 1, so less than a year later, Left 4 Dead 2 already got announced, and people gave Valve a lot of crap. They were saying like, oh, you know, you're making people buy this one game, and then you're making people to buy another game. There was boycotts for Left 4 Dead 2 back in the day. Now, obviously, this doesn't hold weight anymore because Left 4 Dead 2 is more popular than Left 4 Dead 1 because it also has all of its, you know, original content plus the new content. But people didn't know that back in the beginning what Valve's original plans were. So, Left 4 Dead 2 got a lot of crap back in the day, even though there was people excited to be able to see a new game. Since it was so soon, initially it was met with backlash. So, coming off the sake of nostalgia is cool, but for the reality of what the trailer was and what provided, it actually will go lower down the list. But the Last Stand one, which is the one I mostly want to talk about, kind of had the polar opposite effect, and it got people excited because it was been so long and people know that Left 4 Dead 2 is a good game. So when you've been going so long without gameplay, or so long without content for Left 4 Dead, and then you get the trailer, it's just like, dude, it's just such a different feeling. So here it is. Now, if you're a true fan of Left 4 Dead, that trailer excites you, regardless of how simple it was. most people nowadays get these crazy, fully interactive CGI trailers and all that stuff, but really, Left 4 Dead doesn't need that, because Left 4 Dead is Left 4 Dead, and regardless of how the trailer is, even though it was a pretty decent trailer for how simple it was, but, albeit simple, it doesn't need to worry about being simple or over the top because it's Left 4 Dead. I feel like a lot of people end up making these trailers for games nowadays that are unrealistic expectations of what the game really actually is. And this doesn't hide anything. This shows you, hey, this is the map, this is what it's going to be, we're just being upfront with you. And Valve has always done right by us about showing us what the real content is going to be, rather than make this crazy trailer to make us artificially think that, yeah, this is going to be better than it actually is. So, I appreciate the honesty, and I also appreciate the fact that it was just simple and sweet. It was really just simple and sweet, and I really did enjoy this trailer. But you can have a different opinion down below if you would like. Alrighty guys, coming in at our next spot is the second Last Stand teaser trailer. So in total for Last Stand there was 3 trailers, so there was quite a lot since this has been the first update in a very long time. But each trailer got better and better and better, and now you guys have to see the second one.
Got him. Ah, hell. Christ. Ah, God!
Once again, extremely simple, just straightforward. There was only a few voice lines, but the fact that the way that they did it, how they did it, everything about it was just pure, and it's just being like, yeah, like, this trailer just shows that we're not necessarily trying to bring in new people. It would be kind of cool if we bring in new people, but it's more of like a trailer that's just like, we're giving this to the loyal fans. We're giving this to you, the die-hard Left 4 Dead fans, the people that have still been playing this game for several years after this game should have died a long time ago. And that's why I enjoy this update, is because it felt more like as a thank you rather than like just trying to be a cash grab. Valve, I know that their standards have changed as they made newer games, and Left 4 Dead is one of their older IPs, so they really don't have the ability to do that much new stuff to it, and they can only add in so much content. But the Last Stand content that we did get was still super fun, and the way they delivered the trailer just said, hey, we know that what you've been looking for, and we're here to give it to you, baby. It was awesome. Alright guys, coming in at our next spot here now, this is going to end up being the teaser for The Sacrifice. This trailer didn't even need to say any single voice lines whatsoever to get the point across. They knew at the very beginning, the first moments that this trailer existed, they knew what their intent was. And I give appropriate hand clap to you there, Valve, for making not only a good map, but also making a map where you knew exactly what you're doing and not trying to like drip feed people content. You were just like, you know, hey, this is it. We're going to be giving you a sacrifice, and regardless of whether or not you like it, someone's going to die. And because of the fact that we were so attached to these characters at this point, one of the last maps basically was a final hurrah, literally, for one of our characters, in this case the canon version being Bill. It was a really good way to say goodbye, in my opinion. Even though it does kind of suck to a certain degree that Bill did die, it made him more of an impactful character that way, because he is no longer with us. And, in addition to that, it makes it so that way there's no open loose ends with the Left 4 Dead story, for at least the Left 4 Dead 1 crew. Still to this day, the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, there's super high speculation about whether or not they died, whether or not they escaped, whether or not they had lived happily ever after. But Left 4 Dead 1's crew did kind of end up having a conclusion because of the sacrifice. So you can make this go both ways. You can be like, oh, I don't like it, or I do like it, but you already knew what was going to happen just off the trailer alone, and it was just so powerful that it just deserves to be higher on the list. Alrighty guys, now coming in at our next spot, this is going to be the Last Stand official trailer. This was so good. I am so glad I got to live through this era of Left 4 Dead. I'm so glad that this content even came out in the first place, and the trailer does it more justice.
Oh, it's a bitch apocalypse now, bitch!
That's right. Come to mama.
Look what we got right here. All right! This could be fun. Hell yeah! We're coming! Bring it on!
You should have brought more tanks with you.
I would like to say that this is probably the best trailer in terms of a mixture of gameplay and story. A lot of the trailers before this were mostly just cinematic, but this just showed you flat-out gameplay. It was so cool to be able to end up seeing all the new melee weapons, all the new character dialogue, talking about what was going to be coming just in general. And then there was even some surprises. Like, there was some stuff in the trailer that we got in the full game that was just complete and utter surprise, and just made it even better. And I just overall really love this trailer, and I think it probably is one of the best, in my humble opinion at least. But guys, we do have two more left, and these ones will always carry more weight. The very first one coming here at the number 2 spots is going to end up being the original intro cinematic for Left 4 Dead 1.
Hold up. Ain't seen anything like this before.
Jesus, don't let that stop you from smearing it all over yourself.
They're changing.
God damn it, Bill! Oh, it stinks!
Someone's still alive. We're gonna...
Lights off! Oh, shit! Shit! They're coming!
Run like hell!
Merry Christmas.
This is gonna get bad.
Run or shoot? Run or shoot! Whoa! Get to the rope! We made it. I can't believe we made it.
Son, we just crossed the street. Let's not throw a party till we're out of the city.
It's one of the few trailers that I can almost remember every single voice line, every single moment, every single thing, period. Like, if I really want to, I could easily recite off that whole entire trailer by heart. I know it that well. And it's so cool how that still to this day, even though it's been almost 15 years later, that is one of the most badass trailers that we've ever seen, ever, period. But guys, coming in at the #1 spot, my favorite Left 4 Dead trailer, which has one of my favorite video game quotes of all time. This is going to end up being the Left 4 Dead 2 intro cinematic.
Report unusual behavior. Barricade your homes. Avoid all contact with infected individuals. Wait for official instructions. Wait my ass.
Kill all sons of bitches. That's my official instructions.
This used to be a nice neighborhood.
This is some grim shit. shit we got ourselves into.
Get back, get back!
Who the hell puts an evac station up 30 flights of goddamn stairs?
Come on, Coach. Maybe the helicopter. Maybe it's made of chocolate.
Hey, where is everybody? Hello?
Oh, this is not happening.
Anyone here?
This is not happening. This is not happening.
Aren't they supposed to be saving our asses?
Looks like there's been a change of plans.
Stop the bombing run!
It's got me!
Hang on!
What the hell? Holy shit.
Hey, kill all sons of bitches, right?
I have not come this far to die now.
I am always gonna love that trailer so much, and every single time I hear Nick say, "I have not come this far to die now," I get goosebumps. Every single time. I made that a quote in every single video game that I could put like a calling card or a custom emblem all the time. In fact, I got a lot of compliments on my emblem quoting Nick from VO2. I actually had that as my emblem for a while before I ended up having some other types of emblems, like for my YouTube channel and stuff like that. For example, because back in the day you would make emblems advertising your YouTube channel. Oh boy, how things have changed. But yeah, it was just such a really well done trailer. You got the full experience of Left 4 Dead just one trailer, and you know exactly what you're getting to every single time you boot up the game and you see that trailer. It's such a good one. I will forever love this thing, and I will always enjoy booting up the game and seeing this thing every single time. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video, guys. In today's video, we're going to be doing another Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video. And this Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video, we're going to be doing the rankings of all the Left 4 Dead 2 arcade survivors. Now, you may be confused on what I mean by that. Well, let me explain, my friends. For those of you that may or may not know, there is a Japanese-specific port of Left 4 Dead 2 that has Japanese-specific themed survivors. And this is called Left 4 Dead 2 Survivors. That's the literal arcade game, and you can get these as cabinets in Japan, or if you want to, you can get the PC service where you can be able to stream it from your computer. But basically, the only difference between this and normal Left 4 Dead is essentially the survivors. The core gameplay fundamentally is the same, and there is some slightly different things if you play the cabinet versus the actual PC. But if you play the PC version, it's predominantly the exact same thing, but with just a Japanese style type of flavor to it. Now, the reason why that they have Japanese specific survivors is unknown to me. If you guys happen to know, if you've studied this yourself, you can always feel free to let me know, but I believe it's because of cultural differences. So for Left 4 Dead 2 in Japan, there is no Ellis, Coach, Nick, and Rochelle. Instead, we have their own specific Japanese interpretations of them, which I will be ranking in this exact video. If you guys end up enjoying this video and you guys want to see more Left 4 Dead ranking videos, by all means, please let me know by dropping a like and comment down below what you guys would like me to rank next. I read every single one of your guys' comments, and I definitely love seeing your guys' feedback. So if you got a particular video you want me to make, just let me know. But anyways, guys, let's end up ranking all the Japanese survivors in Left 4 Dead 2. Alrighty, guys, so coming in at our very first spot, or in this case, the least popular spot, this is going to be the interpretation of Coach, which is going to end up being Yusuke. Yusuke is a schoolgirl that is meant to be, I'm assuming, around the ages of anywhere from probably 16 to 18. So in reality, she's not necessarily the youngest she could be. At least she's older. But however, though, you got to keep in mind that Japanese culture is a lot more different than American culture, so typically having a younger protagonist is not too far-fetched for them. So yeah, I'm assuming that this girl is probably going to be at least a teenager. And the thing is, though, is that unfortunately the way that we're going to be ranking these is not going to be entirely fair because I don't speak Japanese. So anything related to storyline is going to be very difficult to rank, because I believe that even though these characters are reimaginations of said Left 4 Dead characters, it's not going to end up being, pretty much carbon copies. They are essentially, I guess you could say, alternate reality versions where they're inspired, but they're not blatant copies. So they still are their own characters. So to say that they're just basically like a female teenager coach is just kind of unfair. So the way I'm looking at it, and the way I'm ranking this predominantly for these videos, is that I'm going to be ranking them off of looks, which is going to be one factor. I'm going to be ranking them off of the way that they behave and their mannerisms, because that is an indicator of personality. So from gameplay I've seen, I'm going to be taking like a look at things such as the pitch in their voice, and the emphasis on the words that they say, because energy can convey the way you perceive things, or in this case, once again, personality. Those are the main things that I'm going to be deriving this from. So when it comes to Yusuke, I personally just do not like her as a interpretation of a character, and specifically also as Coach, because I already like Coach as a character, and to have him be replaced with Yusuke, or in this case, stereotypical anime teenager, girl, that's not really my cup of tea. I never really have been big on stereotypical teenager anime girl. I mean, it's never really been my thing for schoolgirls or anything of that type of sort. But I know that in Japan, it's obviously like one of the most stereotypical things, I guess you could say, that is known for a character or a protagonist. I love Japan. I love a lot of the stuff that they have in Japan, but I just don't understand the whole entire schoolgirl shtick. But that is just me. You guys may have a different opinion than I do. But the way that I look at Yusuke, she seems to have a lot of personality, and she seems to be very bubbly and happy. So that is one good thing that she has going for her. It shows that she's very positive and upbeat, or at least I am assuming she is, because I want to once again reiterate, I don't speak Japanese, I only speak sign language. The summary, I would say, for my ranking for Yusuke is that in terms of the type of character she is, like, if she was to like have like a ranking just based off of who she is as a person, I will say this, is that her being stereotypical schoolgirl really doesn't sound anything fun or cool or badass to play. It just seems like very silly, so I deduct points for that. But however, though, for her personality through her mannerisms and her voice, I would say that she's very bubbly and fun and upbeat, so that gives her a little bit of a higher ranking because of that, so they kind of cancel each other out. So I would say she's probably middle tier, but the thing is, though, is that out of all the 4 characters, I put her at the bottom, but you guys can let me know personally in the comments down below. Alrighty, coming in at our next spot, or in this case the number 3 spot, this is going to end up being Sarah. Now for Sarah, this is the reimagination of Rochelle, and the way that I look at Sarah is that she seems to be almost kind of like Rochelle's exact role in Left 4 Dead. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, she is once again a news reporter, but however, their take on it in Japan is more of that she's rather a journalist rather than a news outlet. So it's a slightly different take on Rochelle, but the core essence is still there, and in fact, I think that's the one that they honored the most about the original Left 4 Dead, is Rochelle's character about being basically a news person, or in this case a journalist. And I think that that is cool for Sarah. I don't necessarily agree with changing too much about her appearance. I wish the appearance of a lot of these characters looked more like their Left 4 Dead counterparts, but I understand they wanted to go for a completely different approach. Like, for example, I don't really like it how that Coach is literally a teenage schoolgirl, so I'm also probably not going to like it how that Rochelle is, for the most part, like, not looking like herself through the Sarah interpretation. But however, though, I will say this, that they did honor a lot of Rochelle's personality and her characteristics through Sarah by, like, the journalist and newscaster thing. But she looks completely different and has a different voice actor, so, I mean, it's going to be iffy about how close you say they relate. But yeah, in terms of her character personality, I would say that Sarah is, I guess you could say, more deadpan. Basically, she does a lot of battle chatter. I can almost tell, because the little piece of the text can only be so big. And it seems like that's just like reloading, cover me, stereotypical, battle chatter, mumbo jumbo. And there's nothing in there long enough that I have seen personally that says like, hey, I'm having an actual like in-depth conversation with you. So that unfortunately deducts a point. And look at that, she almost kind of has not like a personality, just like Rochelle. No, I'm just kidding. I know there's a lot of people that like Rochelle, and she's got better dialogue now. But that was the one thing that Rochelle suffered from, was lack of dialogue, and so that seems to be the case with Sarah. And you may be wondering, why the heck am I putting her up here above Yusuke? Well, the reason why I'm putting Sarah up above Yusuke is because, like I said, I don't speak Japanese, so there might be something that I have yet to see, and so I'm willing to believe that there is more to Sarah as a character. Plus, also as well, is that this is closer to honoring the Left 4 Dead survivors than Yusuke was. Yusuke is like complete 180, where it's like instead of ex-football coach player for a middle school / high school, we end up getting a teenager school anime girl. It's just completely different. So this is more close. So because they're trying to honor that, that's mostly why I'm ranking this up higher. And so that's why Sarah is the one coming in at our next spot. Now for number 2, we got Haruka, is I believe how you pronounce it. This is the Japanese interpretation of Nick. Now, Haruka, basically, he is essentially the exact same type of stereotypical, not necessarily like bad guy, but kind of like anti-hero vibe, a bad boy, if you will. I can just tell through his mannerisms and stuff like that he's not necessarily trying to be there to make friends. He has like this, kind of like monotone, smartass like voice tone, and I would try to replicate it, but it would probably sound awful, so you can just imagine it in your head. And he's got like this very, very, very stereotypical anime look to him. And he really is just your normal, average anime bad boy. And that kind of embodies a little bit of Nick, because I know some people think that about Nick in Left 4 Dead. Kind of like smartass, kind of like anti-hero bad guy, but still likable. And I can definitely see the parallel that people may draw. I just don't really care for that type of persona. However, though, I will say this is in terms of how cool the character is, in terms of the story, there's a lot of dialogue behind him and much more contribution with his personality, even though I don't exactly agree with it. So that is the main reason why I'm going to be ranking up higher, and that's why it's at our number 2 spot. I know it was kind of brief, but he was the character I struggled to find the most information on out of everybody, so that's why I'm just going to keep it brief. Alrighty guys, and now coming in at our number 1 spot, this is going to be the interpretation of Ellis, and this is going to end up being Blake. So Blake is going to end up being a character that, funnily enough, is actually not Japanese. Blake is actually American. I don't know why, but they for some reason decided to make one of the Left 4 Dead characters in the Japanese version a American character. I thought that was kind of interesting and a little bit fun, actually. So something I can more personally relate to. However, though, he still speaks Japanese, so it does throw you through a little bit of a loop trying to understand him. But the good news is, though, is that at least you can be able to relate to him more, because he's kind of got like more of a pop culture American style to him rather than a pop culture style Japanese type of look. So you can, I guess you could draw a parallel there if you are, from America compared to Japan, because he would feel more like you compared to, like, let's say someone that was from Japan. Not that it's a problem either way. So he's got like a red flannel shirt, blue jeans, and he kind of almost looks like Jensen Ackles / Dean from Supernatural to me. That's the kind of like main look that I would say that he ends up giving off. Like, in fact, even his facial model kind of looks like that. So I kind of found that cool because I really liked the show Supernatural, and I do like Jensen Ackles / Dean. So I really got a big kick out of that. In terms of personality traits, I would say that he's not exactly stereotypical flying, over the top, stereotypical redneck hillbilly like Ellis is, but he is a cool character. He is a happy medium, I would say, between Ellis and Nick, because he's got a much more badass and like cool guy type of personality, at least in comparison to Ellis. But however, though, he still is much more upbeat than Nick, or at least both him and his Japanese interpretation of Nick. So I would say that if you were to take both Nick and Ellis, he is like literally like in the middle of the road. He is a really cool character in my eyes. I like the way he looks, I like the way that he sounds, and if I were to judge him based off of his dialogue, or in this case rather his voice and his essence, I would like to put him at number 1, and that is just me in particular. There is, as far as I'm aware, no other way to be able to end up clarifying this unless I had a translator. And even if I did have a translator, trying to translate to English might not necessarily give me true dialogue of what they actually meant to say, so I don't want to rely on something that might be faulty, so I'm just going off of my sheer instinct on this. So I do apologize if the ranking is not the most clear and concise, but I did try to make personality a factor rather than just simply personally on looks, because I don't want to be like, oh yeah, the schoolgirl is number 1. So yeah, because that would be just like a stupid thing for me to do. Plus also, I don't want Chris Hansen to tell me to take a seat right there. So anyways, guys, that is going to be it here for today's video. I truly hope you guys end up enjoying it. If you did, please consider dropping a like, comment, subscribe, and all that beautiful stuff. If there's any particular ranking video that you would like to see in the future from me, just let me know via the comment section down below. And if you guys want to financially support the channel, I would definitely appreciate if you guys could go check out my Patreon. The link down below for it is in the description. And if you guys also want to, you can use supporter creator code BlackNinja797 in all caps in the Fortnite Epic Games item shops, because that is very much appreciated. And this video is sponsored by Epic Games because they are my very first sponsor. So shout out to you, Epic. Hey everybody, BlackNinja797 here, and welcome back to another video, guys. In today's video, we're going to be doing another Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video. And this Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video, we're going to be ranking all the loading screen artwork in Left 4 Dead. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, being like, John, come on, you've definitely run out of ideas. You're ranking loading screens right now. You're going to be ranking literal just stuff that is not even like a part of the gameplay. You're just ranking a loading screen. I mean, like, come on, dude. Well, my friends, even though I am not necessarily the best artist in the world, and one of my many talents comes from playing my dog's nipples like a banjo, I still do believe that this is a topic area that we should cover for the Left 4 Dead ranking series, because the artwork of Left 4 Dead is still a very critical part of the gameplay, because the artwork helps you get immersed. And artwork should not be overshadowed by normal art, because artwork from video games is not considered traditional art. Art in video games should be considered as art just like any other type of art that you see out there, because there are so many pieces of art that are completely subjective, or some people might think that's the most bogus thing ever, and yet it sells for like $250,000. It is just completely based off of your opinion, and that is why I think that it's time more now than ever to rank all the Left 4 Dead loading screens. So if you guys end up enjoying today's video, at the very end, I would definitely appreciate if you guys could show support by dropping a like, comment, and subscribe. If you guys want to see any particular ranking video in the future, just let me know via the comments. And also as well, in addition to that, if you guys have a favorite loading screen, or if you guys just want to compare and contrast, please also let me know what your favorite loading screens are down below in the comments as well. I really would like to see the differences. But yeah, guys, let's rank all the Left 4 Dead 2 loading screens, shall we? Alrighty, so coming in at our very first spot here, this is going to end up being Coldstream's loading screen. Now for Coldstream's loading screen is just underwhelming, and there really is no pizzazz or really anything to it. I mean, hell, this is the only Left 4 Dead loading screen without a cheesy movie quote on it. And in my opinion, that's what one of my favorite things is about all the Left 4 Dead loading screens, is their cheesy quotes, and there is none for Coldstream at all. I've looked and I've scoured, and there was not even like, I never even saw like a scrapped concept one. There is just no loading screen quote. So that kind of bums me out. I wish that that would have been there, because I don't know, maybe it would have put my opinion of it higher. But the lack of detail on it is just disappointing. There's not even the survivors on it either. The survivors are just absent from this loading screen. That's also another huge difference. It just shows the map. It is the most generic loading screen you could possibly have in all Left 4 Dead. And it doesn't match the other ones that we've had before in the past. We normally get a cheesy movie quote, and we also end up having the survivors on the front. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that it can't have that. It could have just had the map, you know, by itself, and it could have looked cool. But the artwork that they decide to show off here really doesn't, I feel, capture the essence of Coldstream. it just shows almost kind of like as if it was like an instruction manual. It just shows what you need to see to know what you're playing on, and that's it. Now, I'm not saying it has to have some like really cool badass quote or anything. Once again, I don't think it necessarily needs to have like, the river runs cold with their blood or anything like crazy or over the top like that. But it would help though to have the consistency, in my humble opinion. Alrighty, coming in at our next spot, this is going to end up being Swamp Fever. Now, for Swamp Fever, I'm mostly putting it here due to color scheme. Now, keep in mind, not only is it going to be opinion-based, but however, though, sometimes it's also going to depend on your hardware, because some people might see this on the Xbox 360 with AV, because keep in mind, the original Xbox 360 had AV cables, because, some versions weren't just entirely HDMI, so you could see this in the worst possible quality and not know any better about how good it could look if you, for example, were to play on the PC with a nice monitor. So, because of that, I'm just imagining this back on my 360, and maybe even slightly worse, because even though I had a 360, I used HDMI at least. I'm trying to imagine this at the worst quality possible, and I just don't think it looks good regardless if it's on the 360 or not. And I'm not trying to poo-poo on 360, I'm just saying is that naturally it's weaker hardware compared to a PC. So I'm just saying is that the pixel differences and the colors and the amount of pizzazz is just kind of lost the farther you go back. And even on PC, in my humble opinion, the colors make it look washed out and grainy and gritty and almost kind of just ugly to look at. I don't really like looking at the Coldstream loading screen, and probably what I'll do is that while the map is loading, I won't really savor the artwork. I'll probably just be on my phone or something. So that is my humble opinion, but you guys can let me know how you feel about it in the comments down below. Alright, next is going to end up being Hard Rain. Now, Hard Rain, in my humble opinion, even though it's the exact same thing, technically, with what I'm about to say with Swamp Fever, where it kind of looks grainy and washed out and gray and dull, at least for Hard Rain, it makes sense because that's the theme of the map. The map is supposed to take place during bad weather. You can see through the artwork that this poster is meant to almost kind of like be taking place outside during Hard Rain's bad weather. It's rainy, it's wet. It's supposed to replicate and almost kind of do, I guess you could say, like a parallel, where it's like, hey, the loading screen also takes place in the map you're about to play on. And this is going to be an example of some of the graphics that you will see. That makes sense to me, and then therefore I think that it gets a point up because it at least makes sense, whereas Swamp Fever is just gray for the sake of being gray. Art, in my opinion, looks the best when it's got a little bit of a pizzazz to it, like something that separates it from the others, a set of colors that can really attract the eye, and just something that is memorable. No one looks at a loading screen and just goes, "Oh my god, a pixel!" You understand where I'm coming from here? Alright, now for our next spot, we've got The Last Stand. Now, it sucks because The Last Stand now has something that is quite low on a list, and The Last Stand does really well for itself normally. But the loading screen, dude, is so basic. It is the basic white girl of loading screens. It has really nothing special about it. Now, yes, I understand that this is based off of the one from back in the day on Left 4 Dead 1 for the special survival map. It's supposed to be a remake, I get it. But they couldn't have, like, maybe changed it up just a little bit, maybe add in a little bit more detail, maybe add in some more stuff into the background of the loading screen, maybe add a slightly different quote to the loading screen, one that would be better in my opinion than the one that it just doesn't end well. The quote feels like a fourth wall break of a guy giving the review of a poor movie that he just watched. Alright, now we have got Blood Harvest, and Blood Harvest, I will say one good thing about you, is that I like your loading screen. It's not the best, it definitely is not the best, and it doesn't have to end up being the absolute best to be a good loading screen, because it is all about opinion at the end of the day. However, though, you do have a decent loading screen going for yourself, so I'm going to give a round of applause to Blood Harvest, because this map I bully so much on the channel. So what do I like about Blood Harvest's loading screen? So Blood Harvest, the loading screen for it actually feels like a good piece of artwork in my opinion. It's not grainy, it's not washed out. I can see someone easily putting this up as a piece of artwork on their wall, or maybe as a poster that they take home from the theater. This looks like a generic movie theater poster that you would see at the cinema. And it looks very well made. It's colorful, it's eye-catching, and I can see someone being very proud of owning this as a piece of artwork. and not being like, oh yeah, well, this is a guilty pleasure of mine, you don't have to like it if you don't want to. Because the other previous loading screens, like if someone had like a Swamp Fever or a Hard Rain poster hanging up on their wall, I might think that there's some emo person listening to Linkin Park all day. As the Blood Harvest one though, that one seems like something that someone would genuinely consider as a fine piece of art and would be proud to hang up and be able to show off to, you know, someone in their house. So I will give you this, Blood Harvest, that I give you props on your loading screen because it's a nice piece of art, and I think that's very, very well made. Now for our next spot, we have got Dead Center. Now, out of all the Left 4 Dead 2 loading screens, you may be quite fond of this one because this is for the most part what a lot of people see when they first load up Left 4 Dead, because Dead Center is the very first map chronologically in the list. Now, even though a lot of people might feel nostalgia for this, and I do myself, I just don't think it looks good. Out of all the Left 4 Dead 2 crew loading screens, in my humble opinion, I feel like that this is still one of the worst. It's not terrible. I mean, Swamp Fever and Hard Rains is worse, but Dead Center's really isn't that pretty either. It still has, ironically, the grainy, washed out part texture to it. I don't know why, but no matter whether or not I'm playing on my 360 or my PC, I just get this, like, washed out, grainy vibe. And I can tell because when I look at it, I don't necessarily see it go away no matter what I'm playing on. I just genuinely look at it. It's just like, yeah, this doesn't seem to look very nice. It just seems bland. It really is bland. There's no pizzazz, and the only thing really going for it is nostalgia. And in my humble opinion, nostalgia is not really enough to end up saying, yeah, this is one of the top tier loading screens. So I am just going to just put it here because it only is just okay. Not bad, but just okay. Crash Course! Wow, good for you, Crash Course. You actually made it at the middle tier part of the list and not the complete bottom. Good for you. So, Crash Course, what do I like about you? What have you done good for a change? Well, your loading screen does look quite pretty. It has very nice colors, very nice saturation, and it overall just fits the absolute vibe of a stereotypical loading screen and movie poster, in my opinion, because the one kind of like inside joke about Left 4 Dead and the parallel they always try to draw with this game is that this is basically like a movie. Hell, if you remember in the Left 4 Dead 2 trailer, it says coming soon as if it's like a actual movie trailer. So the loading screens I am looking at from the aspect of whether or not that I would consider this to be artwork for a movie. And it does fit that vibe. The quote, the actual like style of the art, I can tell where we're going and what the vibe is surrounding the map, and I know that we're going to be going on an adventure. Now, the map doesn't really translate this at all, but the loading screen at least does kind of give you this fun idea of what could come. So that is why with Crash Course, I am putting it here up on the list. Good job, Crash Course. You got a little bit of a jump there in comparison to what you normally get. I wish you the best of luck in the future rankings. Now we are on to Dead Air. Dead Air's loading screen looks very pretty. It fits the vibe of the map. It explains where you're going. It explains it very clearly. I like the quotes. I like the pixels and the colors and all that beautiful stuff. Dead Air, good for you. You got pretty high on the list here, my friend. Now we've got Death Toll. Fun fact, Death Toll has my favorite quotes for all the Left 4 Dead loading screens. I can most certainly see a cheesy announcer being like, "Hell came to Earth, and these four are gonna send it back. Cue the epic music." I can absolutely see that in my head, without a doubt. So, Death Toll, best quote in the game. It has very, very good artwork. I even love the attention to detail, where they have the T going as a actual toll machine in the loading screen itself. That's a cheeky little Easter egg, and I like that attention to detail. It makes it feel more unique and more special because it almost feels like it's animated even though it's a still image. So Death Toll, very creative in a lot of aspects, and I feel like it's one of the most unique. It definitely shows a lot of things right, and therefore is much deserving of being higher up on the list. Now we have got Dark Carnival. You may be surprised that I didn't actually put Dark Carnival at like the number 1 or 2 spot because you guys know how much I love that map. But no, I don't exactly care for Dark Carnival's loading screen in comparison to the other remaining ones. And however though, even though I do not necessarily prefer this over the other remaining loading screens that are going to be coming up here, it's still a really damn good loading screen. It's a really, really well done loading screen. And it does change the type of loading screen we get because normally with Left 4 Dead loading screens, it is vertical, where this is the only one that we ever have that is a horizontal loading screen. So if you were to get this such as a poster on Valve's website, you would get a horizontal frame. And that's cool. I like how it's the only horizontal photo. They do that because they want to, I guess, try something new. But it does at least make it feel unique in that regard. I like the cheesy little quotes. I like the artwork of the carnival behind them. I like how that you can see the clown coming at them. It shows a lot and a lot and a lot of attention to detail. Very, very beautiful. I like it a lot. Shout out to Dark Carnival for being not only a great map, but having a pretty solid loading screen. Now we have got No Mercy. This is a classic loading screen. It's very bare bones in comparison to the other loading screens, but that's because this is the first loading screen you will ever see in Left 4 Dead, and it doesn't need to be over the top to be able to get the point across. It's just simple and straightforward. You see the 4 survivors from the Left 4 Dead 1 crew. You see Francis, Bill, Lewis, and Zoe, all in their generic badass zombie killing poses, ready to kick some butt. You got the classic good old quote from No Mercy underneath, with the background showing where they're trying to get to, with No Mercy Hospital lying in the background, and you know exactly what you're in for. You know you're going to have a good time, and this is something that I would love to have on my wall. Alright guys, now we have got the passing. The passing has a really well done loading screen. And in fact, I think out of everything that the passing has done, one of the best things it has done is the loading screen. Because normally with the passing, it's like middle tier of the road for a lot of things, but top 3 is really well done. I give once again another round of applause out there, but this time I'm going to be giving it to the passing. The passing has a very, very well done loading screen. And I love the difference that this has in comparison to all the other loading screens. The uniqueness is really prominent. And it's because this map can't exactly be replicated ever again, because it was a one-time deal for a premise that only ever happened for one specific reason, and that was to bring back all the Left 4 Dead 1 characters. So this map, we end up getting Left 4 Dead 1 and Left 4 Dead 2 characters combined for one epic showdown against some zombies, and so we get to see the returning faces of Zoe, Lewis, and Francis, and technically the dead version of Bill. And you can even see all the character silhouettes behind the Left 4 Dead 2 crew in the background, which is a nice touch. I like how that the loading screen has this pink and purple color palette. It really does end up making the map feel a lot more retro, it feels, because the color palette makes it feel like it's like a poster that would belong in some like old school bar saloon area with the pool table and the guy drinking at the bar. Very, very, very unique in that regard, and I like the passing as a map, and the loading screen makes it a lot better. Alrighty guys, we have got 2 loading screens left. At our number 2 spot, we have got the Parish. Now for the Parish, this map loading screen is extremely well done because it conveys one thing, and that is the end of the Left 4 Dead 2 crew's story. Now we're not counting Coldstream because of the fact that Coldstream is non-canon, plus also it has the worst loading screen out of all the loading screens because there is nothing really going for it. And the Parish, however, though, has a lot of stuff going for it. You know that this is going to be a grand finale. The Parish is the last time we ever see the Left 4 Dead 2 crew. You know that based off the quote that they choose, the background that they decide to use, everything was picked in a certain way just so you knew exactly what you were getting into. You know from the moment you read that quote and to where you see where our characters are after their giant journey, you know that shit is about to get real. We know that this is the big final hoorah for our survivors, and we know what is going to be coming for them. But however, though, the cool news about it too is that this is just the loading screen. This isn't the gameplay. This is just the loading screen alone. The loading screen tells a story before you even start the map, and that is when you end up having the best pieces of artwork possible. Artwork is either hit or miss. You can either have bad artwork, you can have boring artwork, you can have good artwork. There's sometimes really, really good artwork and sometimes really, really bad for a variety of different reasons. But when it works, it most certainly works, and the Parish does just that. Now guys, coming in at our number 1 spot, this is the Sacrifice. The Sacrifice has the best loading screen in the entire game. The sacrifice is so beautiful, so awesome of a loading screen, and I would love to end up owning this one day as a piece of art in my room, because the sacrifice is so powerful just off of the fact that it's a loading screen that tells a story alone. You know, just like the passing, just like the parish, that there is a story that they are trying to tell, and it is very ominous and very eerie, and you know that at the end of the day, someone is gonna die. And if you never played the map before, you don't know who, which is a added bonus. It doesn't spoil anything for you. And this map is available on Left 4 Dead 1 and Left 4 Dead 2, which is really cool. And even on both games, it looks nice. I don't think that the 360 version looks really that bad in comparison to the PC one. I think they both look really nice. But the PC, though, however, does look much nicer in comparison to the 360. So that is also a added bonus. And I just think that this quote, "It's your funeral," is one of the most eerie, badass, and just super memorable quotes. It's not quite my favorite, but it is really high up there. It's gotta be like number 2 or 3. But dude, if the loading screen can do that, it definitely shows you why that the sacrifice is one of my personal favorites, and a lot of others too's favorite maps of all time. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video, guys. In today's video, we're going to be doing another Left 4 Dead ranking video, and this Left 4 Dead ranking video, we're not going to be ranking Left 4 Dead content here today, funnily enough. We are going to be ranking all the Left 4 Dead competitors / ripoffs. This is going to be a really interesting video. We're going to be talking about a variety of different games that have tried to overthrow Left 4 Dead before in the past, but have failed for one reason or another. And it's going to be fun to rank them and be able to see which one did the best and which one got the closest overall. So yeah, we've got 5 main competitors here today. I specifically picked these 5 because even though there could be theoretically endless copycats, I wanted to narrow it down to these couple of things. Number 1 is that these games are either blatant copies, whether it's like implying that it's a copy in its marketing or just the description of the game. It's extremely similar fundamental-wise via the gameplay and the mechanics, and even to a certain degree the story elements, like the types of things that they're trying to do. Or people just before have compared it in the past to a Left 4 Dead copycat, and that's how we're going to be classifying in this video. So that's why I got just these main 5. But we're going to be ranking them, in my opinion, from the worst to the best. You guys can let me know in the comment section down below what you think. But yeah, guys, let's rank all the Left 4 Dead copycats or ripoffs. Alrighty guys, so coming in at our number 1 spot, or in this case technically number 5, is going to end up being the Left 4 Dead Roblox parodies. Now, I put these on the list because these are literal ripoffs of Left 4 Dead, and I mean that in the most honest way possible. I'm not even saying that to be ironic, it's literally just ripoffs. It's these small little indie games by kids that are meant to basically plagiarize Left 4 Dead. If you wanted Left 4 Dead but with more screaming children, this is your go-to. So yeah, this is going to end up being the very first spot. If you guys ever want to end up seeing any fundamental gameplay or core aspects of this, you can always end up checking out my video on it. I did make a video about this just recently, a couple months ago, so you guys can check that out. But yeah, Roblox, it's always been a parody game. It's always been a joke game. Its main core essence is just ripping off other games. And a lot of kids like that. It's one of the most popular children's games you can ever see because it's basically a glorified sandbox of 100% every game you can think of, even though they are very poorly made, but they're just for fun and they're not meant to be taken seriously. So yeah, I'm pretty sure there is some little kids that are like, I want to play Left 4 Dead, but my mommy won't let me, so they play Roblox, and then there you go. So yeah, that's going to be coming in with our very first spot. So yeah, Left 4 Dead Roblox. Funnily enough, it's enough to be considered a copycat. Alrighty, now coming in at the next spot, this is going to end up being, oh god, help us all. This is probably going to give you guys PTSD. If you do not know what I am referring to when I'm talking about Evolve, oh boy, this is a long one. Let me explain. Essentially, Evolve was meant to be the original spiritual successor to Left 4 Dead back in the day. And this game flopped extremely hard, and the main reason why was the absolutely disgusting and egregious microtransactions that took place in the game. The microtransactions in this game were absolutely just downright offensive on how much that they wanted to milk your pockets. They charge for every little single thing that was in the game, and you never were able to end up getting the full experience because you just didn't have enough money to be able to play it. It was essentially a incomplete game always. Not even at launch, but I mean just like always. Because unless you are really rich and you have the ability to pay for this absurdly expensive game in its entirety, you'll never have the full game. And that's one of the things that sucks about any of the games that were from roughly about like 2012 to 2019. It was mostly especially bad from 2013 to 17, those 5 years roughly, where just supply drops were still at the forefront of video games, and they still are to a certain degree in some games such as Apex Legends and Splitgate. But however, though, they're a lot more calmer now. And the thing is, with Evolve in particular, is that this was one of the games that was at its absolute worst. It's not like on Battlefront 2 levels of egregious, but it's close. It's not enough to be illegal, but you could get to the point where it's like, yeah, this is just downright offensive. And if this would have came at a different time, I can definitely see people getting fed up and festered enough that they would consider this the Battlefront 2 incident type of game. So yeah, Evolve, it really was nothing other than just basically a glorified slot machine playing off of nostalgia. I never played this game. I will probably never play this game. And I really just do hope that eventually one day that just game developers, period, not necessarily any particular one, but I do hope that just all game developers just understands that you can only end up going so far trying to end up being all about the money. So never end up trying to do this again, for the love of God, please, devs. And let's just move on with our lives and end up just playing video games to play video games. Now we have got Earthfall coming in at our number 3 spot. And Earthfall is the game that I was the least familiar with out of all these games, but it's the most similar to Left 4 Dead thus far. Earthfall is a cooperative 4-character survival horror shooter, but the main difference between this and Left 4 Dead is that instead of zombies, you've got aliens. And with the aliens in this game, it goes everywhere in terms of the storyline, even up to the guns, because you can find some alien-specific guns in this game. But there's a lot of Left 4 Dead elements, such as the fact that there's 4 survivors in a horror shooter setting with horde summoning events, and the ability to end up having special monsters that have special unique abilities to them in particular. This game really didn't do that hot. It did quite poor, actually. It's okay. And it is, you know, a decent shooter. It's not like it's the Roblox shooter. Although I will say is that Evolve was only just barely better because of the fact that it was graphically and functionally better. But if it was any, like, less graphically appealing and functional, it would have been honestly lower than Roblox. But Earthfall, I will give it this, is that it does function well. You can tell it's a really solid game meant for the next generation of consoles. But that's really all it has going for it. And other than that, it's just a generic Left 4 Dead ripoff that has really no staple or really quality thing about it that makes it stand out. The next 2 are at least a little bit better than these previous 3, but unfortunately the thing is, though, is there will just be nothing that's like Left 4 Dead. Alrighty guys, now coming in our second to last spot, this is going to end up being World War Z. Now, World War Z, you may be the most familiar with its movie that came out in the year 2013, but there also was a video game, and the video game was pretty solid, and it felt a lot like, once again, the mechanics that were in Left 4 Dead, with a 4-person shooter horror survival game that had chapter-based campaign missions that combined into one big story with special infected, cool guns, unique characters, and stuff like that. And this game I did play for a decent amount of time. This one game in particular, I did play the whole entire way through. And there was even some DLC expansions for it, and I know that my brother really loves this game. My younger brother Nate, he really likes World War Z, and he still plays it to this very day, although he ends up playing only certain select modes, and he just thinks it's really cool. I personally prefer the Left 4 Dead franchise, but that is just me. I can respect the fact that he does still like that game, and I'm glad for him that he does like that game. It means that it must have some longevity to him. But when it comes to the fundamental core aspect of it, it just doesn't end up hitting the mark for me. It is like Left 4 Dead in the consciousness, like the idea of it, but the shell is really showing when it comes to this. It feels hollow, it feels empty, it doesn't have the soul or the life that Left 4 Dead had. If it had more, I guess you could say, personality, because that's really what it felt like it was lacking, it probably could have done more successful, but unfortunately, it doesn't really do well for itself other than just being a movie-based video game. And that's okay. There's been a lot of games like that. I know a lot of video games are just based off of movies and like TV shows and just are meant just for funsies and kind of are like just one-offs. But if that's all it has going for it, it makes it where it has no replay value to me. So all I really can see is that you might want to play it if it's just on the Game Pass or if it's free with Epic. But that's really all it's got at the end of the day. Alrighty guys, now coming in at the #1 spot, you already knew what this is going to end up being. This is going to end up being Michael Jackson's Moonwalker, the ultimate game of the year, and in my eyes is the best Left 4 Dead ripoff that we have seen thus far. No, I'm just kidding guys, it's of course going to end up being Back 4 Blood. Even though the full game is yet to be released, the beta was pretty solid, and it really does show that it's very, very similar to Left 4 Dead. Of course, with some exceptions, such as the card system being in the game. Some of the special infected and the survivors are different, and they all also have different abilities, because even the survivors have abilities in Back 4 Blood. We've got even some funky things such as attachments, being able to aim down sights, a whole bunch of different stuff, but the core gameplay is really identical to Left 4 Dead. This is the most identical Left 4 Dead spiritual successor, if you will, that we will probably ever have, because it's being made by Turtle Rock, who was the original developers of Left 4 Dead. Now, the Left 4 Dead may not ever end up having a third installment, so that's why I really do think that Back 4 Blood is probably going to be the closest thing we'll ever get to a successor. It's just because Valve is awfully quiet about their games and really only makes them once in a blue moon. So my wish is this: I do really hope that Back 4 Blood ends up honoring what it set out to do, which is being the official spiritual successor to Left 4 Dead. That is at least until hopefully one day a true Left 4 Dead 3 will come out. But since Turtle Rock was the ones that originally made Left 4 Dead in the first place, I have my hopes. But yeah, I'm going to be basically saying this in conclusion. When it comes to Back 4 Blood, it looks very promising, but Turtle Rock, I swear to God, if you make it anything that has to do with anything related to Evolve, I am going to end up slapping you in the face. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video, guys. In today's Left 4 Dead 2 video, we're once again going to be doing another Left 4 Dead ranking video. And for this Left 4 Dead ranking video, we're going to be ranking all the Left 4 Dead 2 DLC content drops. What do I mean by this? Basically, I'm ranking all the times that Left 4 Dead got a DLC that added in DLC content, such as brand new maps or brand new weapons. We're not going to be ranking individual updates, because individual updates would be very hard to rank, because a lot of the updates in Left 4 Dead usually are glitch fixes or ending up being something along those lines. So they're not really worth noting, even though they do happen to be good for the game. But I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys would be bored really fast if I just started ranking patch notes based off of glitch fixes. So we're going to be skipping those and just doing the general content drops. Or in this way, what we're going to be doing for this video is we're going to be ranking all the times that there was the DLC maps and the weapons and any significant update that is worth remembering. So if you guys end up enjoying today's video and you guys want to see more Left 4 Dead ranking videos in the future, please, as always, show your guys' support by dropping a like, comment, subscribe, and all that beautiful stuff. And if there's any particular ranking video you would like to see in the future, just let me know via the comment section down below. But anyways, guys, let's get on with the Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video. Alrighty guys, so coming in at our very first spots, this is going to be the Left 4 Dead 2 Passing DLC content drop. This is the DLC that ended up adding in the Passing map, and alongside with the Passing map, we ended up getting the M60 LMG for the very first time, the Golf Club melee weapon, and the introduction of the Fallen Survivor. We also ended up getting the new jukebox song, Save Me Some Sugar, which was the new Midnight Riders theme song. We also got the Bride Witch model. We got 10 brand new achievements that you can end up getting within the game, which some of them are but are not limited to. Torchbearer, which is just surviving the campaign in general. Mutation Overload, which is playing 6 different mutation game modes. And then Wedding Crasher, which is as the charger, you grab a survivor and crash them through 8 of the wedding chairs. These updates in Left 4 Dead can end up being good or bad, but I would say that the Passing update was pretty good. It's definitely not the best out of the ones that I'm going to be specifically listing, because like I said, I could have been just ranking all the patches in general, which could have been anywhere from big content drops like this to just simple bug fixes. So even though the passing is not the best DLC drop in the world, it's still one of the better patches in general. So it has a lot of stuff going for it, and I would say overall it is quite good. You know, the fact that we end up getting one new melee weapon, one new brand new gun, we get the new special zombie type, we get the brand new map itself, which is a huge bonus, and you also even get things like the Sacrifice comics releasing around this time, which drawed a parallel between Left 4 Dead 1 and 2, explaining basically what happened with the Left 4 Dead 1 crew and why they are now inside the passing DLC. So there was quite a lot of things that they add in here. I really think that this update was pretty solid. They also ended up adding in mutations with this update. They just added in all the brand new mutations modes that you can think of. Well, at least some of them. They didn't add in all of them. This was the very first introduction of them. So at the time, mutations was a brand new concept, and it was really fun because you never got to see these game modes up until this point. In fact, fun fact, if you don't have this DLC on the Xbox, you still can't play the mutations. So there is a reason to get this DLC if you want to play it on Xbox, because it allows you to get the mutations mode, because the mutations is only linked behind this. You can't get it any other way. You can't like buy it separately. The DLC unfortunately never did go free on Xbox even after all these years. You still have to pay for it, and it was only free to the PC, which does suck, and that is one downgrade for the fact that it's going to be going down as a kind of a little bit of an unfair situation between PC versus Xbox. But however though, nonetheless, I am still glad this was introduced, and it was still a good update. It was just a different time, and that's why they charge money. They also even did things such as adding in new Xbox 360 avatar awards. I don't know if you guys remember these, but on the Xbox 360, when you made your avatar, you could have like little icons, or you could end up having like little trinkets that you would end up having next to your character that would signify what games you're interested in, and Left 4 Dead had some of these. So one of the things that they added into the game was that they made so that way you could get the Left 4 Dead 2 baseball hat, and you could also get Noam Chomsky. You could just hold a digital Noam Chomsky with your Xbox avatar, which I thought was really cool, and I have used this before. You even, as well, could get a whole bunch of other things back on the Xbox 360, such as custom profile pictures that were linked to games and stuff like that. So the Xbox 360 had a lot of customization going for it in comparison to the PC. It's just unfortunately that they had to pay for it. So that is the main trade-off, I guess you could say, and you can choose whether or not you like that or not. But overall, I'd say the passing DLC, for the time that it did come out, which was all the way back in, what was it, like 2010, I'm pretty sure, I think it was a pretty good update. And it definitely is still worth getting if you like the Left 4 Dead series. Alrighty guys, so next is going to end up being the Sacrifice DLC update. The Sacrifice ended up releasing on both the original Left 4 Dead and Left 4 Dead 2, so this was a final hurrah for Left 4 Dead 1, as much as it was just another content drop for Left 4 Dead 2. The Sacrifice is a 3-chapter map that ends up being able to conclude the Left 4 Dead 1 crew's story. It's got the canon death of Bill and basically wraps things up. It also does allow you to once again be able to connect this to the passing map, so now they are connected and then they are linked. Now, keep in mind is that the Sacrifice map actually ended up coming out after the passing, so canonically, it does end up having a little bit of different reveal to you in terms of the story, versus rather just doing it in like just flat out original order, because technically it would make more sense to play this map before the passing. But however though, they just decided to release this after the fact. And when it comes to this DLC update as well, they ended up releasing a pretty decent amount of other content as well alongside just the map itself. So let's talk about those. So in addition to the map itself, they of course add in some specific achievements such as Supreme Sacrifice, which is completing the campaign in general, Kill Bill, which is have Bill sacrifice himself for the team, Barrel Roll, which is kill a special infected with an exploding barrel. But Left 4 Dead 1 also got its own specific achievements that were different than Left 4 Dead 2's, which can be, some but are not limited to, Stomach Upset, which is all survivors complete a campaign without being vomited on, Safety First, play an entire campaign with no survivors taking any friendly fire damage, and Akimbo Assassin, which is completing a campaign only with pistols. So that was pretty cool. They also, which was a big deal at the time, added in a different port or a Left 4 Dead 2 style version of Left 4 Dead 1's No Mercy campaign. Because at the time, Left 4 Dead 2 only had its own unique maps, other than technically the Sacrifice. And when the Sacrifice came out alongside that, they ended up adding in a No Mercy port. which allowed the Left 4 Dead 1 crew to come back in their entirety, and it allowed them to be able to end up being played with all the Left 4 Dead 2 guns, all the Left 4 Dead 2 special infected for the very first time, which was really cool. So the Left 4 Dead 1 maps were not all added in a combo. The No Mercy map at the time was just by itself alongside the Sacrifice. So you got 2 maps initially when Left 4 Dead was still not fully fundamentally done yet, but it was still cool to be able to get this, because for the very first time you could play No Mercy again ever since Left 4 Dead 1, because Left 4 Dead 1 came out in 2008, and then just a year later Left 4 Dead 2 came out. So it made more sense to play Left 4 Dead 2, so after 3 years, you know, you can finally play all the Left 4 Dead 1 maps again, or at least some of them. I will get back to how you can play the other ones later on in the video. The DLC, unfortunately, did once again cost money, so that was a little bit of a drawback, but it was still cool to be able to end up having this map regardless, because it allowed us to be able to kind of get, like, closure on what exactly happened. You also, as well, end up getting new items, such as the explosive barrel being added in, and you also, as well, got in more mutations, such as Tank Mode, which is one of my favorites, Hunting Party, which is I think the hunter-only game mode, Lone Gunman, Bleed Out Versus, and Healing Gnome, which was really, really cool. You got also new dialogue for Bill about the special infected from Left 4 Dead 2, and you also got the CETA Worker infected and the Worker infected in the No Mercy campaign, which was really interesting. They were starting to combine the Left 4 Dead 1 stuff with the Left 4 Dead 2 stuff. And then the Left 4 Dead 1 version of the Sacrifice, they end up adding in the Left 4 Dead 2 heavy machine gun, or the mounted LMG, on the port finale. So they were trying to start, as you can see, once again, blending in Left 4 Dead 1 with 2, so that way they were kind of like the exact same game, rather than being 2 separate entities, which was nice. So overall, with the fact that they added in 2 new maps, well, technically 1 map, which was also a Left 4 Dead 1 map, and then another just flat-out Left 4 Dead 1 map. Then they also ended up adding in the new gun, the mounted LMG, which was also from Left 4 Dead 2, and then they also added in their own specific achievements, and they also added in the 5 mutations modes. I would say overall this update was better than the passing, because it brought back some old fan content, but it was kind of a little bit of a bummer that they ended up adding in only technically ported over stuff. That's the one drawback behind it. But the Sacrifice coming out at the same time as the Left 4 Dead 1 version did kind of made it feel like it was its own Left 4 Dead 2 map, because they released at the exact same time. So depending on which version of Left 4 Dead you were playing, 1 or 2, it could have felt like it was new to either game. So that was fun. So I'd say it's better than the passing DLC, but it could have been slightly better if they would have maybe like added in just a few more things, which later on happens to the other DLCs. Alrighty guys, so now we have got the Coldstream DLC drop. The Coldstream update allowed us to be able to play the Coldstream map, which was a ported over modded map, which was really cool for the time, because this modded map was something that we'd never seen before. It was technically a beta, just testing map by a content creator on the PC version of the game, and Valve was like, you know what? This map is cool. Let's make it official. And so they took Coldstream, a beta tested map by a normal just dude just playing the game, making his own content, and they're making it official. This was before the Last Stand update, so this was the very first time we ever saw this, and it was really fun. The idea of adding in a fan-made piece of content into your game, it was a really cool concept at the time, and very rarely happened, at least in my experience. And even though it's not canon, and it's just for funsies, I'm just glad that they did this, because it shows that they really care about their community. And with this DLC, they also added in a couple of other things. Most notably, they added in every other Left 4 Dead 1 map. They added in Death Toll, Dead Air, Blood Harvest, and of course, Crash Course, which was the remaining Left 4 Dead 1 maps that have yet to be within the game. So this allowed us to, at the time, have every single Left 4 Dead map in one game. There was really no worries about playing Left 4 Dead 1 anymore at this point, because all that content got ported over. Also as well, you could now play every mutation anytime you wanted. They added in every single one and basically made it completely ease of access, so that was 2 huge gains. Also, as well, they added in one brand new achievement as far as I'm aware, which was just being the campaign. There was no 360 specific achievements. So even though that was all they ended up adding, it was huge, because it basically allowed you to be able to get all the other pieces of content in the Left 4 Dead series. You got all the other remaining maps, you also got all the other mutations, and as well, you got just a brand new fun map. Coldstream is one of my personal favorites. I love that map. I know some people really don't like it at all, but for me, my personal favorite type of map is something that's open, sunny, fun, and kind of naturey. I love the water theme. Water's relaxing and soothing to me, so playing in like a cold stream made a lot of sense to me, and it made a lot of fun for me. So even though some people might not like the map, I think that overall the DLC is fine, and I think that the content that it came with was great. Yes, it does seem contradictory to end up saying that, oh, well, I like this update because it added in all the Left 4 Dead 1 stuff, but just a moment ago I said in the Sacrifice update that I was complaining that it was only just the Left 4 Dead 1 stuff. Yes, you can end up pointing that out, and you are right, it does seem a little bit hypocritical. However, though, I think that this update is the exception to the rule because it added in a lot more than just 1 or 2 things from Left 4 Dead. If you were like, let's say, to end up getting this DLC rather than the Sacrifice DLC, you're getting more of a gain here because I like, honestly, Coldstream personally better. I rank the Sacrifice higher in my previous rankings because I keep the community's opinion in mind, but my just personal favorite maps are different than that, and one of them is Coldstream. I would say it's like one of my top 3. I just enjoy the map. So it's one of my personal favorite maps. You get access to more Left 4 Dead 1 maps than you would in the Sacrifice. Instead of getting the Sacrifice and No Mercy, you get just all the other remaining Left 4 Dead maps. So you get more bang for your buck. And getting all the mutations modes, that's a lot better in my eyes than just getting a couple things here and there from Left 4 Dead 1. You're basically getting the game's diffused at this point. So far, we've gone over the Passing DLC, the Sacrifice DLC, and the Coldstream DLC, and now we've got one more left. Alrighty guys, coming in at our number 1 spot, this is of course going to end up being the Last Stand update. The Last Stand update was huge, and it did so many good things for the community. Most notably, it kind of brought it back from the dead. Because even though, yes, Left 4 Dead is a still really popular game and is consistently played a lot on Steam, it did bring back a lot more people with this update than it would have otherwise not being in the game. Because the Last Stand update was the first update to Left 4 Dead ever since Coldstream, which before this came out was 8 years ago. That was a long time, almost a decade. And it was really fun, for me particularly, because this update brought so much good fortune to me. But however though, excluding my own personal gains, let's just talk about the DLC here for a second. So this is based off of a Left 4 Dead 1 survival map, so it makes that way you can end up having kind of like content that was enhanced. You got to have some sense of familiarity, but also a sense of newness, because the Last Stand update basically made the content expand in terms of what it was known for, and also just add in just a whole bunch of cool fun secrets and stuff that you could explore and check out. There was a whole bunch of new Easter eggs that they add in. There was even some new content just altogether. They added in things such as the Golden Crowbar melee weapon. They added 30 new achievements, so that way you could grind and be able to end up having a challenge for yourself in case you wanted to end up playing the game and have it last. You could also, as well, in addition to that, be able to end up seeing all the Left 4 Dead crew's scrapped voice lines. This is huge because it's very big for the story and also for the canon of the story, because all of it is canon. These are old voice lines. They're not redone, and they're not mishmashed from fans. They are completely original, and it allows us to be able to figure out more about our characters, so we get more storyline info for the first time in 8 years, which is also huge. We got several brand new survival maps, and survival for me is my second favorite game mode, so that was big for me because it allowed me to be able to do some more other stuff. We also ended up getting 2 other melee weapons that were separate from the Golden Crowbar. We ended up getting the Pitchfork, and we also ended up getting the Shovel. Also, as well, we ended up getting a brand new game mode, just flat out altogether. We got a combo of Versus and Survival with Versus Survival. Now, even though this game mode is unpopular and it's not nearly as played as much as it was back when the game mode was first revealed, I still like it because it combines 2 of my personal favorite game modes, and occasionally I still like to hop in there. You also, of course, have the Last Stand update for the map itself, and the map, even though it is only 2 chapters, I think it's very fun and is very unique. It adds in a lot of familiar stuff, and it feels really good despite just being a very short campaign. It's the only other campaign other than Crash Course that's 2 chapters. And I was worried about hearing that, but it doesn't feel that way. It feels at least like 3 because of how you go about the map. There's so many unique stopping points, and depending on the difficulty you're playing as, it can feel like it goes on for a while. And it's really fun. It really, really is a lot of fun. Also, and one of the best things about this update that I really love, other than the scrapped voice lines, other than the brand new game mode versus survival, I also love the fact that they add in the CSGO scrapped guns. For those of you guys that don't know what that is, that's basically all the CSGO ports or CSGO guns that were in the files that you could only originally get by putting them in yourself. So in Left 4 Dead's coding, there is a whole bunch of CSGO guns that you can end up spawning in, and they originally were locked. You could not get them, they were just not in the game, and you could only put them in via mods. Now they're just in the game. So you got, of course, the brand new assault rifle, the 2 new sniper rifles, you have the MP5 SMG, you also end up having a brand new set of melee weapons like I mentioned before. You had so many great guns that you can just now use within the game, and it's fun. It's really, really fun to be able to have that. They even did like little tiny differences, such as the safe room door looking different for the very first time. That was really cool. The tank got custom finale music that was specific to this map, which was also a lot of fun. I think that this update did a lot of good for the community, and it really made Left 4 Dead feel brand new again. And they didn't ruin the game by doing this either. Keep in mind that Left 4 Dead, once again, hadn't get an update in 8 years. The last one being 2012 with Coldstream. They could have very easily made this update terrible. They could have, A, made so that way you had to end up being charged for the map. They could have made so that way they add in something stupid such as changing the game too much where it doesn't feel like Left 4 Dead, but they didn't. They only enhanced upon it. And they didn't add in like mumbo-jumbo pointless garbage that made it feel like filler. It just felt like another good old DLC like back in the day, and that was what we were all looking for and what the game really needed. So even if this is truly the last update that Left 4 Dead's ever going to end up getting, before there hopefully will end up being one day Left 4 Dead 3, I still think that this was one of the best ways they could wrap up the series with this final update and go out with a bang. Of course, there will always be custom content being made by fans, but this is going to be the last official update that's supported and published via Valve. I think this was one of the best ways they could have done so. I hope that we do get one more update one day, or just get Left 4 Dead 3 at this point. But this update was freaking fantastic, and I am so glad that not only was I able to be here and capture all these epic moments, but that you guys were able to join with me. Because of the Last Stand update, my channel has blown up for the foreseeable good, and I am very much looking forward to having much more content coming out on this update, or just Left 4 Dead 2 in general with you guys in the foreseeable future. And I just want to say thanks for that. It's meant a lot to me over the last year and a half. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here. Welcome back to another Left 4 Dead 2 video, guys. In today's Left 4 Dead 2 video, we're going to be ranking all the Left 4 Dead 2 in-game sprays. That is right, guys. We're going to be ranking all the in-game sprays. Now, you may be wondering yourself, being like, what is a in-game spray? Because a lot of you, believe it or not, may have not known what this is, because it's not something that's available on the console version of the game. Basically, in Left 4 Dead 2, there was actually the option to end up having sprays in the game, where if you ended up hitting T by default on your keyboard, you would spray basically a PNG of a item or a person or even a special infected, for example, in Left 4 Dead, and you could have it on the wall and just basically mess around with it and just kind of have like doodles. And you can even have your own custom ones that you can end up making, which usually are used for things that I can't mention in this video, but however, though, there is some normal ones, and that is exactly what we're going to be ranking here today. We've got a whole bunch of sprays that are in the game that are anywhere from characters to special infected and even just niche little things, and we're just going to be seeing which one is truly the best. If you guys end up enjoying today's video and you want to see any more Left 4 Dead 2 ranking videos in the future, please show your guys' support by dropping a like, comment, and subscribe, and leave a comment down below about what thing you would like to have being ranked next. But yeah, guys, let's rank all the sprays in Left 4 Dead 2. Alrighty, guys, so coming in our very first spot, this is going to end up being the pistachio spray. Now, the problem is, though, with pistachio, is that even though art is subjective, in my humble opinion, I think that this is very simplistic of art. I think that this art's not necessarily bad, but it's very, very bare bones, and I feel like it's not entirely creative. I can definitely see someone just doodling this up just like on a normal piece of paper just by themselves if they were bored enough, and I think that it could have been much more detailed. Now, you may be saying to yourself being like, well, John, there's really nothing to go off of, it's just Pistachio. He's literally just a pistachio with a face, so how really can you make that even more pizzazzy? Well, they could have done a lot more detail with him. They could have maybe given him like a thought bubble in his art where it made it look like he was saying his catchphrase where he goes, Pistachio. Or they could have even done something such as make it so that way, instead of just having like a flat PNG where it basically makes him look like he's getting a mugshot, they should rather have given him something fun to do, such as him being in an iconic pose like the standees that are in Dark Carnival. That would have been more fitting, and I think that would have made the art a lot more better, in my opinion. Because even though, once again, art is very subjective, and you may think that this is actually completely okay, or you might agree with me and think that this is actually deserving of the spot that it gets, but that's the thing, though, with art, is that it at least should be, at the very least, creative, and rather than just bland, in my opinion. So that's mostly what I'm penalizing this for, is that it just feels very simplistic, and it honestly could be better. Alrighty guys, so coming in at our next spot here, this is going to end up being the Portrait of Rochelle. Now, I do want to clarify something really quickly before we get truly in-depth with this, is that I understand that I might get a little bit of people that might be upset with me, especially Rochelle fans, but the reason why, my friends, that I put Rochelle so low in comparison to Nick and Coach and Ellis is not because I'm trying to meme with Rochelle. I know I joke around about how much Rochelle is like, a joke on the channel. That's kind of just a running joke in the Left 4 Dead community in general. But I'm mostly truly putting this down here, not because of the way I feel about Rochelle, but just because her art, the interpretation of it, doesn't really do her character justice. Her art in this spray looks almost unfinished. Especially when you go to the lobby in the multiplayer section and you have yet to see it in-game, that specific version especially looks like it's not quite done yet. It looks as if that there's a part of her face that's not detailed enough to be visible, so it looks like she's missing half of her face. And when you see in the in-game, her lips, unfortunately, do not look realistic. I think that the best types of arts are the ones that show the character's personality, and I don't think that giving her the Kylie Jenner lip challenge types of sized lips really shows the personality of Rochelle. They could have done any other pose, but they decided to give her basically like over-the-top prosthetic looking lips, which is just a critique that I want to give. And I feel like that's just not fair to her as a character. As much as I joke about Rochelle on the channel, she deserves at least a decent set of art, and this just does not serve her as a character. I'm not saying that's bad art. It definitely is someone else trying their best to show the interpretation of how they view her. I just think it's just something that would fit more for a different character instead. Not necessarily a Left 4 Dead character, but just someone of that nature. Someone perhaps that happens to end up having the lips. Maybe like, in a joking kind of serious manner, maybe Kylie Jenner, because literally, like I was saying, big lips, more fitting. More fitting to the character dynamic. Alrighty guys, now coming in at our next spot here, this is going to end up being Little Peanut. Now this is another Dark Carnival themed character, and the mascots really do not end up having really any good art. They also kind of got gypped in this one. So, unfortunately, just like Rochelle and Mustachio, I am going to have to put Little Peanut low, just because it's very bland and overly simplistic, and even though he is happy and he is in his normal, happy-go-lucky type of personality showing state here, it just is too bare bones and simplistic. I love the art that ends up popping and makes you think, and I want it to be like something like, yeah, that's so cool that it almost tells a story. The peanut guy seems like an advertisement, not a story, and that's why I end up saying that it's not really deserving of being up high. It's just basically a copy and paste of the normal Dark Carnival peanut guy, almost exactly. Literally, it's just the one that you end up getting from the shooting gallery that you end up having when you're trying to end up getting Nomchansky out of the Dark Carnival game. It's very just undeserving of being anywhere higher than it currently has, so that's why I put it where it is. Alrighty guys, so now we have got our very first special infected, and this is going to end up being the Smoker. Now the Smoker gets the spot that it does because this particular piece of art seems that it's almost too bad of a color palette for it to really excel on any maps. If it's not a day map, this spray is just very hard to see in general, because the consistency of these are, by default black and white, unlike the custom sprays that you can end up importing to the game. So naturally, they're all going to be subjective to the lighting in the map. But however, though, some look better than others, and anything that is uberly white or uberly black, or just doesn't really have a good balance of the two, is hard to end up seeing. It's got very poor lighting issues related to the way that the light shines on the actual smoker PNG, and it looks, in my opinion, really bad on dark maps and only is usable on the day maps, which is limited to anything pretty much on Left 4 Dead 2, because Left 4 Dead 1, there really is no day maps to begin with. So you basically got like NSenr and a little bit of Swamp Fever and the Parish. Basically, that's it. So it doesn't really... Actually, no, you also got Coldstream. So literally 3, kind of 4 of the maps can end up seeing the spray decently, and that's just why it's so low. In fact, actually, to transition just really quickly here, we're just going to go straight into the next spot, because this is basically the exact same reason why I'm putting this next PNG here. This is also going to end up being the Hunter. The Hunter has basically the exact same problem, where it ends up having really bad color palettes. And even though it is bad color palettes, at least the one thing it's got going for it is that it's slightly better than the Smoker. The hoodie is much more black in comparison to the white outlines that they give the Hunter's body. And even though black is just as bad as too much white in terms of color palettes for lighting on maps, they balance at least a little bit better on the Hunter, so you can see the Hunter very well when you end up looking at his hoodie. Because if you just look at the hoodie just straight off the rip and then you slowly go down the line, you're like, yeah, that makes sense. That's his body part. That's his arm, that's his leg, and that's his face. Whereas if it was too similar of a color palette, you might just think that it might look almost kind of like a shadow or a faded blob. So both of these have the same issue. But however, though, at least the good news is, though, is when the lighting is right, it definitely looks right. It's almost like a copy and paste of the Special Infected, and you're getting them basically in 2D form. So I like the art. It's a lot better, and it does do the Smoker and the Hunter justice. It's just that the color palettes make it look too hard to see. Alrighty, guys. Now in our next spot here, this is going to be the Spitter. The main reason why I have the Spitter up here is because her PNG or her spray art looks very detailed and shows basically what the Spitter is all about. The image itself is literally her spitting, and you can see her projectile spit in the image as if like it's happening in a slow motion type of manner. This is very creative, and this is the type of art that I more rather would like to see, because it literally is showing exactly what she is doing. She is the Spitter for a reason. She spits acid and she hurts you that way. I love how it does tell a story that way. Someone could easily look at this and be like, I wonder why this monster thing, like if you don't play Left 4 Dead that is, someone could easily be like, I wonder why this monster thing is spitting. Maybe that means that they end up having this acidy spit power. It's very easy and you just know immediately what it is when you see it. That's pretty straightforward, and I like that. And it does make you think, but it doesn't give it away either, because it's not saying, hey, I'm the Spitter, it's just showing just an in-game action, and it makes you have to wonder why it's doing that. This is really the best representation out of all the Special Infected in terms of actions and stuff like that. And I think that you guys are going to actually probably agree with me on this one, because really at the end of the day, this is probably the most, I'd say, creative out of all the Special Infected art, at least in my opinion. Alrighty, guys, so coming in at the next spot, this is going to end up being my nudes. No, I'm just kidding. That is going to be saved for the 1 million subscriber special. But the actual spot that's going to be coming up here is going to end up being the tank. The reason why I put the tank up here is because it's the tank. It's probably one of the most recognizable Special Infected. I'd probably say, other than this, it's probably going to be the Witch that's the most recognizable out of any Special Infected in all of Left 4 Dead. You know exactly what the tank is. But however, though, he does have one quirk about him, and that it's just he looks weird. They didn't really get like a good PNG for a pose for him, because it's not like he's throwing a rock or like pounding his chest or anything. He kind of does like this weird like... It basically looks like a very, very poor attempt at a dab, but he like can't reach the full entire length of his face because his arms are so jacked, so he just like lowers his arms to the like the sides of his hips. Like, it looks super stupid.
Bruh, look at this dude. Wait till you see the... No. Look at the top of his head.
I think you got the general gist of it by now. Alrighty guys, so now for our next spray, this is going to end up being the Boomer. I put the Boomer a lot higher because it ends up getting the point across about what he is, other than of course a fat guy. But yeah, basically the general idea is that it shows that, hey, this is literally the Boomer, and that it shows him in good lighting too. I feel like this is what they're trying to go with the Hunter and the Smoker. And even though it is kind of the same general type of pose and idea, the Boomer's shirt, for some reason, the black is really good in the contrast to the gray/white for his silhouette. And the lighting, therefore, ends up making him go up higher than the Hunter and the Smoker, even though fundamentally the Boomer's art really is kind of the exact same idea or premise as the Hunters and Smokers, which is overall very bland. But because it's rather in HD, or in this case just better looking quality of the color palette, it's up higher. It would be like having something, imagine a YouTube video that's at 720p versus 1080p. Small difference in hindsight, but in reality it ends up making a big one in the long run. Alrighty guys, so next up is the man, the myth, the legend, and especially the meme. This is the Karma Charger. Now the Charger spray is just simply his face. And the Charger ends up looking mean and ready to kill in this spray. This is basically the expression of being like, I am an actual threat, get the hell out of my way, or I'm gonna Karma Charge your ass. This is probably the best interpretation of terms of seriousness, and like maybe kind of like adding a little bit of scare, because the other ones, they look cool, and they are really, honestly, very like nice pieces of artwork, but this genuinely looks scary, and this has got like the horror aspect going for it. The Charger, believe it or not, even though he might not be truly in the moment the scariest special infected, more people would be creeped out rather by like the Witch or the Jockey or something, but if you really think about it, the Charger's not only a threat, and if you listen to his music while looking at a direct still image of him, especially of his face, this is creepy. And it definitely has that going for him. The Charger, when he wants to be, is probably one of the most intimidating special infected, since also the fact that he runs at the speed of Usain freaking Bolt. So yeah, the Charger, you end up having probably the best spray here, my friend, out of all of these special infected in terms of the quality of the way that you look, because you end up having that scare factor, and you really are the only one that looks scary in your spray. So yeah, good for you, Charger. You're kicking ass with your sprays, and also kicking ass in the versus mode. Alrighty guys, now we have got our next survivor portrait, and this is going to end up being of Coach. Coach's survivor portrait is a lot better than Rochelle's, because it looks cleaner, first of all, and I feel like that this ends up showing the the personality of Coach than Rochelle's did of herself. Because even though this isn't something like, let's say, a PNG with a quote bubble, or a PNG of something like stereotypical or almost meme-worthy of Coach, like him with a goddamn cheeseburger or something, it's just Coach, and has a much more flattering expression on his face. And overall, I just say that this looks more clean. Not necessarily the most craziest, but it at least looks clean, and it's like a well done photo. It's something that you can be proud of and say, hey, this looks very nice, very sharp, and has a lot of good things going for it. Alright guys, now we have got the spray of Nick. Now Nick's spray, other than Ellis's spray, I feel like is one of the most best looking out of all the sprays personally. Even though there is going to be some other sprays that are going to be passing Nick and Ellis actually, Nick and Ellis have really well done sprays. They're two of my personal favorites. However, though, just like any of my other prior Left 4 Dead ranking videos, I do keep the community's opinion in mind, and I also indeed want to end up respecting the artists themselves by putting their art in fair slots. And I just want to point out that Nick's is really well done. I don't particularly care for Nick as a character, like for example in comparison to Coach, but however though, I can respect that his art is better. So I'm not necessarily trying to end up saying that because one character has bad art, that's because of the fact that their character is bad, like Rochelle, but however though, it is going to end up being affected if the art does look unfinished. And Nick's is quite the opposite. Nick's looks very clean and looks very professional. It almost seems as if that this was meant to be like a photo, and then they just decide to make it digital. So same thing with like Coach, looks like a very nice, well done professional photo, and I say that this is overall one of the most best looking sprays in the game. Shortly after that, we end up having Ellis. Now, Ellis is my favorite character in all of Left 4 Dead 2, except for Zoe, of course, because that is a character from Left 4 Dead 1, but out of the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, it is Ellis. And so, naturally, I would be more inclined to end up putting him up ahead. However, though, I would say that, personally, Nick and Ellis are both interchangeable for the best survivor-looking sprays, because I like them both quite equally. I just, out of my own personal bias, want to end up putting Ellis up higher, just because I like him better. But however, though, like I said, you can make these interchangeable, and you can theoretically just say, just because you want to, that Nick's is better. But, like, at the end of the day, that is up to you. So, yeah, I think that Ellis's looks very, very clean. It looks very, very fun to end up having, it's very appealing on the eyes. It's very easy to look at. And the contrast of the colors makes it really nice to see both in day maps and in night maps. And I think that this is probably my personal favorite survivor spray and just one of my personal favorite sprays in general. But let me know what yours is in the comment section down below out of the ones that we've shown thus far. Alrighty guys, we have got 3 spots left, so let's get into the top 3. Coming in at the number 3 spot, this is going to end up being the Midnight Riders. The Midnight Riders have their own spray. This is very, very fun because the Midnight Riders is one of the most popular things about Left 4 Dead. Their music, their story, their overall just atmosphere that they end up giving to the game. I think that the Midnight Riders is quite a good piece of storyboarding and also just fun to the game in general. It's a part of Dark Carnival, which is one of my favorite maps that ends up making it so well known and so fun in my mind. Is just the vibe around it, and the Midnight Riders contribute to that. And so I like having just a little bit extra pizzazz and a touch with it by occasionally rocking their spray. The sprays are really interchangeable, and you can really rock whatever one you want at the given mood that you're in. And the Midnight Riders is just fun to end up having whenever you're playing Dark Carnival. So that is why I would say that's deserving the number 3 spot, just because they're the goddamn Midnight Riders, man. Come on, it's a midnight ride, and you gotta respect that. Alright guys, for our number 2 spot, if you're a fan of this channel and you've been around for a while, you should have been expecting this to at least a certain degree. This is gonna end up being Nomchansky. Nomchansky is basically a running gag on this channel for how much that I am enthusiastic about him. This simple little gnome in this universe is just got a lot of funny stories about him, personally to me, that makes him really fun to just talk about and just, bring up again. Because from my childhood, I had a lot of fun experiences just going for the achievement where you had to try to get him through Dark Carnival. And just the lore around him, the fact that he's got his own dedicated achievement because there was a fake artificial one from a 3D printer that was sent into outer space is just ludicrous. So this doll is famous for pretty much multiple reasons, including literally going to goddamn outer space. So Nomchansky in his own way is basically famous, and I'd say that that's pretty good reason about why he's deserving of the number 2 spot. Let me know what you think about Nomchansky in the comment section down below. Did you ever end up getting the achievements where you end up trying to get him through Dark Carnival? Do you have any, fun stories themed around him? Have you ever played the other gnome-themed game modes? What is your beliefs about Nomchansky? You think he's cool or not? Or do you think he's deserving the number 2 spot? Let me know. Alrighty, guys. So coming in, finally, at our number 1 spot, this is going to end up being the best spray of them all. And this very spray is going to be...
These nuts. Got him!
Gotcha. But in all seriousness though, guys, the actual number 1 spot is going to end up being the Witch, because the Witch has the best spray in the whole entire game. I've liked all the other sprays that we've shown thus far, and they're all really good in their own ways. But in terms of the lighting, the way that the spray looks, the way that it shows the Witch's personality, it really looks just genuinely the best. You got to admit that. The way that the Witch looks in this spray is that it's very, very, very good looking. It shows the Witch in her full entire form, and it gives you a little bit of mystery, just enough to intrigue you, make you ask some questions. It looks very, very eye-catching, very visually easy to look at, and I'd say that this spray is probably going to end up being the best, until they end up potentially ever adding in their own later down the line. I know we have our own custom sprays, and at the end of the day, that's really going to be the #1 spot because everyone's just going to make their own. I don't think that anyone really uses the default sprays, honestly, anymore. That's just my take on it. I don't know anyone that uses them personally. But however, though, just because the custom sprays are more appealing doesn't mean we should neglect the default sprays that are in the game, and that is why the Witch and all the other ones end up getting their ranks in the #1 and the prior spots of the Left 4 Dead 2 sprays ranking video. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video, guys. In today's Left 4 Dead 2 video, we're going to be doing another ranking video. And for this ranking video, we are going to be ranking all the scariest things that is in the Left 4 Dead series. Now, Left 4 Dead, even though this game has been out for several years now, and a lot of us have been accustomed to the scary elements of the game, and they're just kind of in the background for us, there is still some times where a witch might jump scare you really good, and it makes you shit yourself. And that is why I wanted to end up making this video, to remind you guys about how truly scary that Left 4 Dead is, still to this day, and as a way to celebrate Halloween, which is today as you are watching this video. So happy Halloween, everybody. I hope that this video ends up giving you guys some spooks. But yeah, guys, if you guys end up enjoying today's video, at the end, I would definitely really appreciate if you guys could drop a like, comment, and subscribe to show your guys' support. And if there's any particular thing that you would like me to rank next in Left 4 Dead, please put in the comment section down below. Keep an eye out, actually, for a poll that's going to be on my channel soon, where I leave some suggestions that I have, and you guys can vote and pick your favorites on there. But yeah, guys, let's now rank all these scariest things in Left 4 Dead 2. Alrighty, guys, so coming in at our first spot, and keep in mind that just because this is the very first thing that pops up does not mean that this is a bad thing. It's just that it's just not as scary as what's going to be coming up later in the list. But this is going to end up being the maps. The maps in Left 4 Dead have changed throughout the years. Now, there has been some day maps, some night maps, some maps that take places in urban areas, nature-y areas. There are some maps that end up giving you a cool and fun vibe, and some that give you a uneasy, scary vibe. And those maps can be, but are not limited to, things such as Swamp Fever, The Sacrifice, No Mercy, Death Toll, stuff like these. Predominantly, these are the Left 4 Dead 1 maps, because Left 4 Dead 2 decided to take a approach of being more fun and goofy versus Left 4 Dead 1's serious and scary. But that doesn't mean that Left 4 Dead 2 does not have original maps that is scary. I personally think that Hard Rain, for example, even though I have a very big, frustrating kind of like backstory with that map, I've told you guys several times over that I have not liked it for a variety of different reasons, in case some of you are new around here. And even though I don't like that map, I still respect it for one thing, and that is going to end up being how goddamn creepy it is. Let me explain why I think that Hard Rain is one of the creepiest Left 4 Dead maps we've ever seen. The main reason why is because the amount of witches that spawn on that map. The witch in general is one of the creepiest zombies that you can see in any zombie game, period. From her music to the way she behaves, just to the way that they handle her AI, it's really uncomfortable to be near a witch. And the fact that there's sometimes several of them at once surrounding you at any given moment in time on the Sugar Mill chapter of Hard Rain, even though it's in broad daylight, I feel so uneasy. I'm only 22 years old, and I feel like I'm having a heart attack because my heart is going boom, 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 boom. It's like, I don't know why. I've been so accustomed to the witch at this point that she's just kind of like naturally there for me, like I expected, you know? But there's just something uneasy about hearing the music, being in that area, especially on a higher difficulty when you know you could die by one. It's just uneasy, and I can't turn that off. It's just something that's instinctual, and that's what genuinely makes it scary. But this is only due to the fact that in Hard Rain, this one time, they decided to make this mechanic specific to that map and specific to that chapter, where it's just a egregious amount of witches. So that's one of the reasons why I think that Hard Rain is scary. A couple of other maps, like I said before, is like No Mercy and Death Toll. I think that No Mercy and Death Toll are still scary to this day, even though I played several times on those maps. And I think that Swamp Fever, even though I don't like that map particularly either, funnily enough, it also is really scary. A lot of the maps I don't like, ironically, are the scarier ones. And I just think that there's just something creepy about having a map where you don't have any signs of civilization whatsoever. You're in a foresty, more nature area, so there's less industrial stuff and a sense of modern like technology and like cars and traffic and just signs of life, when it's just overgrown and like deserted and like almost uncomfortably eerie. That's when it's really scary, and some maps do it better than others, but it's really gonna be your call at the end of the day. Alrighty guys, now coming in at our next spot, this is gonna end up being the Special Infected. Now for the Special Infected, I've seen several different versions of the Special Infected in the form of mods that have made it so that way they're supposed to look scarier. But however though, even though those mods can be good, nothing can beat the original looks of the current Special Infected that we've got. The jockey, the hunter, the witch, the tank, the boomer, the smoker, the charger, the spitter, every single Special Infected in Left 4 Dead is creepy in some form or fashion. Hell, even the boomer. And the reason why is because they just look so uncomfortably grotesque and decayed and just mutilated. Have you seen a close-up image of a jockey, for example, in a long time? I bet a lot of you have not. And I don't mean like that it jumps on you and you see in the third person, or you look at some, pre-done screenshots. I mean like you load up into a custom map and you look at the model right in front of you. Like here's an example. Take a look at this. Tell me that this is not uncomfortable. The hunter, also at the same time equally as creepy, because keep in mind, in Left 4 Dead 1 they had the stagnant designs, but in Left 4 Dead 2 what they decided to do, and this is a little bit of attention to detail if you have not noticed this over the years, they're identical skins, but they're more rotten and grotesque than they were even in Left 4 Dead. Take the hunter for example, one of the original Left 4 Dead 1 infected. He is the same exact one, and all they did was just make him look older and more disgusting than the way he did before. The Left 4 Dead 2 hunter has no eyes and he looks like he's demonic, and it's goddamn terrifying. If you genuinely have not played Left 4 Dead in a while, give it a try, and no matter which Special Infected you run into, it will be scary. Mark my words. Alrighty guys, now we only do end up having one more thing left, and that's just because you don't need a lot of things to end up making a game scary. Like, we all know that the characters aren't scary, the survivors we play as, so that's not even in this game. But when it comes to Left 4 Dead, there is one more thing that, despite the maps and the Special Infected, I think is still creepy to this day, and I think that this will end up giving you shivers if you have not heard it in a while. And that's going to end up being the Special Infected's music. I classify this separately because the music in Left 4 Dead is deserving of its own category. Because music in video games and music in general is really powerful. And it can make you either feel good, sad, angry, and sometimes scared. And that is exactly why I'm mentioning it, because if you haven't heard it in a while, take a listen to some of the Left 4 Dead Special Infected music. I have always loved Left 4 Dead for a variety of different reasons, including its scare factor, and even though it hasn't been scary for me personally in a really long time, I still think this is one of the scariest video games I have ever played in my entire life. Alrighty, let's make another Left 4 Dead 2 video today. Alright, so let's see what everyone wants to see. Oh, ranking Left 4 Dead glitches, huh? Alright, well, let's look this up and just see how many there is to rank. Yeah, I'm gonna need some liquor. So, glitches in Left 4 Dead. They're everywhere. They're kind of like STDs. So, what exactly classifies as a glitch? Well, I'll tell you what, my friends. When it comes to this particular video, I do not have the time nor the energy to end up ranking over 2 million single glitches in their own individual spots in this video. So, to save us all the time, I'm going to be just ranking the glitches in Left 4 Dead in 5 sets of tiers. And these tiers are going to be including, but are not limited to, because I know there is some that I'm probably going to miss in this ranking. This is going to end up being AI glitches, visual glitches, God mode glitches, out of the map glitches, and shortcut glitches. I'm not going to be giving any particular order. You guys will find that out throughout the video, but that is the classification that I'm going to be using throughout this video. These glitches are going to be in one of these 5 categories, and if I did miss a glitch, please understand that I can't rank all 2 million of them. However, though, I will try to do my best. If you guys end up enjoying today's video and you guys want to show your support at the end, I would tremendously appreciate if you guys could drop a like, comment, and subscribe to show your guys' support. But as always, guys, let's rank all the glitches in Left 4 Dead 2. Alrighty, so coming in at our very first spot, this is going to end up being the AI glitches. Now, this is going to be probably the most inconvenient type of glitch, where the AI, both the survivors and the special infected, don't end up working properly. This can be anywhere from the AI not saving you and just leaving you to die, to the special infected just simply not being able to kill you because they don't know where you are and they can't track you, even though you're completely doing nothing out of the ordinary, such as getting out of the map. Basically, the AI, either way, just ends up screwing around and just ends up running around in circles, picking up items that they shouldn't, not being able to do with their proper programming. They basically just loiter and they jaywalk and they really have no point in being there, which leads to a lot of the time them just auto-dying because the game doesn't know what to do with them. These glitches are only an inconvenience and they don't end up helping you whatsoever. They just end up taking away from the gameplay and basically just make it seem like the game is unfinished and polished. But however, though, luckily Left 4 Dead, even though it is an old game and still is prone to glitches every now and again, this glitch very rarely occurs and luckily is not a staple of the game. Alrighty, now coming in at our next spot, this is going to be the visual glitches. Now, visual glitches can mean a variety of different things. It can mean a texture bug, it can end up being a character bug, it could even be all of the above happening at the exact same time. Take this clip, for example, that I sampled off of YouTube. This is a glitch, and it's only just this video that I've ever seen footage of this, of a guy ending up playing Left 4 Dead on, I'm assuming which is his Xbox 360, and he has a glitch right now where the truck that he's inside of on NSenr is just the jockey and its face, and it's really disturbing. And the creepy thing is that this is only one guy that's ever been able to get this glitch. I never have seen another video of this pop up on YouTube ever again. So this is, like, for example, a very rare occurrence. And you can see why it'd be tough to rank things like these, because they only happen like once in a blue moon and are very circumstantial. I saw a comment that pointed out that this happened to some other person as well, where basically the reason why this happens because the 360's disc is damaged and the game can't render everything properly, so it's substituted for other models. So that's why the truck is the jockey instead of just the normal truck textures, because the game's trying to fill in for something that can't be loaded. So the game really, honestly to God, can end up having some of the most bizarre glitches, and this is just one of many. Who knows about the other ones we've never even seen yet. Alrighty guys, now coming in at the next spot, this is God mode glitches. Now, the reason why I'm putting God mode glitches low is because, yes, even though they can be useful, they're mostly just used for cheating. These glitches are intentional in comparison to the other two, and they really are not as much fun as you may think they are. Yes, I will admit, it is a guilty pleasure for everyone every now and again to use one of these. You might be struggling to get one achievement, so you want to like maybe use this to end up getting that one achievement that's been bugging you. You might be just sick of dying, so you might just want to be using this just to end up just destroying some AI and just not giving an F. I completely understand that. But however though, if there is a God mode glitch in a video game, someone, if not multiple people, are going to abuse it at some point, and they do need to be patched out of the game, because it's not good for the game. All it does is just allow people to basically cheat, and it's not something that should just be in the game long term. It is essentially basically like I was joking around like with the STD analogy, they're everywhere and nobody really wants them. So God mode glitches, even though a lot of us end up saying that, oh yeah, they're bad for the game, some people will use them, some people will still stick with that idea, and they will actually like speak up and say that they won't do it, and then they will actually follow through. You know, they practice what they preach. So let me know in the comment section down below, guys, what are you thinking about the list so far? Do you agree? Do you think that God mode glitches are good for the game, bad for the game, or circumstantial, if anything? Let me know. Alrighty, guys, so coming in at the next spot, this is going to be out of the map glitches. This is probably the most prominent type of glitch you will ever see in Left 4 Dead. Out of all the glitches in this game, this one is usually deliberate, and it's usually in high amounts. I've seen more guides on how to get out of the map in Left 4 Dead more than any other guide in the entire history of the series. And that's because this is mostly used for survival. A lot of people, including myself back in the day, I will admit that I'm guilty of this as well, people just use this to get out of the map on survival and just get high scores. Now, this is not inherently a bad thing because survival is not like versus where you're versing each other. It's just you against the AI. However, I will say this is that this does get boring after a while. Now, however, an exception to that exception is that if you just use this just to roam the map and just try to like goof around for fun, that I can see is completely acceptable. If you wanted to, like, let's say, for example, go into survival and, you know, try to get a high score, that's pretty cheesy, and that's also pretty cheap. But if you just want to explore the map just to see the world that you're playing on, that's completely, like, I get that. You know, of course, I enjoy looking at the maps and all that stuff, too. And this is also very beneficial, in my opinion, to the Xbox players, because Xbox players don't get to be able to use cheats like we do on PC to no-clip out of the map and just be able to basically do it on our command. They are confined within the restrictions of the game itself, and they can't modify it. So for Xbox players, I completely understand if you use this especially. I used to be on the Xbox version of Left 4 Dead all the time and would do this, so I don't blame you in the slightest. I just don't recommend that you cheat with it. Alrighty, guys, now coming in at the very final spot for our last type of glitch, this is going to end up being shortcut glitches. In my opinion, this is the best type of glitch in the game because it's the least hurtful towards the game and it's the most beneficial, because really what this does is that this just allows you to be able to complete the game faster. You are essentially trying to use the game and all of its worth to end up being able to beat it in the fastest time possible. It's usually used for speedruns. Now, these don't technically classify as glitches to some people. Some people consider a speedrun to be anything that's used in the game, and that includes the glitches. Which, therefore, if you're using a glitch, that means that you could theoretically be cheating and not cheating. It depends on the rules and the classifications on what you're going to be using and who's going to be running the, you know, the tally at the end of the day. Some people are cool with glitches and speedruns, some are not. Sometimes it's also subjective, like one time it is, one time it's not. It's really up to you guys at the end of the day, but for the sake of this video, I am going to be classifying it that way. And the only reason why is because a shortcut, even though, yes, you can use them, and it's within the means of the game, yes, I understand they were never patched out, some of them were just deliberately left in. The idea is that you're going to take a way to get to the map when you're not supposed to be going that direction. If you understand what I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like when I say that, hey, you know, when you're trying to, like, let's say jump out of the window on dead center and you're falling and you just so happen to swing into another window last second, that's obviously not meant to be a method. You can do it, but you were meant to take the stairs and the elevator. So that is why I put this in here, but I don't have a problem with it personally. Like I said, some people classify these as cheating, some people do not, and really at the end of the day, that is your opinion. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video, guys. In today's video, we're going to be doing another Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video, and as requested, this is going to be ranking all the Left 4 Dead voice lines. Now, just like the prior video, the one where we were ranking the glitches, to save you guys a whole bunch of time, I'm going to be ranking them in a slightly different way. So instead of ranking individual voice lines, such as, I like this Ellis quote versus this Nick quote. However, though, I don't like this Ellis quote nearly as much as this Nick quote. So I'm going to be putting Ellis's quote here and Nick's quote right after, and then we're going to go back to Ellis. Or another example is being like, I think you guys would get really bored if I was ranking like all the moans and the grunt sounds, which don't even technically really count as dialogue. Being like, okay guys, coming in at the #1 spot is going to be when Coach moans when he's healing, because it sounds like that he's really enjoying himself. No, I'm not going to be doing that. So basically, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be ranking the voice lines in equivalence to their characters. What do I mean by this? Well, essentially what I'm going to be doing is that I'm going to be taking all the characters, including the NPCs, not necessarily just the main 8, and what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be ranking their voice lines just as a bundle. So, for example, if, like, let's say Zoe has more enjoyable voice lines than Lewis, altogether, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be saying that Zoe has the better voice lines and she's up higher on the list. And if, like, Ellis ends up having funnier voice lines than Coach, then he ends up getting higher up on the list compared to Coach. That's kind of like the general idea what I'm going for. If you still fully don't understand, it will be explained as you watch the video. But that's basically what I'm going to be doing here for today. And like I said, I am also going to be counting the NPCs. So this counts for, like, Church Guy and Virgil as well, and not just the original 8. So we're going to be ranking a decent amount of characters here today, so that way we can still cover pretty much a good majority of the dialogue. I do apologize that I'm not going to be ranking literally every single quote ever, but we would be here for way too long if that was the case. So if you guys ever want to end up figuring out what my opinions are on some of them, you can always just feel free to ask me in the comments down below. But anyways, guys, let's end up getting on with the video and rank all the voice lines, or a majority of them, in Left 4 Dead. Alrighty, guys, so coming in at our very first spot, this is going to be the Coldstream Chopper pilot. Now, the Coldstream Chopper pilot, the reason why I put him at the absolute lowest is just because he is essentially a reused asset. Coldstream, for those of you that don't know, is a DLC map that's in Left 4 Dead 2 that was made by a fan. This was actually the first map to be made by a fan and not The Last Stand. And the thing is, though, is that it's just like with The Last Stand, you know, Coldstream is just reused assets. So the Coldstream Chopper pilot, the one that rescues you at the end of the finale, he is just the No Mercy Chopper pilot. He literally is just a reskin. He doesn't do anything towards the story whatsoever. He's just there to be there. So therefore, really, he doesn't have the most compelling dialogue out of anybody. It is just stuff we have heard before. So really, there is no point to put him up anywhere other than the very last spot, because it's literally everything we've heard before. So there's nothing new, there's nothing very compelling, and he is just essentially just there. It's as simple as that. Alrighty, now coming in at the next spot, this is going to end up being both the Left 4 Dead 1 and the Left 4 Dead 2 military. Now, the military in the Left 4 Dead series, just like any of the other rescues that we have ever had, they really don't contribute much dialogue. They end up contributing a decent amount of dialogue, but they're only mostly talked about in reference form. So, for example, if we were talking about the military, right, we end up hearing it mostly from the original survivors. We don't really end up getting dialogue in the heat of the moment. In the heat of the moment, it's just being like, we just need to escape and get out of here. If you want to end up getting info on the military in depth in Left 4 Dead, you're really going to need to end up looking at the comics. Because the comics give extreme detail on the Left 4 Dead military, and it allows us to be able to figure out who they actually are. And if you read the Left 4 Dead comics like I have, you will know that they are corrupt, which means that there really isn't that many good people there. Yes, there is a couple of exceptions of some military members being okay and decent people, but at the end of the day, truly, I feel like that it was just a mutual gain, like the enemy of the enemy is my friend type of logic. So they really weren't exactly on our side. But then again, though, I mean, they can be friendly enough that it might be proven otherwise. However, though, even though they might be friendly-ish, I still don't think that they really have that much to contribute. And even then, that's just the comic. That really doesn't count. If we're talking about just normal voice lines, which the whole entire point of this video was, really, there is nothing to go off of. It's just like, hey, we're here, we're gonna pick you up, get to this specific area, otherwise we're gonna die if we can't get there in time, and that's basically it. You never end up hearing anything about the military except for in reference, mostly. If it's in the heat of the moment, it's in the heat of the moment, and you can sort of get a takeaway from that, that's literally it. If you want to just get dialogue from the military and try to get that to be your storyline info, you're gonna have a really hard time trying to conduct a whole entire story. Because really, you need to look in outside places, such as the comics. So since you have to see them by means outside the video game, that means they're going to be lower on this list. Alrighty, now we have the Dead Air Pilots. Now, the Dead Air Pilots is going to be, in my opinion, a much more enjoyable NPC, and also just in general a better character with more intriguing voice lines. Really, any of the finale NPCs, or just the NPCs in general in Left 4 Dead, are going to be hard to rank, because they all pretty much have the very similar idea or concept with their dialogue of being like, hey, I'm here to help you, you help me help you, and then we can end up getting out of here together. And that's really it. That's really all they serve as characters, and they don't have really that compelling of dialogue. The only really compelling NPCs are like 2 of them, and they'll be later on in the video. But I would say that this character is one of the few, unfortunately, that just kind of gets mixed up. They are way too similar in Left 4 Dead to end up being, like, I guess you could say original. However, though, within reason, they are at least somewhat different, and this one, in my opinion, is different enough that I end up putting up higher on the list. Because the Coldstream one is just reuse assets. The other previous rescue with the military, they're just cut and dry, and you really have to get info about them outside of the video game, which is within the comics. So this is really our first NPC with decent dialogue that you can get fully from the entirety of the game, which makes them worthwhile of this spot. Alrighty guys, now coming in at our very next spot, this is going to end up being the No Mercy Chopper Pilot. For the No Mercy Chopper Pilot, this is our very first rescue that we ever end up getting in Left 4 Dead. And in my opinion, I feel like it was one of the best, because this Chopper Pilot in particular is very nice and kind to the survivors. And we see him more in the game than the other ones. He's not like at the very, very end. We actually, see him at the very beginning of No Mercy. Like, he's the very first character, actually, that speaks in Left 4 Dead, because, the very first thing is what happens. What do you know? You're on top of the apartments, and he swoops by, and he says, get to No Mercy Hospital, and then we are introduced to our character. So he's the very first speaking character in all of Left 4 Dead, fun fact. And that's just something I feel like a lot of people don't realize, that he talks a lot more than you think he does. He talks at the very beginning, he's always there at the very end. You can see him swooshing by in the middle with his helicopter, even though he doesn't particularly say anything. But his actions do also speak for him just as much as his actual dialogue. And in my opinion, he is very nice, very, very caring. And if you pay attention to some of his voice lines, he'll end up like having certain pieces of advice for the survivors, being like, hey, watch out for that tank so I can end up getting down to you sooner, or being like, oh, hey, I would love to help you, so, meet me here, or, like, at No Mercy Hospital. So he's, like, trying to not only, like, help the survivors, but he wants to be, like, specific and be almost affectionate towards them, and I like that. He feels very human, and it just sucks that he does eventually end up dying because of the fact that he's not immune, so when the survivors are picked up by him, he ends up getting the green flu and then therefore dies and turns, and that sucks. But I feel like that he was a very honorable man, even though we only knew him basically once. He ended up helping out the survivors, and if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have the survivors that we do have today. Alrighty guys, so coming in at our next spot, this is going to be Whittaker, the gun shop owner on NSenr. Now, Whittaker, alongside two other NPCs, in my opinion, are actually pretty good at character development. They end up carrying their own weight when it comes to their voice lines and just who they are as characters. And they're not forgettable like a generic chopper pilot, but they're not quite like a main character like the, main 8. So I would say that they're kind of in their own subcategory in the middle. And Whittaker is one of these guys. Now, Whittaker, he ends up having kind of like a stereotypical, America redneck type of idea, being like tough gun shop owner, and I'm gonna help you if you can end up getting me my coke. Very stupid, but like understandable, within the means of the comedy aspect of the game. And he's overall not the worst character, not the best, but he's just kind of like average. I would say that his voice lines are unique because there really is no character like him in the game. He's the first character that's original and has personality. The chopper pilots and the military are being like, get to this point, from point A to point B, and I'll rescue you. Very straightforward. Whittaker's like, I see you're in my gun store, and I normally would shoot you on the premises, but I'll let you go, and I'll end up actually helping you, especially if you end up getting me some Diet Coke. Now, even though this might risk your life, and it might sound stupid, that's my deal. So, very unique, and we've never seen anything like his dialogue or a character like him ever again, which makes him stand out. And his mission, even though it can be ridiculous storyline-wise, it's fun. I enjoy getting him the coke, and I always enjoy screwing around with him and calling him, like, like fat and all that stuff, because he's, trying to, like, just be locked in a corner just drinking Coca-Cola. It wouldn't be surprising me if he also has a connected Xbox 360 and is just playing the old school Call of Duties. But, yeah. He's just kind of one of those characters that, like, he's there and, like, he's just only really just somewhat original enough that he stands out, but he's not, obviously, like, one of the main characters. So he's just okay. I enjoy referencing him occasionally every now and again, but he's just an average character, and that's okay. Alrighty, guys, now we have got Church Guy. Now, Church Guy, even though he only ends up saying a select handful of lines, and we also only ever end up seeing him once. Now, even though this is the case, in my opinion, Church Guy is one of the most enjoyable NPCs with one of the most sets of enjoyable voice lines ever, because he's essentially insane. If you've played any other video game ever, there's always at least one basically mentally unstable person, and for Left 4 Dead, that is Church Guy. Church Guy is a character that basically is just there to screw with you. You see him once, he's in one particular chapter, and he inconveniences you and is responsible for calling a horde, and he's lost his mind, obviously, with the quotes that he says, such as better safe than sorry, and you can even see it written on the wall inside of the actual church room. Now, even though his, voice lines are basically just on repeats, like better safe than sorry, better safe than sorry, better safe than sorry, and like, ding dong, ding dong, it sounds stupid saying it out loud, I know, but it's the truth. Like, he's just a very out there character. He's got the uniqueness factor going for him, because he's basically psychotic, but I enjoy that. I enjoy that one character that's in a video game that's just flat out psycho, because it's just so different and funny sometimes that you can just make fun of it. I enjoy the memes that I can basically pull on this guy by just thinking of stuff off the top of my head because of the fact of the way he is. And I wish that they would have used him more, because they also end up having some other unique stuff with him, such as the fact that he turns into a zombie, which technically now he ends up like making zombie grunts, which I don't know if you necessarily count that towards his dialogue or not, because of the fact that he does become a zombie. But at the end of the day, even though his dialogue is short, he's just so unique that he has to be up higher on the list, in my opinion. And now, guys, finally the last character before we get on to the main 8. This is going to end up being Virgil. Virgil is, in my opinion, the best NPC in the game. He's the best character outside the main 8. Because you see him the most, you end up getting the most dialogue from him, the most unique dialogue, and overall, he is just one of the most enjoyable characters. You end up finding about some dialogue, such as dialogue relating to his wife. You end up finding out dialogue about him, about how he ends up having certain agendas and ideas about, like, trying to, like, end up rescuing other survivors, and he's also just a naturally good-spirited man. You can also find out dialogue about him just about, like, how he wants to end up helping you, and you can end up helping him, such as with getting the gas and all that stuff. And even though he ends up having, of course, the generic voice line every now and again where it's being like, get to the boat, or, like, get from point A to point B, he has enough other dialogue to, counteract that. He's unique, but he's also normal. He's not crazy out there like Church Guy, or even, somewhat in between, like with Whittaker. He's just a normal guy that's very humble and wants to help us out, and we see him the most. He's got, therefore, the most dialogue, and regardless of what his dialogue is, just because of that he has the most, and he's also something that you just kind of have exposure to a lot, I feel like it bumps him up, just because, other than the main 8, he's literally the only other character in this game that has any significant contribution to the story, ever. Because, like, even though there is some other human beings in Left 4 Dead, outside the main 8, it's so bland and boring, and Virgil is just refreshing to listen to. Alrighty, guys, so that was all the original characters in Left 4 Dead that were not the main 8. Now we're going to be moving on to the main survivors of this video. And the reason why I just wanted to mention that I was even including these guys before the main survivors in the first place is just because I feel like they still do contribute enough to the story, and they were worth mentioning, because there is some notable characters such as Virgil and Church Guy, and of course Whittaker, that in my opinion the community does really like. Alrighty, guys, so coming in at the first spot in terms of the main 8 survivors, this is going to end up being Rochelle. Now, Rochelle, I know that a lot of people end up poking fun at Rochelle, but in comparison to everybody else that we have listed, she is actually quite an enjoyable character. And I'll say it in a serious way, I mean it. Rochelle is actually a good character. I know we poke a lot of fun at her, but Rochelle, I will say, honest to God, in comparison to some of the other characters, and some other video games that I have also just seen in general, I promise you that, you are actually quite an enjoyable character. Your voice lines fall flat in comparison to the other 7, because you really don't contribute much. I would say, despite that flaw, though, you're pretty a good character. You're pretty solid. We get to find out about Rochelle's personality through her dialogue, and that's how we end up having all the characters, with their dialogue, because there's no bios in the game. There's no really other ways within the Left 4 Dead universe that we ever find out about them unless we hear them from word of mouth from the community. But where they also get those, it was also from the video game. Either that or technically the comics. But when it comes to the voice lines in this game, Rochelle, she has more than the normal NPCs, but in comparison to the other main 7, not that much. We find out about her job, and we find out that, you know, like, she has her certain hobbies and interests, but then she's also got some really, like, bizarre voice lines. Like, for example, there's a, I don't know if I can even find a clip of it, but there's one voice line in particular where out of nowhere, she's being like, I'm not going to show anybody my tits, or something along those lines, and it's just completely left field. I've heard this at the beginning of The Parish sometimes. It's just being like, so the first thing that you say when we get off of the boat is that line. It's like, who mentioned this to you, and like, why are you bringing this up now? It's being like, was Virgil hitting on you, Rochelle, and you're uncomfortable? Like, do you want me to, like, you know, like, report him to somebody? Like, you want me to report Virgil to the zombie equivalent of HR if there is even one left? Like, what the hell? So it's just like random crap like that. And in my opinion, because Rochelle's voice lines are just random and sparse and really just honestly uninteresting in comparison to the others, that's just why she's got to be so low. She's better than the other NPC type of characters, but still lower than any of the other main survivors. Alrighty, so coming in at our next spot, this is going to end up being Nick. Now, with Nick, I personally don't have a problem with Nick. I don't want people to assume that I have a problem with Nick, because sometimes when I end up poking fun at certain survivors, people think I just flat out hate them. And just like Rochelle, I don't hate Nick. I poke fun at Nick, and I'll joke around saying sometimes I hate Nick, but that's just mostly a joke and satire, and I really don't have a problem with him. I just don't really care for his overly negative personality. So, for example, Nick, in comparison to, like, let's say somebody like Ellis, is like literally opposites of each other, the yin to the yang, if you will. I enjoy dialogue amongst Ellis and Nick sometimes just because they're complete opposites. It's funny when Ellis is overly positive and Nick gets annoyed with that, and he's like trying to, like, you know, upset him, like get under his skin. It's funny seeing Ellis end up irritating Nick, and also vice versa. They're basically like brothers. Like, they annoy the shit out of each other, and just hearing them bicker is funny. And Nick is like that, but because he is the more negative one and kind of like the instigator, I really just don't care for his dialogue. And I therefore end up putting him on this part of the list because Nick complains way too much. Almost just as much as Francis. And don't worry, we'll get to Francis's complaints in his dialogue very shortly. But in my opinion, Nick just complains way too much. And he's always just grumpy. Yes, he's got some genuinely nice voice lines, and he can be sweet to people. In fact, there was, I think, one time that he was actually very affectionate to either Rochelle or he was very affectionate to Ellis, when I think that one of them died in particular. And it was very sweet to hear him say that, because it's just the opposite of his character, but not so drastic that it takes away from his entire gimmick. But even though he can be nice at times, overall, just in general, most of the time, he's just an asshole. Now, Francis is a slightly different type of asshole, where he does it for more comedic value. Nick just does it just to be an ass. So, when it comes to his dialogue, it's just kind of just annoying to me. I mean, I like his dialogue to a certain degree. It's not completely terrible, and it's more original than what Rochelle's is. But just because it is original, and just because it is more than someone else, doesn't mean that it's good dialogue, you know? I would still end up having Nick rather than not having Nick. I'm just saying that right now. Like I said, I don't hate Nick, and I don't hate his voice lines. It's just that in comparison to the other characters, he's really, really negative, almost a little bit annoyingly so. And I would just say is that it's just in comparison to the other characters that I really just don't care for it. That's all. Alrighty guys, now coming into the next spot, this is Francis. So just like Nick, Francis is very similar in terms of my issue with his dialogue. Pretty much he complains too much. Now, Francis, in comparison to Nick, his dialogue is less complainy and more jokey, and it's more to be like kind of like an instigator in a more playful way. Nick just does it for his own self-amusement, and he kind of does it to mildly irritate people. When Francis ends up saying something, he ends up doing it just because he's just trying to end up being like almost like a dork. He's trying to tease rather than try to instigate. You know, there's a slight difference between those two adjectives. adjective as in, like, you know, he's basically, like, trying to get that to be his almost identity. And Francis, in my opinion, when I say that he is an asshole and, you know, Nick is just purely an asshole, it's a very slight difference and a very thin line that you gotta walk. Francis, like I said, does it just to be funny. Nick just does it just because he can. And that's the huge difference, in my opinion at least. Which makes Francis slightly more enjoyable. I really don't care for either of them in this regard. When they're both just being bitchy and annoying and complaining, I don't really like either of them in that regard. But when Francis does have the choice to end up opening up more and being genuinely a more nicer person, such as, for example, when he's flirting with Rochelle, you know, that's showing more of his enjoyable character side rather than just being the I hate everything man, because we all know about the I hate everything voice lines that Francis has said several times over again. But even then, at the end of the day, Francis is still enjoyable. I just don't really particularly care for that type of dialogue and to just hear it on repeat in comparison to the other survivors. Alright, now you guys have no idea how much that this actually is gonna upset me to a certain degree, because I love this character. But just because I love this character doesn't mean I'm going to put them up unnecessarily higher than they need to be, because I'm trying to make this list, like I said in, you know, videos past, with the community's opinion in mind. If this was just solely my list, of course I would end up putting, you know, this character in a different spot. But this is going to end up being Zoe. Now, Zoe, I really do love her story, but if we're just going solely off of voice lines alone, which is different and not counting, for example, things like the comics and stuff like that, Zoe, in my opinion, is going to have to end up being ranked basically in the middle of everybody. So, a little bit better than Rochelle, Francis, and Nick, but not quite as good as, like, the other remaining survivors that we'll get to later. I do love Zoe. I really, really do love Zoe. She's one of my favorite characters in video game history, and I do enjoy her story. I really, really do. But the thing is in comparison to the other survivors, she unfortunately is just not stand out enough. She walks this thin line of being, like, very, very laid back and easy and just kind of just keeps to herself. But depending on the circumstance, she also has some other dialogue where she's more fun and goofy and bubbly and out there. And this can be sometimes also in a slightly different way where she is more out there, but she's in a more serious and I'm going to kick ass type of way. And she's got a lot of different vibes about her. Sometimes she's serious, sometimes she's not. Sometimes she's, you know, very, very, you know, like, introverted, and sometimes she's also not. And like I said, that depends. And I'm more of an extroverted person, so I would much rather prefer to end up playing as somebody that's more extroverted like me. And I enjoy Zoe, and I play with her as a character on a regular basis because I know her story outside the voice lines. I know who she is as a person. And that's okay, but like I said, unfortunately it just doesn't count towards the list because we're ranking just the voice lines only. And in comparison to the others, I just have to put you down on the middle part of this, Zoe. But the good news is, though, is that she's at least more than all the other characters. So she at least gets brownie points for that. Alrighty, guys, so coming in at our next spot, this is Bill. Now, with Bill, in my opinion, is one of the most easily recognizable characters within Left 4 Dead. I'll probably say out of the main 8, Bill is like 1 or 2. Easily. Everyone recognizes Bill. He's associated with Left 4 Dead, most zombie games in general. In fact, that's why they reuse him a lot of the time for DLC within games, such as within Dying Light, and then also within Dead Before Daylight. They reuse Bill because he's so recognizable. Now, Bill, in my opinion, I enjoy him as a character. He's got a lot of cool-ass voice lines because he's basically the stereotypical old man, I'm gonna kick your ass type of figure. Like, he's basically badass grandpa. And it's really cool to end up having that type of figure within the game because you think within like a zombie universe you need to have generic, big, hulking, me strong, manly man type of people, but you'd be surprised that a veteran, a very old man veteran, can still kick some ass, and he ends up kicking ass good. Bill's dialogue, he doesn't mess around. He'll end up having some very seriously compelling dialogue. In fact, there's one rant in particular I know that Bill says on a regular basis within No Mercy that I really think is cool. I don't remember what the voice line was word for word, but it was something along the lines of being like, I'll see peace back on Earth if I have to murder every one of these goddamn bastards with my cold, dead hands. And it was really, really cool. It's just being like, oh shit, Grandpa means business. So yeah, Bill's got some moments where he'll end up getting you going. Like, he really knows how to lead a group, and he's a very big leader figure. So he's really enjoyable to listen to, and that's why he's the main group leader of, Left 4 Dead 1. That's why he sacrifices himself at the end of the day, after all, because he's the leader. He's the main guy. He is the staple of the group. And in my opinion, that's something that you can't necessarily take for granted. You might not like Bill in comparison to, like, let's say Zoe, Francis, or Lewis, or hell, even Rochelle, Nick, or Ellis, or Coach, but you gotta at least respect the old man. Alrighty, guys, now coming in at the next spot, this is Lewis. You might have not expected this, but Lewis is in the top 3, and I always make fun of Lewis. I always try to make a joke about Lewis, at least once every video. But I'll be honest, I really enjoy this guy's positivity. Lewis, even though I made fun of you over the years, everything down to your pill addiction, you are one of the most enjoyable characters to listen to. When the game is feeling very serious, he breaks up the tension by ending up saying something very funny or positive or lighthearted. And just because I make fun of him, say that he bitches a lot of the time, because you might have remembered my ranking video of when I ranked the survivors, I might just say he might bitches a lot. And I feel like a lot of people might have taken that too much out of context, because the thing is that even though, yes, he can be annoying and cowardly sometimes, if he wants to, Lewis can be a badass. Now, even though, yes, this is going to be technically referring to the comics, which therefore doesn't count, let me give you an idea of what he can be at least. If you remember the Left 4 Dead comics, there's one part in particular with his origin story, where when a zombie ends up attacking him in the men's room, he's basically taking a massive shit. And what ends up happening is that while he's taking a shit, then the zombie's attacking him and biting him, he defends himself by destroying the zombie and caving his head in. And his actions speak louder than words. Like, the man literally is the definition of, like, ass kicker in this moment. And even though we never see anything like this in game, Lewis is deserving of the top 3 spot, because I know deep down that if he really wants to, he could be the most badass character in the whole entire game. He just chooses to be reserved and be the nice guy. But if he really wants to, we all know if Lewis really wants to, he could be big black dick swinging McGee, and we would all be happy to see it.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Alrighty, guys, we've got 2 more characters remaining. Coming in at the number 2 spot, this is our friend Coach. Coach, in my opinion, is one of the most enjoyable characters in Left 4 Dead, and one of my most enjoyable characters to play as with video games, because he is very fun. He's an ass-kicking machine, he's comedic, he's got his voice lines anywhere from being like, I'm gonna end up destroying you and kicking your ass, to talking about a whole assortment of junk food and just being uberly jokey and rock bands and, manly man stuff. And he's just the type of dude that you want to pop a cold one with the boys and just chill and end up catching up with old times. And he is just such a fun and enjoyable person. This is the type of guy that you would end up having in a movie such as The Equalizer, and he would end up being the sidekick to Denzel Washington, and he would just be the ass kicker of the movie. He'd be that big bodyguard type of figure, where it's being he's really nice, but if you get on his bad side, he'll destroy you. And that's Coach. Coach is a very nice, fun guy that if he really wants to, he will kick your ass, and he will kick your ass good. Coach is so infamous with Left 4 Dead. I would say other than Bill, Coach is another one of those just recognizable characters, instantly. Coach is also up in the top 3. Coach is infamous with Left 4 Dead. Easily. Everyone knows who he is. Everyone knows a lot about his dialogue, and he is not only fun, not only enjoyable, but he's also just, in Left 4 Dead and video game history, most people, and if anybody, will never forget Coach. But guys, coming in at the number 1 spot, this is everybody's favorite hillbilly, Ellis. Ellis has the best dialogue in all Left 4 Dead, period. He is such a goofball, it's ridiculous. He has so much random dialogue that it's ridiculous. He has a voice line for everything, from serious to non-serious. He's got a voice line about everything, I promise you. Try to look for a voice line talking about something and see if Ellis doesn't have anything to say about it. Just tell me. I bet you there's no situation where that exists. Ellis always has the ability to speak. He's the most extroverted person that I can think of within this game. He's always talking. He always has something to say, to contribute. And I love, and I'm pretty sure you guys love this too, is when he just goes rambling on about his friend Keith. Keith this, Keith that, Keith everywhere, and it's just ridiculous. It is literally a living meme about Keith. And I really hope that one day we'll somehow get Keith with Left 4 Dead, you know, whether it be a Left 4 Dead 3, like maybe they can have him as a playable character, that would be cool. Or maybe like we can even end up having a Easter egg about him one day, or like let's say that Left 4 Dead gets a DLC drop again, where they end up having another map, and there's something with Keith in it, like a note to like to reference, like as an Easter egg or something. Because Keith is just such a staple of this series, a staple to this video game franchise. And Ellis made it happen. Ellis has got always these fun stories. He's always got some funny nickname or joke about the Special Infected. He can be serious if he wants to. He can end up being, you know, comedic if he wants to. And he can even be sweet and loving to the survivors if he wants to. Especially Zoe, because of the fact that he has a crush on her. And we all know at the end of the day that Ellis is probably, if not, one of the most enjoyable dialogue-based characters in all Left 4 Dead. So yeah, guys, that is going to be it here for today's video. I do truly hope you guys end up enjoying seeing Left 4 Dead ranking of voice lines. I hope you guys end up enjoying today's video, and if you did, please consider dropping a like, comment, and subscribe to show your guys' support. If you would like to financially support the channel, I would definitely appreciate if you guys could go check out my Patreon. It is always linked down below in all my YouTube video descriptions. Or you guys could use supporter creator code BlackNinja797 in all caps in the Fortnite Epic Games item shops, because Epic's my very first sponsor, and they're sponsoring today's video, so shout out to Epic Games. But before we do go, guys, I just want to add a little bonus here for everyone that watched the whole entire way through, because if you guys watched through to the very end, I appreciate you. You guys are a G. And the one thing I want to mention with these voice lines is that even though there is really no way I can properly rank every single voice line in all of Left 4 Dead, I will just tell you this. My favorite voice line in particular is going to end up being this one right here. It's from our boy Nick, and it's one of the most badass things you will ever hear in your entire life.
I have not come this far to die now.
Nick might not be my favorite character, but every time I hear that voice line, I want to play as Nick. And I will just say this, is that this is one of the most badass voice lines in the history of video games. Let me know if you agree in the comments down below. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video, guys. In today's video, this is once again going to be another Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video. For this ranking video, we are going to be ranking all the concept art of Left 4 Dead. Now, one caveat that I do want to mention just straight off the rip is that when it comes to this list, is going to be probably a little bit shorter than it could have normally been for a given list. That is just because when it comes to concept art, is a little bit tricky to find out whether or not it is truly authentic or not. This is a area that kind of like is a little bit of a gray line, because some fan art may be confused for concept art. So I purposely only end up having so many things in this list to avoid that problem even showing up. So if the list is a little bit short and there is a piece of concept art that is officially by Valve that I missed, please let me know, and I'd be more than happy to tell you what my opinion is on it. But yeah, guys, other than that little exception, we will be ranking all the concept art of the Left 4 Dead. If you guys end up enjoying today's video, as always, please end up dropping a like, comment, and subscribe to show your guys' support. And if there's any particular thing that you would like me to rank in the next Left 4 Dead 2 ranking episode, please let me know by putting in the comments down below. But yeah, guys, let's rank every single bit of concept art in Left 4 Dead 2. Alrighty, guys, so let's get into the very first spot. So coming in at our first spot, this is going to be Oh Fuck No. The next spot is Oh Fuck That. And the third spot is Fuck That with a side of Fuck That on the side, please. Alright, coming in the next spot, this is going to be the Spitter if it was an ugly-ass Oompa Loompa. The next spot is going to be Spitter Grandma. And then finally, the Spitter if it looked more like a hooker than it already does. Alright, coming in at our next spot is going to end up being a zombified version of every guy ever that has participated in No Nut November, also known as the Charger. Alright, next we got a version of the Charger that looks like the tank if it decided to take on the habits of the Boomer. And then finally, for the last concept art of the Charger, we've actually got a really normal looking one with just a much more meaner looking face because of the caved in eyes. And trust me, don't worry, I'm actually going to be serious from now on. Actually, no, I got one more roast left in me. This concept art of Rochelle looks like literally the human version of the female boomer. Like, I'm not trying to be, like, overly critical about this either, and I'm just saying it from the point of view of being like, why would you want to have one of your survivors, you know, the badass killing, you know, awesome character you have, to be very similar and basically be a human version of one of your, like, most weakest versions of your special infected? You know what I mean? Alrighty guys, I hope you ended up enjoying that roast session for the first couple of concept arts. I don't know why, I was just feeling extra savage today. But yeah guys, going into our next spy here, this is going to end up being a scrap special infected that is actually called Meat Wall. And I've seen this before, and I've also shown this in a video before, and basically this is just another one of those characters that just looks like the boomer slash the tank slash the charger, basically slightly altered, and so that way it can basically be kind of like a hybrid of all of them. But overall, we don't know what this thing was meant to do. We don't know if it was supposed to be basically like a stronger boomer or a weaker tank. We just know that it was just called Meat Wall, and it was planned to be a different special infected, apart from the ones that we already have. But it does at least look decent. Alrighty guys, now we got a scrap special infected called Claws. Now, Claws I originally used to think was actually kind of decently cool. But as the years have gone on, he started to lose kind of his cool factor and just kind of blends in with all the other zombies that we see in pretty much every modern zombie game. This is your stereotypical looking monster when you don't have a character tied to it, where like it has like personality and, you know, like kind of like a cool design. This is just generic monster that like has like a sunken pair of eyes and a set of claws. It really doesn't have any value, and since we only have the concept art to go off of, that's just my valid opinion of it. I think that this thing could have had much more potential if we would have gotten more than just this, but this is the only thing we have to go off of it, so. Alrighty guys, now we've got the scrapped concept art of the Hellhog. This is one of two, and this is going to be the first one. The Hellhog was meant to be one of the special infected animals that was supposed to be in Left 4 Dead, but it never ended up becoming to be. And this is the original idea of what it was supposed to look like, one of two possibilities. And in my opinion, this is the least cool out of the other one. But however, though, it still is a really cool concept, and it would have been cool to see just a special infected animal, because even though, you know, it would be kind of a little bit, like, iffy for some people, I think it would at least be cool if it was, like, its own game mode, maybe. Not necessarily the full game, but I would like at least to see it. And then here is the second one right afterward, and I think that this is slightly cooler just because of the more clean looking design. And even though it's not necessarily that much more different, I do think it does look slightly better in my opinion. You can let me know what your favorite version of the Hellhog is down below in the comments. Alrighty guys, now going back to survivors here for a second, this is going to end up being the concept art of Young Bill. Now, Young Bill here looks pretty cool, and I would say that this actually is a really good interpretation of what I think a actual Young Bill would look like. And Young Bill still looks pretty fun to play as, even though it's completely different from what we're used to. Now, Young Bill, I think that in my opinion, I don't necessarily prefer him. I actually much prefer the older Bill, just because not only am I used to that as well, but it just overall, I just feel like Bill, for the type of character he was, it was better fit that he was actually on the older side. If he was younger, it might not have had the same ring to it. Valve might have originally wanted to make him younger, so that way it would be more fitting for the age to basically be like the spiritual successor for Zoe's dad, because we all know that Bill's relationship with Zoe's, that he's supposed to be essentially acting kind of like her surrogate dad. Alrighty guys, now we've got another concept art of Rochelle, and this one looks much, much better than the original one that I showed you guys earlier in the video. This Rochelle looks really cool. It actually kind of gives off the vibe of if like this was one of Rochelle's siblings, like almost like a sister. Looks very similar to the current Rochelle that we know, but just different enough that she seems like a completely different person. This at first glance seems like Rochelle, but the more that I think about it, this would look like someone that would be related to Rochelle, like a sibling, a sister, or cousin. If Valve suddenly just decided randomly today to say that, hey, canonically, this is Rochelle's older sister or something, that wouldn't surprise me, and I wouldn't doubt it for a second. This interpretation of Rochelle is cool. I like the afro. I like how that she's kind of got like almost like a little bit of sass going on in the photo, like with the type of like expression she gives and the pose she's in. Really, really cool interpretation of what Rochelle could have been, and I really like this one a lot. That's why I think it's deserving of being higher up on the list. Alrighty guys, so now coming in at our second to last spot, this is going to end up being concept art for Zoe. And this set of concept art is very different than the normal concept art that you guys sometimes see floating around. You probably think of the beta version of Zoe when you think of her, but this is a completely different one that only I feel like some people see. And this is one where Zoe's got blue long hair with a red bandana. Everything else seems to be the exact same, and maybe I guess you could say that her facial features are a little bit different, but they look the same to me personally. But yeah, just the fact that she has suddenly blue hair with the bandana really gives her a different interpretation of like what I feel like she would have been like. Maybe the personality doesn't necessarily change, but you ever feel like that like an image tells a story? I feel like that this look, they would have had a different story for Zoe. Not fully, but slightly. The funny thing is with art is it's open to interpretation, right? And for some reason, just looking at this, the different design of Zoe makes me feel that she would have slightly different personality traits and therefore have a different story. Overall, even though this is simplistic, I really like this design, and I think that it's really, really well done. I would have been happy if we would have had this, although, in my opinion, I still do slightly prefer the original Zoe that we got right now. Alrighty guys, now before we do get into the #1 spot, this is something that I normally don't do, but I want to throw in honorable mentions, because like I said at the beginning of the video, this list I had to leave some things out, not only just because they technically could sometimes be on a thin line about whether or not that they're considered as official concept art, and also too as well, it's just that some of these things are just really hard to place because they're like little tiny adjustments where they're barely noticeable, or as well, in addition to that, what ends up happening is that these pieces of concept art were officially in the game at one point, and so technically they're not scrapped because they were in a version of the game, and so I can't really label it in this list properly. So here's just a random compilation of all of those. So the first honorable mention is going to be the original beta Left 4 Dead 1 survivors. Now, all these guys we were able to play with in the beta, of course, and that's why I said, like, once again, it was just hard to put them in this list, because they never really were scrapped. They were only scrapped from the full point of the game, so they had intent on putting them in, but it was very last second. So I decided to just originally just scrap these and just leave them as a honorable mention. Like I said, I rarely do this, but I thought that they should be at least acknowledged. The next one's going to be scrapped concept art of Ellis's original design. Ellis's original design, originally he was going to have just a plain yellow t-shirt with a green baseball cap. Now, these are slightly different color palettes and logos, and in my opinion, it was just not worth putting on the list. Yes, you could debate that about the things with Zoe, and also even some of the several different, special infected and everything. But this was just my personal opinion, and that's why I decided to leave it out. But if you guys decide to make the list differently, please let me know what you would have done. I really would love to see. I like comparing and contrasting the list. Next here, we've got scrap concept art for Coach, and Coach has a different colored shirt with also holes in it, although he seems literally the exact same personality-wise. I can just kind of tell by his smirk. And then finally, for our last honorable mention, this is going to be concept art of Nick, and I think that out of every character, Nick has changed the least. He literally looks the exact same to me, other than nitpicky stuff where maybe it looks like his hair is a little bit less clean and like more frizzy, and he has like a minor 5 o'clock shadow, but that's like it, and that's debatable. Alrighty guys, so now we are finally coming into the #1 spot, and for the #1 spot, this is going to be a scrap special infected that I like to call Ratman. This is a really interesting bit of concept art, and I think that this is the coolest. I would have wanted to see this as a special infected. This is basically a special infected that its original purpose was meant to shoot rats out of itself, and the rats would attack you and try to eat you alive. Very gruesome, I know. Essentially, what it did was it was supposed to be kind of like a boomer type of mentality where it's supposed to, like, use other things to kill you, and it wouldn't actually, like, kill you itself. And it's a really, really unique concept how it, once again, kind of goes for the, like, infected animal mentality and has, like, zombie rats coming after you. And just having it, like, just burrowing rats in its stomach and then just, like, projectile launching them at you, that's just really menacing in my opinion. And this guy, I can imagine being very scary. If they ever added him one day, and like let's say in Left 4 Dead 3, that would be really, really cool. And here's hoping that once again, we'll end up running into Ratman. Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video. And today's video, we're going to be ranking all the Left 4 Dead 2 cutscenes. This is going to be a very interesting list because all the Left 4 Dead videos that we've done so far have been based off of stuff such as Infected, guns, and even some miscellaneous stuff such as, Left 4 Dead merchandise and Left 4 Dead cut content. But I never thought until just recently after seeing a comment about ranking the little cutscenes that we have in Left 4 Dead. Because even though they're not much, they still are officially cutscenes. And I thought it would be not only a cool thing to rank, but it would also be something that we should give a valid opinion on, just because it's just something that has a core of Left 4 Dead that even though it's small, is still very important. If you guys have been enjoying today's video, as always, please show support by dropping a like, comment, and subscribe. And if there's any particular thing that you would like to see me rank in the next Left 4 Dead video, please let me know in the comment section down below. But anyways, guys, let's rank all the cutscenes in Left 4 Dead 2. Alrighty guys, so coming in at the first spot, this is going to be the intro for Crash Course, because the intro for Crash Course is very bare bones. All the cutscenes are kind of bare bones and simplistic, but this one is really simplistic. All it is just a pan out from a crashed helicopter, just showing the back of the survivors. Nothing too special, which is why also back to back, we're going to be doing these two other cutscenes because they're actually kind of like around the same level of just not enough oomph. And one of them is just going to be Death Toll, because essentially it's going to be the exact same thing, but just panning out from the little road. But however, though, this next one may shock you, just because I love this map a lot, but to rank something of it this low on the list might shock you. And that's going to be the intro for Dark Carnival. I don't like this. Out of all the possible intros in Left 4 Dead for a map, the Dark Carnival one is just boring. I'm just going to be honest. I mean, I love the map, and I do think there's a lot of great things about it, but I'm not going to say that this is good just because it's just not. All it does is just kind of like give a transition between what happened after the Parish and before Swamp Fever, about basically why you lost Jimmy Gibbs' stock car, and then the dialogue that actually is remotely interesting proceeds on throughout the rest of the map, which is not a part of the cutscene. If any of the dialogue or whatever is like outside of the cutscene, then in my opinion, really this doesn't count. I'm basing these cutscenes off of dialogue or just the cinematics of like how they, show what's within the, the cinematic, and overall just what they decide to send the core message as. And in my opinion, Dark Carnival is more rather just a transition more than anything else. Then next is going to also be Blood Harvest. Blood Harvest is kind of the same thing, but you just kind of get a general idea of the forest we're in and basically our given location. Then we have Swamp Fever. This is the one that I will say that does get a little bit of credit, because I do like the little bit of music that is in Swamp Fever, because the music tone that they decide to use makes it a very creepy intro. Like, I'll let you play it here for a second and take a listen. The notes are just ever so slightly, like, off-sounding, and it really makes it creepy. And genuinely, more power to Swamp Fever, because Swamp Fever is one of the only few maps in Left 4 Dead 2 that I really feel like it can be creepy if it really wants to. And even little things like the intro go towards that, in my opinion. Because, like, when you have a horror game, right? If you have the right music, it doesn't matter what scene you overlay it with. It just automatically makes it creepy. You just always assume there's something coming because of a certain music riff that might play. And even if it's a weird one, like, a certain sound might be a little bit off, and it, like, sounds like it shouldn't be that way, that goes a long way, trust me. Next is going to be the Sacrifice intro. In the Sacrifice intro, the characters are actually shooting out of a moving train until eventually it slowly pans over to them all just suddenly now standing, which really, other than the train part, is essentially basically like, Death Toll or Crash Course. Really nothing special, but it just moves up just because of the fact that it's a little bit interactive. You can see the zombies die on the map, kind of like before your very eyes. It's a little bit cool. Then next we have the Parish. In my opinion, the Parish is good. It has nice scenery, but that's just more rather on the map itself. All it really does is allow us to be able to get closure with Virgil, and it just shows him eventually driving off. And the map is kind of just like a placebo, just because even though it looks nice with the cinematics of the map, and the cutscene and all, that's more rather the map than the actual intro. Then next is going to end up being the Last Stand intro. The Last Stand intro is actually going to be a pretty interesting intro because it's once again sort of on the interactive side of things, because you can see Lewis messing around and like fiddling like with his band-aids. But after that, once again, just goes back to them standing still. Now we've got a Coldstream one. Coldstream, in my opinion, has probably one of the most effort put into a intro for all of Left 4 Dead. Now, keep in mind that this was made by a modder and not by Valve themselves. And this guy really put a lot of effort in specifically just the intro. Because the way that he does the camera work with the zooming all the way out and through like little tiny cracks in the log cabin and through the little ropes in the bridge and all the way around the mountain until eventually it lands at the crew and has a overhead view of the text of Coldstream, which I thought was a little neat touch, how it says, hey, basically, welcome to the map. And it's a really nice fine attention to detail, and he didn't even need to do that, but he just decided to do that on his own choice. So that was really cool in my opinion. Now we've got Dead Air. Now for Dead Air, we actually end up seeing the giant flying plane coming around the map at the greenhouse. This does a lot of foreshadowing and significance because it actually leads up to basically when the plane ends up crashing, which is basically like the best way you can do storytelling is when you're subtle about it just as much as you are blunt. And I think that in my opinion that this plane being like, you know, symbolized here as basically like a beacon of hope and then later having it destroyed, it's a really good use of foreshadowing. And it's like not the type of game you would expect to have, you know, air quote foreshadowing, but it does it really well. Now we've got the No Mercy intro. This is a classic because we all know about how that the chopper pilot is being like, you know, everyone get to Mercy Hospital, and he's flying around and eventually just pans through survivors for the very first time. And because this is the first intro that we ever see in Left 4 Dead, period, it automatically just gets bumped up because having a basic intro is okay when that's where you start. You never want to continue to do that because simplicity is a fine line that you walk. Having something be bare and simplistic is two different things. Having something be simplistic means that it's still satisfying to end up having and look at, versus bare where it's like you're looking for something and it's just not there and it feels just like there's no point in it being there. And No Mercy does the good job of being simplistic but not bare. Now coming into the next spot, this is going to be NSenr. NSenr actually has a slightly better intro in my opinion, because even though it's the survivors being involved with trying to get to a helicopter, the big difference is that when they end up trying to get to said helicopter, the building that they're on is on goddamn fire and they had to escape. Really sends a message being like, oh crap, we're starting this off on a crazy note. Let's get out of here. And then it proceeds everyone to move, because Left 4 Dead 1 was more about being creepy, and Left 4 Dead 2 was being more about like cinematic and actiony, but both still do a really good job. And then finally, for my favorite intro in all the Left 4 Dead cutscenes, this is going to be the passing one. Because with the passings, that even though I've seen it several times over and over and over again, I still do get a kick out of wondering, being like, hey, is it going to be Francis or is it going to be Zoe? Or hey, if so, if you know it is Francis or Zoe, which one is it going to be? Am I in the mood more for Zoe or am I in the mood more for Francis? And I always like to, you know, end up rocking different mods sometimes on PC to see how the skins look and all that stuff. And I overall just like seeing the Left 4 Dead 1 crew again, just in my map sometimes. Because sometimes I'll take a break from Left 4 Dead 1 maps, and I'll play Left 4 Dead 2 maps, and I'll be like, hey, I'm going to load up the passing, and then boom, and they're there. Even though, like, I could play Left 4 Dead 1 over and over and over again, I still just am fascinated and, like, enjoy the fact that I can see them interact with the Left 4 Dead 2 crew. That's just awesome to me. Alrighty guys, now we're starting to transition over to endings. So for our first ending cutscene, the end to a map, this is going to end up being Hard Rain. Now, with the ending to Hard Rain, essentially all it is that you just take off on Virgil's boat. It literally is nothing special. It is just meant to be a ends to the map. In my humble opinion, when you want to end up making a good cutscene, you want to end up having substance, and just having a boat moving is not really that significant. That is why also coming into the next spot here is going to also end up being the Death Toll outro, or the Death Toll ending, because it's essentially the same thing. You just get on, you know, the boat, and then you just drive off. There's nothing significant about it. Then you can also go on to Swamp Fever. It's essentially the exact same thing, only difference is that the fact that you meet Virgil for the first time. Then after Swamp Fever, we have Coldstream, where with Coldstream, the intro, in my humble opinion, was, in my opinion, like, better than the outro. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, being like, John, if you think the outro is worse than the intro, why are you ranking it up higher? It's just solely because, in my opinion, a end cutscene is just by default always usually better than a intro cutscene. This is not the case all the time, and it's really not the case with this, so you might be wondering once again, if I've not said already, why my ranking is higher than. It's just because when it comes to end cutscenes, they have a different feel to them. When you have an intro cutscene, imagine it as basically like when you're watching a new show for the first time and you're watching the pilot season. You're essentially just trying to get used to everything. Everything's new, everything's all like, spectacular, it's different, and sometimes it can end up being just, really nice and just good looking. But the outro, or in this case the ending, is more rather like the final hoorah, the final everything is set in stone, this is how it shall be type of mentality when it comes to the cutscenes, or in the case of your storytelling. And even though it's not necessarily my favorite, and I personally like the cinematics of the way that the intro is done better, it's just also just an epic cutscene. Like, for example, even though I like the way that the camera pans in the intro for Coldstream, and I even liked how the name pops up, overall, just more cool stuff happens, and it just kind of is a nice wrap-up in Coldstream. The forest is on fire, for example, a lot more significant than the intro, just showing like, ooh, that's a bridge. And when you also end up having the helicopter fly away, you also get the classic good old escape music, which is just a lot more actiony and more like adrenaline pumping. And overall, I just like the idea of like cool cinematics. And even though you can zoom in on a bridge or like zoom in around the the forest as much as you want, I feel like I'm watching Animal Planet at that point. And even though it is kind of like a little bit more, I guess you could say, simplistic, which not necessarily is that bad or anything, but overall I just like more flashy, punchy kind of colors and stuff going on the screen, which just the outro does. So it's not exactly the most positive endorsement, but I just kind of wanted to explain my mentality and why I made that pick. Alright, now we've got the ending for The Last Stand, and this is kind of interesting because, believe it or not, technically The Last Stand has, air quote, multiple endings. Not like endings where the survivors like suddenly die in this one, but more rather just the camera work. So I'm going to give you guys actually two examples right here. So this is one of the versions of The Last Stand cutscene where it's essentially panning from the boat all the way up the mountain to eventually showing the lighthouse to draw significance to it, basically being like, hey, we survived that. Then here's an example of another version of the exact same cutscene where the boat is still the main focus until it eventually moves on to the lighthouse, but the camera zooming in is like different, the way that they pan in and out. Now, regardless of whether or not that this is technically, I guess you could say, a different cutscene, I'm just going to count it as the same cutscene, but it's just kind of randomized. But it is a nice attention to detail and something that does make me like it more, just solely because it's not the exact same thing every time. My eyes don't get lazy. My eyes actually are being like, oh, hey, where's the lighthouse? I'm like, oh, there it is. It actually, like, moves slightly. Or, hey, the boat is actually going to be shown from a different position or a different angle this time in comparison to what it is before. Slight little differences like that can be a big deal whether you realize it or not. Alright, now we've got Dead Air. Now, for Dead Air, the way that this is actually going to be is that you're taking one of the remaining planes and you're essentially getting out of the airport. And it's not as epic as, for example, like the dynamic event where the one plane crashed. It'd be kind of cool if you could see one crash, like, while you were taking off, but I understand that they want to make that separate to not take away from the fact that you're escaping. But overall, it's a decent cutscene. In my opinion, I still think it is pretty cool, even though it's not as epic as the dynamic event. Well, I'm surprised that this is up here, but once again, Blood Harvest, you've actually got another good thing going for yourself. Blood Harvest's outro or ending is up next. So Blood Harvest is just one of the few maps that, in my opinion, has really not too many good things going for it. It's usually almost at the bottom of all my lists, but however though, it occasionally does have the option to shine. In my opinion, the Blood Harvest ending cutscene is actually really cool because we actually get to see the military for the very first time here, essentially, and you also get to see our survivors escaping in this really cool military vehicle, which looks really like armor to the teeth and badass looking, and overall, it just feels like the ultimate zombie killing machine, and it's really cool just to be rescued in basically, like, essentially a goddamn tank. It's literally a mobile tank, and it's really, really cool to see just, like, how the survivors escape in this thing. The little drawbridge thing in the back gets dropped, and then you guys can crawl in, and then eventually goes over the hill, and there's even, like, a sunset, too, ironically, being like they ride off into the sunset. Although we know that's not entirely true because of the way that the Sacrifice comics go, and we all know that the military are actually a whole bunch of assholes, but still, I mean, it's nice to see the, the cinematics with riding off into the sunset. I mean, that's a nice touch. Now this is also another surprising map to see up here on the list, but actually getting close to almost the end of the list here is going to end up being the ending of Crash Course. Now, even though Crash Course is my least favorite map in all Left 4 Dead, this cutscene where they take off in the truck is really, really cool, especially considering the fact that this truck is actually referenced from a movie, although it does escape me at the moment. But it is really cool to be taking off in this truck, not only just because of the way that they designed the truck, but also just the idea of being in an armored truck. I like the idea of having kind of like a Mad Max custom vehicle and then driving off to go kill some zombies. It's just really cool to me. Alright, now we got No Mercy's ending cutscene. This is just, once again, another classic. The idea of just, like, getting off of that hospital and just having the helicopter do this really big zoom around the whole entire building till eventually it just zooms into the camera. It's really, really done. It's really, really carefully crafted to be like, yeah, we survived that. We survived that hospital that's infected with zombies to the teeth, and we got out of this city. It shows the whole entire city, how it's just basically been consumed by the apocalypse. And it's just really nice attention to detail. No Mercy, I would have to say, ends up really truly showing how much civilization has basically, like, ceased to exist in the, you know, zombie apocalypse. Because there's just nothing left. Pretty much everyone is dead. And this zoom out of basically the entire city is a perfect example of showing how that's actually very real. Now we go on to the passing ending. For me, I personally really like the passing ending because the passing ending shows basically the final goodbye for the Left 4 Dead 2 crew with the Left 4 Dead 1 crew. You get to have interactions sometimes where basically like Zoe and Ellis are basically flirting and having fun with each other. Same thing with even kind of like a little bit of Rochelle and Francis, although be it not much. And then you also get to be able to have it where Lewis is being a nice guy, you know, like talking to everybody, and you overall just kind of get this nice, fun hospitality vibe that just makes it feel like just kind of like a nice, being like, yeah, that felt good. That felt like a, you know, a good victory just to watch that unfold. It felt like a lot of fan service with that cutscene. In my opinion, I feel like that the passing does exactly that. A lot of fan service, a lot of cool, epic moments of being like, yeah, like we divide and we conquer, we stay hungry, we devour, as The Rock would say. And yeah, it's just overall just a really nice, heartwarming cutscene. Okay, now this is starting to get into like my favorite ones. So coming in at the next spot here, this is the Dead Center ending. Because the Dead Center ending, I mean, literally, bro, you're getting into Jimmy Gibbs' stock car, which has been hyped up throughout this entire map, and Ellis punches it in gear, and he literally drives through the entrance of the mall. It's the total definition of badass. They do the epic slow motion, and they even have the zombies being corpse launched by the whole entire car, like being decapitated and just destroyed. It's just the ultimate, like, you know, epic badass moment that we were all looking for, and it really was just so cool just to see Ellis just run those zombies over with that damn car. Alright, now we have got Dark Carnival's ending. Now, in my opinion, Dark Carnival has one of the best endings, just period. You're already done having this epic concert for the Midnight Riders band, and all of a sudden, just a helicopter literally flies in onto the stage in the auditorium and picks you up. That's just insane to me. It's like something you would see in a movie. It's really, really cool, and I really, really do hope that one day, if a Left 4 Dead movie ever comes out, that they replicate this somehow, because it's just too damn cool. And you want to know what's even cooler? The Parish ending, because literally, as soon as you end up getting to the helicopter for the Left 4 Dead 2 military, it shows a zoom in on the bridge, and then boom, it is gone. It is just evaporated. That bridge that you were originally once on, it really makes you think, because if you did not escape any quicker than you did, you would have been on that bridge. It really sends a message, and it also does kind of like foreshadow a lot of epic things, or also a little bit morbid things, but kind of like really just good storytelling, epic, you know, action scenes. And we never do truly figure out what happened to the Left 4 Dead survivors after this, but I would like to believe that there's a whole bunch of different theories out there that could be really good at explaining this. But the ending to the Parish is just one of its own, and it's just something that really needs to be appreciated more. Now, guys, we have the Sacrifice. The Sacrifice ending is really powerful because it shows you sacrificing yourself for your team, or someone sacrificing themselves for you. Because no matter whether it's Bill or if it's anybody else, you're showing someone risking their lives and literally sacrificing themselves. You see them die before your very eyes. to save you. And it's something that, even though it can be different, it has kind of like gotten like a little bit less novel over the years. Like, it's kind of like lost its novelty. But I still do remember the core message behind it. I can imagine if I could see this again for the very first time, I probably had the same reaction that I did before, where it's just like, wow, that was just not only badass, but sad, but epic, all at the exact same time. But guys, we are not done yet, because technically, when it comes to cutscenes and stuff like that, we still do have 2 more left. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, being like, John, is there like some extra bonus DLC that you're not telling us about? Are you secretly a developer? No, I'm not, my friends. But however, though, Left 4 Dead still does have intro slash outro slash just cinematics in general. And this is going to be in the form of when you first boot up the disc. Coming in at our next spot is the Left 4 Dead 1 intro cutscene, basically explaining the game and showing essentially what you're getting into, because, dude, the Left 4 Dead 1 intro cutscene for the base game is just awesome. It's nice and long, and it has a lot of cool epic moments, such as when the tank shows up, when you're fighting the witch. All the characters get to basically show you who they are, and they show them at their peaks, which is just really, really cool to see. And there's so many memorable quotes from this thing, but the only thing that is slightly better than the Left 4 Dead 1 cutscene is the Left 4 Dead 2 one. The Left 4 Dead 2 one is absolutely one of my favorite cutscenes in video gaming history ever, because I remember all the quotes, I remember all the moments, and overall, it has just one of the most badass lines that I've ever heard anybody ever say in the history of ever, is when Nick ends up saying this.
I have not come this far to die now.
Dude, I get goosebumps watching that again. That's my all-time favorite Left 4 Dead quote ever, period. I remember having that actually as my emblem back on Black Ops 2 on the Xbox 360 back in the day. Because other than Left 4 Dead 2, I also played a lot of Black Ops 2. And everyone would be like, dude, that's such an epic emblem. And they would always be like, that's so cool. I mean, I personally don't like Nick nearly as much as the other survivors, but I do gotta give Nick credit. That's a really cool line to say. Is that I have not come this far to die now, and the way he says it, and the way that it just transitions in that cutscene with all the epic battles that they're going through, and even like, and Nick actually owns up to this basically. Like, as he's saying this, it's showing him basically going toe to toe with the whole entire zombie apocalypse army. Like, literally the world's against him, and he's saying this, and it's like, dude, like, this is awesome. This is like the type of badass level I aspire to be one day, if I'm not already there. And it's just like, this quote makes me like Nick more, just by itself, period. If I knew nothing else about Nick, and this was just the first time I ever heard anything about Nick, I would automatically like him. I mean, I do like him as a character. He's not my favorite, but this cutscene, man, and that line in that cutscene, that is just so damn cool. In today's ranking video, we're going to be ranking all of the console commands that are in Left 4 Dead 2, and damn, it feels good to say that again. Welcome back, everybody, to another ranking video. It's been a minute. The main reason why it's taken so long for this episode to come out, my friends, and just also why the episodes have been more sparse for the ranking series in general, is just because I was kind of starting to get to the point where I felt like I was actually running out of things to rank, just because we have ranked a good majority of the things in Left 4 Dead. But I knew that there was still some stuff left to rank, so I wanted to just come up with some ideas. So luckily, with the help of time and also you guys, I was able to come up with some more ideas for stuff to rank in the future. So be on the lookout for those. I'm really looking forward to making more episodes in the series again. But yeah, guys, we are going to be ranking console commands for this episode. So console commands, what are they? Because not everyone will know what these are, because this is exclusive to the PC version of the game. So for Xbox players, if you don't know what console commands are, let me explain them to you really briefly. Essentially, these are just a glorified version of cheat codes. If you go into the settings of Left 4 Dead 2, you can turn on a thing called the developer console, which basically allows you, if you want to, just type in on your keyboard certain key phrases or certain quotes or certain, just things in general that will be able to make the game change. You can do anything such as God mode to unlimited ammo, which is pretty simplistic, to also some even more crazier ones, which we'll get onto later down in the list. Now, for the sake of keeping this list simple, instead of ranking stuff that is so bare bones and so boring that I feel like you guys will just tune out of the video, I'm actually just going to be bundling some things together, because I'm pretty sure you guys would rather not end up hearing me say, okay guys, for this particular console command, Ellis moves at 2 miles an hour, and then guess what? It's so thrilling. For the opposite effect of that, he goes at 1 mile an hour. Ooh. That, and also as well as I'm just not necessarily the biggest software person in the world, and I'm not really that tech savvy when it comes to like game creation and basically like game coding. I would be pretty much average, I would say. I've done some dabbling in it before in my free time, but I'm not going to be the type of guy that would be able to confidently say that I can tell you the difference between all these console commands and the reasons why. You ever have it where you have somebody that's trying to explain something and they have no idea what the hell they're talking about? Hello, thank you all for coming to my TED Talk. Today's TED Talk, we are going to be talking about paper. You see, paper, it's got a lot of fun facts about it. It's white, it's square, it's made of paper. So yeah, so at the end of the day, that is going to be basically my explanation and thoughts going into this. But now guys, finally, let's rank all console commands in Left 4 Dead 2 from worst to best. So for the first set of mods, this is what I'm going to be calling based off of what my mod menu calls it, which is going to be CVAR commands. Now, for CVAR commands, and then also all the following commands throughout later on the list are going to be based off of this mod menu that I got from Steam, which I can link down below in the description for you guys. These mods essentially are going to be the in-game functions of the Left 4 Dead game, but what they are is that they're more detailed. So instead of being able to just go into the game and doing stuff with, like, let's say the voting menu that you normally do, where you vote to like kick people and vote to change the maps and stuff like that, you can do things such as God mode. You can also end up making so that way you can be able to end up seeing things in like this weird blue 2D thing called Matrix mode, which basically allows you to see pretty much every single interactable thing in the entire game. Survivors, guns, you know, special infected, dead bodies, everything. Now, apart from Matrix mode, you mostly only end up getting simplistic stuff in this category, such as friendly fire being on and off, the voting system being on and off. There really isn't any, like, substance to this. The way that they are kind of like laid out here, in my opinion, I think is really, really good, because the way that the mod menu I have is designed is basically meant to simplify, where they're all kind of like sectioned off in their own subcategories, and these mods do make sense about why they're here. They're essentially more detailed versions of the in-game settings that we already have, and then a couple of extra bonus ones. Like, for example, I mean, how thrilling would it be for you to know that you can end up making the contrast of the map brighter to the point where you can basically be blind? These particular console commands are definitely very useful. Don't get me wrong. I'm pretty sure that someone somewhere is going to be saying that, oh, but dude, this is my favorite console command, and that's fine. I completely understand that. But now more than ever, especially with this particular list, as we niche down to more specific Left 4 Dead things to rank, I feel like it's going to be more specifically based off of my opinion, just because I believe is that the opinions of everyone else that's going to be in this area is going to be so niche and so narrowed down that's going to be kind of hard to say it's vouching for everybody as a whole, you know what I mean? Now we're going to be moving on to a set of commands that is just labeled as extras, according to the guy that ended up making this mod menu. But in my humble opinion, I believe that they're more than just extra commands. I believe that they actually have a little bit more novelty than the other ones that I priorly listed. So I'm actually going to give them a new name and call them cheat code commands, because it's kind of what they feel like, in the sense that they're basically traditional cheat codes. So for these console commands, they actually allow you to be able to do some pretty interesting things, such as start and stop the director, which is extremely useful. Then you also have normal motion, slow motion, and fast motion. This basically means that if you want to, you can change the speed of the survivors and yourself. You can either end up going at the speed of the Flash, or you can end up being as slow as a turtle. You can also be able to do some things such as spawning in fire. You can literally just spawn in fire. You can also spawn in spit or spit, which is really, really cool if you want to be able to, I guess, like, troll your buddies if you actually manage to get a local server and do cooperative mode, where you end up making so that way you can use the mods on them. You can end up adding in more fog than normal. You can get rid of the fog entirely. You can reset the whole entire campaign. You can end up having the final start. You can end up having it where the rescue comes to get you. And you can even finish the map and be able to, like, mess around with the map that you're on itself. And now you guys see why I sort of rank these a little bit lower, but also as in bundles, just because, like, these are basically in-game settings with just a little bit of pizzazz. Okay, now we have got weapon commands. Now, for weapon commands, in my humble opinion, this is not as cool as I thought it was going to be. It basically just makes you overpowered. That's really all that this serves. Now, if you wanted to, originally, this was more useful, because back in the day, before the Last Stand update, you could use this menu to be able to spawn in a lot of the Last Stand guns. And you could still sort of spawn in, like, guns that technically don't exist. There is plenty of them in the game, don't get me wrong. But the main ones, in my opinion, worth noting, were put in with the Last Stand update, which basically takes us down significantly so, in my opinion, and that's fine. But really the only weapons, because I understand that there is extra weapons in here that you could still spawn in. There is plenty of, cut weapons and console command weapons you can spawn in. But they're not really as noteworthy. They're things like the riot shield, which is just pretty bare bones. I mean, like, that you can always end up getting actually with like a mod. You don't even necessarily need to use the console commands to do that, which both the mod and the console commands are only available on the PC port anyways, so you might as well just get the easier one, which is the Steam mod. Don't get me wrong, it's very fun to be able to spawn in whatever gun you want, the amount of guns you want, give it every single upgrade possible and stuff like that. I really do like that idea, and it is definitely convenient to spawn in the guns you want, when you want them, and how you want them. But it's not something that I can't just do in the normal game. When I'm thinking of console commands and cheat codes, I'm thinking of stuff that I wouldn't be able to do without these things. Like, I can get the guns eventually maximum if I wanted to. I can get a laser sight and incendiary ammo for my favorite guns whenever I want. I just have to look for them. But a console command, I want to be able to do something really cool and really unique, which is why I just have to put the weapon commands lower, because sure, it's nice to spawn in the weapons, and you can even do things like equipment, like med kits and pain pills and bio bombs and molotovs and pipe bombs, but that's just all stuff in the game, and all you're doing is just putting in your inventory. Now we've got warp commands. These are more unique, because with warp commands, you're essentially being able to make it where you can teleport wherever you please and teleporting the bots and other players wherever you please. So you are actually able to control the game to the point where you can control where everyone goes. You don't have to be confined to the areas that are within the map. You don't even necessarily need to be confined with boundaries. This is kind of like a way of using no-clip without being able to just like move around with your WASD. You're more than rather just kind of putting your cursor on something and putting them in there. Kind of if you were just playing like a 2D side-scroller and you're choosing where you're putting your AI and you're like pathing for things. That's kind of the way I see this. It is a little bit more detailed than that, but that's just kind of the way I personally look at it. This is really nothing more than just saying, hey, go over here, versus hey, being over here. This command is very useful for the bots. But other than the bots, this really doesn't serve you, because if you're going to be doing this for essentially yourself, at that point you might as well just use no-clip. Okay, now we have got the survivor commands. Now, what do I mean by survivor commands? Well, when I mean survivor commands, I basically mean any command that is related to the bot AI. Because when it comes to the bot AI, I don't know if you guys have like caught up to speed by now, but they don't listen for shit. So I would have an easier time trying to teach Patrick Starr how to do something with a head injury and Alzheimer's than I would with the bots in Left 4 Dead. They just don't listen to me sometimes. So when it comes to the bots in Left 4 Dead, it's cool that there's actually a way I can basically force them to do what I need them to do. If I'm like, hey, you know, Coach, I need you to stand over here. Or, hey, Rochelle, I need you to be able to use this particular gun. Or, hey, Nick, stand still for me while I do this. That is so useful, because sometimes I just can't get people online to help me out with things such as Mythbusting Mondays, and it's nice that I can just be able to do this to the bots by just using console commands. There's been plenty of times where I've actually done this, and this has actually saved my butt for filming videos. So some of my favorite personal console commands within this list is going to end up being kicking the bots, being able to kill the bots, being able to end up like reviving the bots like without necessarily needing a defib. I love those because it's so useful when I need them to like be out of my way, and the only thing I can do is kick them so that way they don't shoot. Or also make it so that way if I want to, I can be able to have it where I can like kill them to be able to test things with like defibs, or being able to like respawn them in case I need them alive now for a purpose now that I've like gotten done killing them. Now within these survivor commands, there's actually kind of like two subcategories, which are going to be called torture and fun commands. And I was curious initially when I first got this mod, I'm like, what are these? And basically what the guy did is that he showed some commands that are essentially meant to screw with the AI. And those are, and some of my favorites are in here, which is like freezing the bots so that way they can't move, that way they're just stuck in place. So like, let's say I need them to be attacked by something, rather than defending themselves, they'll just let the charger or the hunter or something like that hit them. I also enjoy where there's like some console commands in here that make it where you can actually add and remove their HP or incapacitate them, so that way if I need to be able to judge something based off their health, I can do that. I can even do things such as being able to like slap them around. There's like a one that almost has like a melee shove effect. Like when you do this to the special infected, you can actually be able to just like hit a hotkey, and then the survivors will just suddenly start twitching and just shoving themselves back even though nothing's happening. You can even do things such as spawn in extra bots. You can spawn in the passing survivors with the Left 4 Dead 1 crew, but you can just spawn in like a crap ton of Ellises, Rochelle's, Coach, and Nicks. You can just be able to have like a whole entire army of AI with you. Just make sure that you're very careful though, and that you don't, like, for example, kill some of the AI all in a giant pile next to the other ones, because otherwise they may or may not freak out and start talking and they end up sounding like they're possessed by demons.
I'm with you.
Now, my friends, we move on to the special infected commands. Now, for the special infected commands, I think that this is one of the best commands in the game, just because it's so nice to be able to control the infected in this game. Because the infected are a critical part about what makes Left 4 Dead Left 4 Dead. Because if Left 4 Dead just had only the common zombies, I feel like it wouldn't be the same. It would feel hollow. So it's cool if I want to, by my own choice, be able to spawn in certain special infected. If I want to be able to face up against 10 tanks all at once, if I want to be able to face up against 30 witches at once, why can't I? You know what I mean? Like, it's so cool to be able to make it where I can choose my own battles. In fact, I would like the idea that I can imagine a future scenario where I might even make my own mini-game based off of console commands if I ever get good enough and can understand things. Hell, I might even make my own custom map one day. Who really knows? Like, you know, the future can end up being surprising sometimes. But anyways, basically, long story short, I think that these are honestly the most well-rounded console commands, honestly, in the game. Because it's cool that you can be able to control the infected, which ones spawn in, how many of them spawn in. You can kill them if you want. You can end up shoving them if you want. You can even do things such as make boomer vomit effects apply onto them, which I don't think you can do in the normal game at all. Like, I mean, you can do it with a boomer bile, but, like, it's really, really cool to be able to make it so that way you can have the infected basically do anything for you. It's really good for testing. Now, guys, this isn't the end of the list quite yet. We do have one more set of console commands that I want to put at number 1. And these, my friends, are going to be ones that help the community. And this is honestly, I think, the main focal point about why Left 4 Dead is even still relevant in the first place, because this actually contributes to content creation. My friends, this is going to end up being admin commands. These are basically commands that allow you to be able to create maps and basically change the environment as a whole in Left 4 Dead. And the reason why that, in my opinion, these are the most important mods is because they literally are the lifeblood of Left 4 Dead. Left 4 Dead would not be the game it is if it didn't have console commands and also just mod support and just devs in general from the community making stuff for the game. If the game was like it was in Left 4 Dead 1, where you could end up having some mods but you have to use third parties, it wouldn't be nearly as big, and it would even be less big if it just didn't have that at all. Like, Left 4 Dead is definitely a good game, don't get me wrong, but the lifeblood, the like, main force behind the game is the fact that there's people wanting to keep it alive. People won't Left 4 Dead be Left 4 Dead, literally. Like, people keep making content on this game. That's how we even got the Last Stand update in the entire first place. We, as the community, made the update we've been wanting this entire time by Valve. And that's saying something. That's really damn cool. And it wouldn't be possible if these mods and these console commands just didn't exist, because without them, the game would be hollow. It would feel like it's missing something, and that's why I'm putting them at number 1 here. It's so cool that if I want to, I can be able to spawn in ramps, or like street poles, or like even things such as the Swamp Fever Ferry, of all things. See, the cool thing about these console commands is that they're not just going to end up being one particular thing, because by themselves, they're just like items. You're spawning in a street pole or something, and it's just like, oh, what's so significant about a street pole or like a ramp or something like that? What it is that it's your creativity. It's what SpongeBob would say is your imagination. You gotta be creative with it. You're basically making your own fun here with these, and that's why I like it, is because it brings back that childhood essence of imagination. And it's funny, I don't know if you guys will be old enough to remember this, but if you are, I'm curious, let me know in the comments down below. But if you guys are old enough to remember this, do you guys remember when you would go to CartoonNetwork.com as a kid? And on CartoonNetwork.com, they would have this series of games called the Cartoon Network Game Creator games. And basically what they would be is that they would be these 2D side-scrollers themed after things such as Ben 10 and Star Wars and all these other Cartoon Network shows. And you would basically make your own 2D side-scroller games. You would end up having a character, and you would have to like try to get them from one destination to the other, similar to Mario. And you would place your own bad guys, and you end up having teleporters, and you could collect gems and all these other cool things. And that was my very first, like, not only like entry to game creation, but just gaming in general. My earliest childhood memories is creating games on things like Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon and Disney.com. And I don't even know if those things are, like, up anymore. I don't even know if those things are alive. But if you ever have a chance, just look those up. It's a really cool concept. I think you guys will get a big kick out of it. And if you are an oldie like me and you're in your 20s and you would know these, look it up for old time's sake. I think you'll get a big kick out of it because it's from like the early 2000s. And, dude, that's just basically what the Left 4 Dead console commands remind me of. It takes me back to when I was young and basically relives a childhood memory. So that's honestly pretty cool. It's a little bit for nostalgia purposes, slash just also the fact is that I know it's probably going to be the same for a lot of others as well, where basically the best content is the ones that you make yourself. So my friends, at the end of the day, when all is said and done, this is going to be ranking all the console commands in Left 4 Dead 2 from worst to best. If you guys want to check out any of the prior episodes, such as ranking all the Left 4 Dead cutscenes, which was the last episode I made, then definitely check that out. I got plenty of them. I got ranking survivors, special infected, weapons, tons and tons of stuff. I think you guys will definitely get a big kick out of it. Also, stay tuned for future episodes because now with the help, like I said, once again, you guys, and also just time passing by, I have got some more ranking videos coming in the future. So that'll be really, really cool. We can just keep this up just a little bit longer, and the episodes should hopefully also be more frequently. So I know survival very well, basically like the back of my hand, and that's why I'm very happy here today to be ranking all these survival maps from worst to best. This was requested by my one subscriber, Zoe, and I want to be able to make this video so that way I can show you guys some of my favorite maps for how to get these achievements that I mentioned just prior a moment ago in the beginning of the video. Because if any of you guys are still struggling to get either achievement, this guide should help you out and be able to go into excruciating detail about why I like each map and for what reasons why that certain maps are the way that they are. If you end up enjoying today's video at the very end, please drop a like, comment, and subscribe to show your guys' support, and share this video around if you think that this would help any of your friends that are still trying to get the achievements. If this video can get anywhere around 10 likes, I would very much be grateful, so thank you for watching, and let's get straight into the ranking, guys, of ranking all these survival maps in Left 4 Dead from worst to best. Alrighty, so the very first map coming in absolutely dead last. This is going to end up being Waterworks on Coldstream. This is absolutely, without a doubt, the worst survival map in the entire game. And you want to know why? It's because there literally is nothing to defend yourself with. The map feels like an absolute maze. There is pretty much no loot to be found because it's hidden in such bizarre spots like the tents, and really the only significant spot that you can end up getting any decent camping area going is the tower. But even then, it's so narrow that once anything like a tank comes up there, you're basically screwed. I mean, hell, this map is so bad that I sometimes think that the director just has a personal vendetta against me and just spawns in things randomly, like they just teleport behind me like the Batman or something. You ever have it where you're just playing survival and then all of a sudden a zombie just shows up and it feels like they basically teleport from the ether? On your right. There's a tank, there's a tank. You killed him? Nice.
He's dead.
Like, I swear to God, this map is so bad at just spawning things at the worst possible moment. Now, there is a little bit of the method to the madness where you can predict a little bit of things like the tank spawns, do the timer, and you can sort of get something going if you know what you're doing with a coordinated team. But God rest your soul if you try to do this with bots on solo, because this thing is the worst designed piece of shit you will ever play in this entire game. This chapter is normally fine and, like, you know, is tolerable, like, in the default game, but when you turn to a survival map, it turns into hot garbage fast. Next is the underground on the passing. This is absolutely a bad map as well. This map just has one problem with it that really gets on my nerves, and that's just the fact of the verticality. You're essentially in an alleyway, and you're kind of in a really awkward spot where a lot of the infecteds come out of the like corners and the roofs and the windows, and they basically jump you. It feels like literally you're getting mugged in an actual back alley by tons and tons of zombies. And sure, you have the convenience of all the loot basically being in one spot, but the problem is, though, is that the only real reason that this map is even somewhat decent is because of the fact that you do have all the loot in one spot. Like, a lot of the time in a normal survival map, you'll have loot kind of scattered equally all over the place, but the problem is, though, is that this map is so poorly designed that they had to stick pretty much all the good stuff in one single spot, because putting it anywhere else, then you wouldn't be able to survive past the 2-minute mark, honestly. It's just one of those survival maps that I feel like was only made to a survival map because it essentially had to, not that this was a functionally sound map. Like, hypothetically, all the survival maps, if you, I guess, like, maybe want to tweak them, could be survival maps. But if you just basically block off certain areas and essentially shrink the map down, some maps that just does not work for, and this is one of them. The Passing Underground is just not a map that is honestly worth your time playing, but if you are trying to get the achievements, I do wish you the best of luck. Now we've got the Cane Field on Hard Rain. This one is also abysmal. The first couple ones are literally going to be abysmal, and probably is going to give some of you guys PTSD if you have played these maps before. And this map is literally like hot trash. Like, the only reason why it's somewhat better than the other two is because you can get a camping spot going, but that is only if you're able to return to your camping spot without getting completely screwed, because the camping spot is on the exact opposite side of the cane field. So what happens is that when you end up going over to where the elevator is, because that's how you have to start the event, I don't know why they didn't decide to put a radio by the gas station, you just get completely ambushed by zombies. You can't see them. They all become, like, essentially John Cena, and they become invisible, and you cannot even, like, comprehend where any sort of special infected or zombies will show up. And then, unless you have, essentially, a pipe bomb or a whole entire squad helping you, you're completely screwed. You will literally get destroyed in here, and you'll never come back. This is like a Left 4 Dead equivalent of the Bermuda Triangle. And it also just does not help that this is one of the survival maps that just has rain like all the time. Like, this map could have ended up going without the rain, and I would have been completely fine with that, but they just had to honor the name Hard Rain and just make it where it's raining constantly. When I was trying to do this with my friends, and even, you know, randoms that actually did become my friends, there was one of my friends where she literally could not hear me in the game chat, because that's how she spoke, because the rain was so obnoxiously loud, and it basically made it where we could not communicate. Hell, I even died trying to go back to the camping spot in the background footage. I'm not even joking you. This is my first attempt, and I literally died on the way back and never got out of the cane field. It is ridiculously bad. It is not worth your time playing if you don't care for the achievements. Now we have got the Last Stand Lighthouse. Now the Lighthouse, this map is at least tolerable. I can see on the map, first of all, thank God. Second of all, this map is not going to completely screw you over based off of its layout. It is definitely challenging, and that's the only reason why it's so low, is just solely because it's challenging. You have to camp in the house and pretty much nowhere else, because you could hypothetically go on top of the lighthouse, you could go into your own little, like, hidey hole, but you're pretty much going to only have, a chance, like, even a decent chance, if you just survive in the house. Because if you survive in the house, you will end up being able to have it where all the loot is nearby you, if, like, not just, like, right outside. The map is designed in such a way that either the house is way too cramped or outside is way too exposed. Because outside you got the mountains and things like smokers can snipe you, and then the lighthouse, like, things like the tank and stuff will just basically beat you to death. It's just bad design. Now we've got the burger tank on Hard Rain. This kind of suffers from the exact same things that the lighthouse does on The Last Stand, but it's not nearly as bad. Once again, luckily, we can see. Thank God this other Hard Rain chapter does not have rain, because I swear to God, if all of them had rain, I basically would probably just end up quitting. Like, this achievement would just not be worth it if everything was as abysmal as the visuals on the cane field. It was ridiculous. But thank God this one you can actually see on. It's bright and day. That definitely helps. And when it comes to this map, the burger tank, you would think would be looted to the teeth, but, you know, sure, even though it'd be looted to the teeth, it's just really not that good of cover, because essentially the best spot to be in is on top of the burger tank. But the problem is, though, is that with the lack of a roof or a lack of like just walls around you, you're either completely open, or when you go downstairs, you're going to be having a whole bunch of furniture in the way, making it where you can't exactly walk. So there's no exactly one size fits all, like, perfect situation you can end up being in with this map. A lot of the early maps have that as the problem. There's like maybe one decent method, and even then it's like barely surviving worthy enough to get the achievements, and then like that's it. You're not going to get 30 plus on this. You're not going to be able to do anything legitimately without glitching that is going to get you past at least 10. Like, this map is just something that's just a challenge map. That's really what it is. It's not really fun. It's just a challenge. Like, if you like the challenge, by all means, go for these first couple of maps. But the first couple of maps, it's not really fun. It's just literally about the challenge. So if you want to go for the fun maps, it's going to be much later on in this video. Next is the No Mercy gas station. The No Mercy gas station is just okay. It's not absolutely trash, but it's not good either. It's like just a little, I would say it's actually a little under average. Like, I would not play this map again if I could avoid it, but it at least is tolerable. Like, if my friends wanted to play and they want me to help them out, by all means, I'll gladly play it. Because, you know, there's a decent camping spot. You can go over to this one ammo stash and Spaz 12 pickup that's right over here where this hole is, right next to the, like, first aid cabinet. And you can sort of get a camping spot going. If a tank shows up, you can either just mow him down with the shotgun via the hole if he takes that route, or you can just lay into him with, like, M16s that you can, like, juggle over here. The map has one decent camping spot going for it, at least, which is good. But other than the one spot that I'm at right now, it's not really that good. Now we've got the train car on the Sacrifice. I'm starting to like the maps that we're going to be presenting from now on. The first couple, the ones that I was showing you guys, were either just like absolutely unbearable. I probably would never replay them again. This is the first map that's on the list that I would gladly replay again. Because even though it is difficult, it's fun. So first off, let's start off with how the thing jumps into it. So the very beginning, you immediately got a tank. The tank being in the train car is still a part of the map. That has not changed. So immediately you're just thrown straight into the action. But that's actually a good thing that the tank shows up right away, is because it allows you to be able to end up getting kind of like some steam going. You can end up getting a giant rewarding kill at the very beginning when you actually have a lot of your health and a lot of your loot, because it's at the very beginning of the game. Then from there, you can end up camping on these boats. Now, these boats might sound like that they're like really bad spots. It's like, you know, you can be hit from a 360-degree angle. There's nothing to put your back to. But that's okay, is because even though that you can't put your back to anything, you can see all the spawns, because other than the train car in the front and then the right, nothing else will show up. Like, it's not like they're going to emerge from the water in the ocean behind you. So even though, yes, you can be exposed, they pretty much never go behind your back. Like, be on the boat, the zombies will almost always jump in front of you and, you know, just be stupid, which is great. And then you can just spam all your stuff because it's literally on the floor right in front of the train car. The map is not big, and you can't even actually get past the train car or even like the part that you would jump down into this area from. It's just a cube, so all the loot's right there. And since they only show up from like in front of you, essentially your peripheral vision, it actually works out. So the map's not that bad, it's just challenging, and I do recommend that you have teammates. Now we have got the Sacrifice barge. Now for the barge, you want to go onto the ship, because the ship has the most cover and it has the most verticality, making so that way the zombies have to end up being in the bad spot and not you. You would just spam your auto shotgun at them. If a tank shows up, you occasionally have to run around and train on the ship. But while the tank is climbing, you, for the most part, can just lay into him and just spam the shotgun because it's an auto pickup. Like, you don't have to worry about, like, running out of ammo with this thing. And you can just spam him until he actually just eventually will overtake you, because the spawns for the other infected will help him out. But this map's not bad by any means. You can easily get 10 minutes as long as you know what you're doing. With bots, I would say that's a little bit of a different story. Pretty much all the survival maps will be better with human players instead of bots. But this one, I would still recommend having human players if you can, ideally. But that's just me personally. Alright, now we got Hillbillyville, the shanty town on Swamp Fever. Now, for the shanty town, this map is going to end up having one element mostly that ails you, and that's going to end up being water. There's tons and tons of water and mud on this map that's just going to slow you down. You'll feel like you're going so slow that you'll feel like two turtles having sex type of slow. Now onto the riverbank of the passing. This map is actually really good in my opinion. I think that this map, as long as you know what you're doing, can be quite fun. Basically, all you have to do is just be in the gazebo in the middle from when you spawn. The loot's all around you, the zombies will also be all around you as well, but you can control it because all you gotta do is just train around the gazebo. The zombie spawns are crazy, yes, but with all the loot basically being there and spammable, as long as you have teammates that know what they're doing, this map is honestly enjoyable. It's just chaos, if anything. Do you like parkour, my friends? Well, I hope you do, because this is going to end up being a map where you're really going to need it. This is going to end up being the waterfront on the parish. Now, for the parish, the maps normally are quite good, but the waterfront in particular is the tricky one, because this one you have to be really, really good and think a lot on your feet. Because the zombie spawns are pretty chaotic, and since you're in the streets, you pretty much the only good spot is on top of all the cars. So if you're decent at parkour and you can end up doing some pretty, like, you know, dank maneuvers, I think you'll be fine. But without them, you're going to be struggling. Just pretty much just going to be in corners and then camping, just waiting for the zombies that, like, take you down to half health and barely surviving. You need to be in, like, you know, a constant state of, like, moving and, like, urgency. This is one of the maps that pretty much for the most part is a training map. Like, you can be slow and think for a second, but when the zombies get going, you better get on your feet, because if not, you are dead. Alright, so now we've got the Gator Village on Swamp Fever. Now, this map is very high risk, high reward. The reason being is because when the ferry is called and it gets closer to you, the ferry has a crap ton of good loot. The loot that is, like, on the Gator Village itself is really, honestly, not that good, and it's all on the ferry, but you have to wait for it to come to you. And by the time that the ferry gets to you, you know, you've already faced, like, a tank or two. So it's very, very high risk, high reward. You have to work for it. It's not just going to give you everything. And when you do get the ferry to come to you, it basically also acts like a giant camping spot, because you can just sit on it and nothing's going to come around you or behind you. It's only going to be just in front of you. You can laser a whole bunch of infected because you can essentially zone them. The tank really doesn't have a chance unless he happens to spawn in a bad way, like such as like to your direct left. With the right team and the right circumstances, this is one of the first few maps that's on the list that I think you could easily end up getting 30 plus minutes on, because once the ferry shows up, there's nothing stopping you other than just being unlucky. But it really is, like I said, high risk, high reward, so as long as you know what you're doing, this map can be quite enjoyable. Now we go where people's brain cells die after they watch TikTok videos. The cemetery. So, we are at the cemetery of the parish. Now, the parish's cemetery, I really like this map, because I have good experiences on the map, I got good memories on the map, and yes, that might make it kind of like a biased opinion, although I'm pretty sure a lot of people will end up having a favorite map that is different than mine. What I'm trying to achieve with this video is to show you guys, like, maps that I think are really, really good, and maps that I think are a lot of people's favorites, including my own. And this map is just one of those maps that I really do enjoy. Now, if you do have a different list and a different map that you really enjoy, definitely put in the comments down below. I would really like to see what you guys come up with. But yeah, I really like this cemetery. You camp basically back here by the destroyed bridge. And as long as you have someone that's occasionally training like a tank and keeping them away from you so you don't get pinned inside the shack, you should be fine. But other than that, that's basically kind of like the general strategy here. You just spam things like the shotguns and the assault rifles, and then boom, there you go. You get one of the most easiest survival maps in the entire game. Okay, these next two maps are going to be a little bit kind of confusing to rank, so let me explain. First off, we have got the port on the Sacrifice, and then right after that, we've got the port on the Passing. The reason why I'm ranking them in such a way that I am right now is because essentially they're the exact same map. They're pretty much copy and paste. The only things being slightly different is the spawns of the loot, but that's basically it. You're not going to find anything significantly different playing on either map other than maybe just personal preference due to the aesthetics. I think that the loot on the Passing is just slightly better, because there's things like the truck that's up in front of me where the truck actually is open and you can pick up like a grenade or two. But it's negligible, and you really don't notice it half the time. I think it's just going to be more rather a matter of personal preference, whether or not you want to play with just literally the Left 4 Dead 1 crew or the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, but you can be the judge of that in the comments. Now we move on to a classic map, which is going to end up being the rooftops on No Mercy. Now, for No Mercy's rooftops is that you can camp on this map, but I highly advise you guys to end up running and training. If you guys run around and train on this map, you're going to have a lot more luck than if you were to camp. Because the reason why is that if you end up having a whole bunch of infected and they hit you off the roof, you're automatically insta-killed. And the way to prevent this from happening is to just trail them all behind you by making a train and just running around the entire building, because that way they are behind you and they're all in a straight line that you can control, versus pinning you in a corner and inevitably flinging you off of the roof. I like No Mercy's rooftop personally. I think it is a good map, and it definitely is good for if you want to like give it yourself kind of like a challenge, not exactly like an annoying challenge, but just a challenge. And it's quite enjoyable if you also just enjoy the Left 4 Dead 1 aesthetic and the memories, because it's on the rooftop. It's one of the most famous locations in the entire game. But that's just going to be a matter of whether or not that you think that that's something that makes a good survival map to you. So I think that it's best now that if we move on. Now we've got the runway on Dead Air. So for Dead Air's runway, this map is quite good if you want to end up running around in training and not feeling like that you're going to die at a moment's notice, because the map is designed in such a way that there is a really good amount of cover / open area. Because if you run around on a map and there's just like no cover whatsoever, you're going to get killed. And if you also play on a map that has a whole bunch of junk everywhere, you're also going to get killed. You need to have a balance with that with your survival maps. And this map does that right. You've got the giant truck behind you. You've got, of course, the giant plane being able to end up assisting you as a piece of cover. The fire being around is really useful if you want to light the tank ablaze, because if you end up having like no gas cans or Molotovs, this will always be there. It's essentially a free Molotov and an easy way to kill the tank, because once he's lit on fire, he stays that way. Which may be a useful tip for you if you did not know that you could do that. So if you're running out of Molotovs, just light them on fire from the crash site, and then boom, there you go. It's kind of one of the things that's specific to this map that actually works out in its favor. But yeah, this map is quite good, and I think that's something that will definitely serve you on your epic adventure. Now we move on to the crane. This is the crane on Dead Air, and the crane on Dead Air is very similar to the Swamp Fever, like Gator Village, where you have a whole bunch of loot on one opposite half of the map that you gotta wait for. Once the crane is done moving the cargo crate, you can climb the cargo crate and proceed to go further into the map on the other buildings, and there will be a couple of new guns and a really good camping spot where you can end up hiding on one of the buildings, so that way you end up having the zombies only showing up from in front of you and then just through one window, and that's it, because staying here in the spawn is not worth it, honestly. Now we have got the Church of Death Toll. Now, Death Toll's church, you do not want to camp in the church. That may seem like the best spot, but you actually want to camp in the ambulance that's just right outside the church. The reason why is because this has a really good means of defense. If you have a shotgun and you have a will to live, you can just camp in that thing, and then everyone else around you can train and take care of the loose special infecteds and stuff like that, and then you're pretty much good. You essentially will get a camping spot in an area that would almost never traditionally be a camping spot. As long as you don't have bots like my idiot Francis here, then you should be fine. To the bus depot on the parish, my friends. We're on the bus depot. The bus depot on the parish is pretty decent. It is really good at vertical view, because you can see the zombies all from underneath of you by being on top of the tower, and the special infected really are only at the same level as you when they climb on the building adjacent to you, which is only going to really end up screwing you over if you got like a smoker or like a tank or maybe even a spitter, something that's very long range. But anything like a hunter or a jockey or a charger will traditionally like get in your face, which means that by the time that they're on their way there, you can end up killing them with an assault rifle and lasering them into the ground. It's really, really nice because the maze layout works in your favor, because the zombies will actually have to climb over a lot of things, making it so that way they're vulnerable to your shots. And they're the ones that are at the mercy of you rather than you being at the mercy of them, where they have the verticality. So in my opinion, this map is quite good, and you'll have a lot of fun on it, in my opinion, as well, because it is quite enjoyable just to see the zombies just scurry around and just, like, you know, come up to your bullets. So the construction site on Dead Air is in a unique situation, because this map is either really good or really bad, and that's just based off of one spot. If you camp up vertically on this map, unlike the last map, it's got the exact opposite effect, because you will be jumped and just attacked from so many different angles that it's not worth your time really being up here. Sure, you can be in the very, very back and end up having a wall to your back, but special infect can get you, like, honestly too easily, in my opinion. If you wanted to, you could end up doing a different strategy where you get down to ground level and you go behind this one, like, area back here in this corner, And this area is where I camped personally to get my 10 plus minutes. And I recommend that you do the exact same, because if you hide back here, this is going to be so much more easier for you to defend, because just having the wall on the side, basically making this a giant like hallway, it's great. Alright, now we are on the stadium gates of Dark Carnival. Now, the Dark Carnival stadium gates have one particular camping spot that I use, which is going to end up being like the scaffolding over here. And the scaffolding is really good because there's an ammo stash, you can see everything coming at you from different angles, and it just has a really nice sense of like mini verticality. It's perfect because you don't have so much verticality that like it's overwhelming and unpractical and you can die of fall damage, but it's just enough that the zombies have to take the time to climb, and it gives you a window to shoot them with like a shotgun or spray them down with an assault rifle. They're never going to just run and neo-dodge your bullets like it's the Matrix. They have to actually be defenseless temporarily in order to even have a chance of getting you, which is why I like this area. You can do the exact same sort of thing on the like the roofs over there on the corner, but the problem is though is that that is at fall damage height, so if you do get knocked off, you are screwed. So I just recommend being over here instead. Now we got the drains on Death Toll. Now, even though there is water over here, you guys are not going to have to worry about being as slow as turtle sex. And that is because this area has a bridge that will lower down and be able to end up giving you really good cover, because the railing that's there does not break. The railing being a solid object makes it essentially like you're on a head glitch. And it's really, really good for being able to control the area, because the map is essentially a glorified box, and there is more like, you know, ground and like metal than there is water. You just don't want to get caught in the water. So with the railing being there from the bridge that you knocked down to start the event in the first place, it makes it so that way you can have what is like essentially a giant wall. The wall will protect you. It'll make it where you can't get yanked off by a smoker. It'll make it so that way the jockey really has to work hard if he wants to even get you off into the water in the first place. It's quite good. I will say this, though, is that this map, though, is designed in such a way that they do give you a quite rewarding camping spot, but if you're lazy and you fall off a lot, you will definitely get punished and die. Being in the water will essentially act as a insta-kill towards you, because trying to get out of it once you're stuck in it, it's not happening. Now we got the Dark Carnival Motel. This map might be a little bit higher on a lot of other people's lists, but I really don't care for it. The map can be quite good at times, where you can end up having some really lucky spawns, but if it's a consistency thing, it's debatable. I love Dark Carnival, and I love a lot of stuff about Dark Carnival. In fact, fun fact actually, back on the Xbox, this was one of my most played maps, just because I liked Dark Carnival that much, and just anything associated with it I love to play. But from a practicality standpoint, this map has never really been that good. I mean, really the best place to end up being is on the one roof that's like right before you would go to the actual motel, and it's like, you know, you have the sign behind you, but other than the roof, I mean, like, what other camping spot is there? You can't go inside the rooms because they're so claustrophobic, you will die, and you really don't want to run around because the map's not meant for training, being in its cube shape. So you're kind of in an awkward situation where, like, it's you know, mediocre at best. Like, it's one thing it's good at, and then the rest it does like subpar, or like sometimes really quite bad, honestly. I think that this map is fun if you just like to play on it, but from a practical standpoint, if you're trying to get times, don't play it. To the location of the hose, the streets. We are on Death Toll Streets. Now, this area where I'm at in particular, where I'm in this back corner by this bus, you want to be here, because this is going to make it so that way the spawns are limited to only in front of you, and also to your right. So if you have one teammate, maybe even two, like, and you can do a 50-50 split, like one teammate on each, or two on each, you can end up having it so that way you can end up basically blocking off all the areas that are accessible to you, because they kind of make like a V shape almost. They kind of form around the two alleys. And if you can control the alleys, you control the spawns, and therefore you can control the game. And it's funny too, because I thought that of all chapters, this one would be the most bogus, because playing this in the normal campaign can be quite difficult. The spawns are just endless, but due to its blocked off nature, trying to be a survival map, it works out better this way, and the controlled atmosphere of like the spawns being limited just makes this actually not that bad. So it took us to almost 30 minutes to finally get to anything to do with Crash Course. So great job, Crash Course. you have managed to actually improve yourself slowly but surely over all the ranking videos. Like, you were essentially at, like, the very bottom for a good majority of the beginning ones. But, over time, you have managed to prove your worth. Crash Course, you might not be a great campaign map, you might not be a great versus map, but you're a pretty decent, I'd say, survival map. The Truck Depot on Crash Course is pretty good at just being a good camping map. Like, you have the ability to camp your ass off. I mean, like, there's a turret right in the upper left-hand corner, for Christ's sake. It's so convenient to be able to just pick up guns, spam the minigun when a tank shows up, throw a Molotov. There's a crap ton of gas cans also everywhere. And then just when you're thinking you're getting low on supplies, just jump down below from where I am and open up the doors, and then you will find essentially what is going to be a redneck's wet dream, which is going to end up being all the guns and the loot that you can possibly imagine. This map is really good at camping. It's the only thing it's pretty much good for. I wouldn't train on it, but I'm glad that Crash Course is starting to find its worth and starting to find something that's good at. Good for you, Crash Course. Good for you. Alright, so we've now got the other half of the Last Stand. We have got the Junkyard. Now, the Junkyard for the Last Stand is much, much, much better than the Lighthouse because it's so much easier. Like, it doesn't have to be an easy map to exactly be a good map. I mean, some people like challenge, so some people might really like the Lighthouse. I really like the medium difficulty maps. Not something that feels like it's going to be, like, absolutely, like, mind-numbingly easy, but I also don't want to pop a gasket trying to play a difficult map when I don't need to. The Junkyard on the Last Stand has a unique spot where you can juggle all your loot over to this one particular corner in the foresty section, and you can use it to your advantage. You can make a straight line. That seems to be the running theme with a lot of the successful survival maps, is that it's just a straight line. You don't have to put in any work, and all the zombies come to you just at ease. You know, you don't have to end up putting on, like, a show. You don't have to be, like, doing these crazy flicks and, like, mailing and hacking and slashing like it's The Walking Dead. You don't have to worry about, like, oh, is he gonna survive? Is he gonna die? I mean, you know, those games can sometimes be intense and crazy and fun, but all the time, I rather would end up having it be sometime. And that's why I like how that some maps are easier than others. If you want to have a hard map, you can do that. If you want to have an easy map, you can also do that. And if you also want to have a medium map like this, you can also do that. Now, I have two different things I want to say about this map. So we're now on the Farmhouse of Blood Harvest, which is the first chapter for Blood Harvest. And this particular map, I do not like. I have a personal vendetta against this map, and I know it sounds stupid because it's not about the map, it's about the players. I just had really bad luck with the players that I got because when I was trying to party up with the randoms would just end up getting killed half the time, and it was very hard to end up getting even decent players. The bots are completely useless on this map. Absolutely, they are complete trash. They will get killed 99.9% of the time. You're even lucky if they're even able to have the brain cells to climb the ladder in the first place. But I understand that some other people do really like this map because it can work out to your advantage. If you have players that know what they're doing, you can just go into the top of the barn and just camp your ass off. It's another really good camping map. This is Molotov City. I mean, really, this map has a lot of good things going for it. It's a good camping spot. It's vertical. The zombies have to climb. There's Molotovs, which is one of my favorite equipment items, but I just don't like the map. I cannot get this map to work for me. Because literally, if you don't have the perfect team and the perfect circumstances, you will get screwed. I don't like this map for that very reason, because my luck with it is just bad. But because I understand that other people have the exact opposite polar luck, I have to put this up higher on the list. If this was a matter of personal preference, and it was just solely on my opinion, I would put this much lower just based off my bad experiences, but I am trying to be fair to the map and at least give it a chance. Realistically, it's just obviously a stupid belief, but don't worry, I will break it eventually. Either that or I'm going to break my keyboard. We'll find out which one is first. Now this sucks that I have to do this, but I have to for the sake of the video. This is going to be the concert on Dark Carnival. I love this map. I really do. This is for me kind of like the exact opposite of the idea behind Blood Harvest's Farmhouse, is that, once again, It's just going to be a matter of opinion, but I have pretty much nothing but good experiences on this map. I love listening to the Midnight Riders music and just rocking out and having a good time, and being able to play in the positive environment. There's just something fun and badass about just killing zombies to rock and roll music. I said this time and time again in all the other prior ranking videos where it allows, and I just really like this map. I really like this setting, and I specifically like this chapter. But I know that some people might have their opposite beliefs. I have to put it somewhere kind of like in the middle, because I know it's absolutely not the best map in the entire game. I mean, there's a decent spot where you can kind of camp on the stage, and you can end up running around in the staircase to sort of train. But really, it's not something that you can rely on. The map is just designed to be average at best. It's not really meant to excel at anything in particular. It's just one of the maps that just kind of got mixed in from the very beginning of the game, but I still really just like the environment. So, biasly, I would rank it higher, but for the sake of the video, I put it where it is. Crash Course's Bridge. Who thought that Crash Course was going to be this high on the list? I'm curious, because I think that Crash Course just gets a lot of crap for a lot of things, but as a survival map, it's really good. I think that the bridge on Crash Course is quite fun. It's chaotic, but it's also not too easy. It's really enjoyable. If you camp where I'm camping in particular, because this is, yes, a camping map, you don't want to camp near the artillery gun either, because I will explain that in a minute. The camping spot that I am at here is really good because when you are on this ammo stash with whatever gun you want after you've juggled all your supplies here, the zombies can only come at you from in your vision. They don't flank you or anything because you got your back to a wall. You don't have to exactly worry about the tank auto-killing you, because really the only thing that he can kill you with, like, instantly is maybe the dumpster. But if you actually move the dumpster by using a strategy with the propane, and you move the dumpster by throwing a propane tank at it, it will make it so that way the tank can't exactly kill you with that. In comparison with the bridge where the artillery gun is, there is like cars and a whole bunch of other crap that he can insta-kill you with, and the building is easily flankable, so you can't exactly hide either. This area, in my opinion, is much better and much more suitable. If you have a whole bunch of like loot and like you're armored to the teeth, you will be able to kill the tank quite easy. And it's not even really a matter of like loot or even the tank or the spawns. It's just a matter of whether or not that you end up paying attention. If you lapse in focus, that's when you'll die. But as long as these zombies are going to be like one tap by your AK and you're constantly paying attention, this map is going to be something that will be a treat because you'll be able to excel at it quite easily. And I can definitely see some people, if they are, knowing what they're doing and they're absolute tryhards, getting gold on here. Is it going to be a regular thing? No. Is it going to be for a lot of people? No. But I think it is going to be definitely possible. Alrighty, we've got another bridge map, and this is going to be the one on Blood Harvest. Now, Blood Harvest's bridge is not exactly even a bridge. You kind of destroy the bridge, and the bridge is just going to like be a means to help you get to your actual camping spot, which is going to be up here near the one safe room. This area is quite good because you can end up juggling loot if you are quick enough. It is also an area where you can pick up guns and spam ammo, and you have the zombies, once again, just coming from anywhere in your vision. I love the maps where they cannot flank you. I can't stress that enough. That's going to be the main reason why you will die. So that's just one of the reasons why I like this map. It's very hard to get flanked. You're essentially going to be in a perfect, warm, cozy corner, and the forest is like very fitting for that idea of camping. But yeah, I think that this map is okay. It's quite good, actually, if you know what you're doing. And I say that, once again, I've said that periodically throughout this video, just because a lot of these maps really only work if you either know what you're doing or you have teammates that also know what they're doing. Survival maps are not only dependent on your skill level, but also just whether or not the bots just want to say fuck you that day. So this is going to end up being the Plantation House on Swamp Fever. Now, for me, this was one of my last few maps that I needed when I was trying to get the achievements to end up getting all the survival maps gold. This map, for me, I was getting unlucky on, but I knew a lot of people were getting unlucky themselves on. And I was thinking to myself, being like, what is the strategy? What makes this map work? What is the thing that makes it tick? Because I learned a famous saying from a person I look up to as basically a mentor, which is Tony Robbins. And, you know, I'm not necessarily, I'm sure, like, saying this exactly what he said, but he said something that I'm going to paraphrase here, which basically translates to, if you want to achieve something, look for someone that was in a situation like you where they were struggling for the longest time, and then managed to achieve that goal, and then continue to achieve that goal, and basically mimic them. And that's what I was trying to do. I was like, what are all these people doing? So I would play with randoms, and there would be times where I wasn't even trying to get gold. I was just paying attention. I was just thinking of the strategies, what they were doing, and I talked to them. I communicated. I was like the one guy in game chat that you occasionally get that's a really nice dude, and just is like, hey, dude, how's it going? You know, hi, I'm John, yada, yada, yada. And we got to become friends. And that's actually how I got a lot of good teammates to be able to get, you know, people to coordinate with to get this achievement, as I just talked to randoms. And they show me that if you camp in the one back half of the plantation house, you can end up getting really lucky, because the tank will essentially fall into the hole that is on the upper floor, or end up being able to be lasered downstairs. And if you juggle your loot, you don't have to worry about running out of anything. So it's just a matter of whether or not the spawns work out in your favor. That's the case with all maps. But the good news is, though, is that it's just narrowed down to luck and not just BS. It's not like that you're playing on a map and like 9.9% of the time the thing that is killing you is BS. It's just rather about whether or not the director is just trying to mix things up on you. And that's just going to be based off your prior games. So if you've been doing bad recently by playing this and just spamming it and facing it over and over and over again, I think eventually the game will just have mercy on you, and then you'll get gold. Now guys, we have looked at a lot of the average maps for the last little bit here, but all these next maps that are coming up here for the last 10, these are the maps that you're going to get your golds on. These are the maps that everyone's going to end up saying is their favorites, probably. I mean, my list is going to be slightly different than yours, I'm pretty sure of that, but everyone is going to probably be in mutual agreement that these last 10 maps are deserving of their spots. It's just going to be organized differently. So if you guys want to get your golds in the 30 minutes, these are the maps to pay attention to. Here's map 10 out of the remaining 10. So for map 10, my friends, this is going to be the generator room on No Mercy. And the generator room on No Mercy is really good. You will get gold easily because this map essentially gives it to you. Like, you could go upstairs once the door has risen, and you can end up having a really good set of lines of sight because the map is, once again, kind of like cube-shaped. Although I just do not recommend going downstairs. You can go downstairs on this map, but it's almost like playing a second map by going downstairs. If you stay upstairs, it's really easy. If you go downstairs, it's actually quite piss poor. It's funny how this map works just based off of that alone. And you go to the very third level, that's basically when you're at, you know, God level. Like, you will be able to shoot down the zombies like as if you're like God smiting somebody. The zombies can't do anything about it. They just end up running around like, you know, headless chickens. And you can just excel. You can really, really do well by just like making the zombies feel like they're fish in a barrel. Or as Obi-Wan from Star Wars would say, is that I have the high ground, Anakin. Map number 9 of the remaining 10. The Blood Harvest Warehouse. Now, the Blood Harvest Warehouse has something that makes it really fun, which is just the idea that you're playing in a creepy warehouse. I like the atmosphere that this map gives off. It's, like, creepy, but, like, you know, kind of like when you're in that, like, special mood at, like, YouTube late at night where you want to get, like, sort of creeped out, but not enough that you're truly terrified. I like this. Like, I like this map. It's naturally creepy and kind of fun to play on what essentially feels like a haunted warehouse. I like that. I know that sounds random, but that's just something I thought I would mention. Like, let me know if you guys have had the same feelings. But also, this map, just like any of the other up-and-coming maps, are going to have, like, a theme going for them that you'll start to notice, which is going to end up being the pattern of verticality with really good loot, and also just the zombie spawns being in your favor. That's, like, the main, like, trifecta of amazing maps, which is you have the high ground, you have the spawns, and you also have the loot all in your favor. This map does that perfectly, but you can also do this in 2 places. You can end up being where I am, which is in the spawn area, and you can just open the door and then just stay up here, or if you want to, you can try to run through the door, and you can end up going into the back area, like where you start to go outside, and you can spam like an M16 down range, although for that one, even though you could do that, and that's what I originally once did, I prefer this new area because this is how I got my gold, and it's just much more enjoyable in my opinion, and plus also you don't have to worry about losing unnecessary hit points trying to run through out of the spawn. To number 8 of the remaining 10, the Coldstream Junkyard. Well, technically, you are playing on the junkyard, but you're really playing on the name of the junkyard, because most people, and what I did, is I just went up to the giant part of the bridge with the scaffolding, because the scaffolding is the absolute perfect definition of verticality. Like, out of all the maps, this is the most vertical it's going to get. Like, you could play on the other maps like No Mercy's Rooftop, sure, but that's not really in your favor. This map is in your favor with verticality, absolutely. Because the zombies are so low to the ground that they're essentially going to be just straight down underneath of you. And you can end up killing the zombies with ease, because they have to come up the staircase, or they have to climb the side of the bridge, and it makes them just completely open targets. The tank will sometimes end up doing that too, which is really great if you want to mow down the tank. But for the most part, this happens just with the common zombies and the special infected zombies. But other than that one little difference where sometimes the tank can be in a more inconvenient spot, which is just, you know, like walking up the stairs naturally, it's great. Like, this map is really great. And, you know, sure, you could end up saying that, oh, this map could get you killed because if, like, a charger comes down this bridge, he'll charge you off and then fling you into the water and then you'll get killed. Or a smoker could even, because there's a gap in the railing, unlike the other maps, could just, you know, smoker tongue you and then you can end up being hanging on the ledge. Yes, that can happen and that has happened to me, but it's much, like, less common than you think it is. Like, if I could keep track of all the times that I have fallen off and give you an exact number, I would. But I can say this, is that even though I don't remember all the times that that's happened to me, I would say it's less than 30. And, like, I played this for, like, 6 months in a row at a point, and to say that it's less than 30 while playing 6 months in a row, it's a very small number, and I can't imagine someone would get that unlucky. So I think that this map is really good, guys, and you should definitely give it a try. It's just really nice. Plus, also, it helps that it's beautiful, because I just love the scenery. But, yeah, that's Coldstream. Let me know what you think of it. Map 7 of the remaining 10. The Death Toll Boathouse. Now, the boathouse is really good for camping. This is definitely a camping map, because if you want to go over to the pier area where the dock is, this is where you're going to have a crap ton of supplies. There is a M60, there's a ammo stash that's on a box, which acts like a head glitch. You can juggle things over here. You can end up being able to have a perfect line of sight of anything coming at you. Yes, the zombies don't exactly go into a straight line. They can go around you, but it's rare. It's not as common as you think. I think that the map really excels at just being a really good camping map. Like, this was probably one of the first maps that they probably play-tested gold on, just because it's so easy from my experience. And plus, also, who knows? Maybe you'll end up finding an Easter egg where you're going to end up finding turtles having sex. God, Turtle Rock Studios is gonna think I'm such a weirdo. Turtle Rock, I did it for the memes, I swear. Map 6 of the remaining 10, the No Mercy Hospital. Now, the No Mercy Hospital is just easy. This map is just really, really easy. And it's easy because of this room right here, which is going to end up being the room with the AK-47, because this room has the AK-47, first of all, that you can spam just down the hallway if you want to run out occasionally and be a little bit risky. There is all your other loot, because it's right next to where you spawn, since you spawn in the hallways. And this, for the most part, is going to be just a straight line. Yet again, notice the theme here, my friends? The only time that they can end up having a spawn that's not in your favor, where it's not within your line of sight, is the one closet to your left. Sometimes you'll get the really miscellaneous weird one where a spawn can happen in there. But as long as you have a teammate in there, it turns the spawn off because it blocks it. But that's the only time that I would ever worry about anything. If you have a whole bunch of AKs and you juggle and you have your loot, you'll mow down tanks before they get to you. It's really easy. I can't stress how easy this map is enough. The last few are pretty much going to be like, you have to be really, really unlucky to get screwed. I think that these maps are probably the ones that have the most replay value. And I think that these maps are also just overall the most fun. Map 5 of the remaining 10, the Parish Float. Now, for the Parish Float, this is, once again, another map where if you wait for something to move, you will be rewarded. Because what happens is that when the float moves, it unlocks what I like to call the God camping spot. This map is the absolute best for the loot in the entire game. Like, some maps they excel in verticality, some maps they excel in the fact that you can run and you can camp on them. This is the loot one. This map is great with loot. So when the parish float moves and you can get onto the other side of where the one building is, there is loot galore. There's going to be gun drops. There's going to be an ammo stash you can spam. It's convenient because the parade float, if you're smart about it, you can use it to actually juggle loot across. So you can get even more loot. The loot is just basically endless. I mean, the only time that this is really going to be a inconvenient thing for you is if your teammates die when they were on the ground level or not on the camping spot side. But other than that one fluke, this is literally the perfect camping map for loot and just spamming and just having fun. This map, if you want to feel like you're overpowered and have nothing to lose, just play this map. You'll definitely get that feeling right away, I promise. Map 4 of the remaining 10, the NSenr gun shop. Now, the NSenr gun shop is really fun. Now, you don't end up being in the gun shop, funnily enough. You would think that with this map having the gun shop, you would just camp in there. You would think that you would have all the loot you could possibly imagine. You would never need to leave. But you actually want to go into the grocery store, my friends, because you're manipulating these spawns this way, so they're, once again, only in front of you. Unless you get the occasional miscellaneous special effect that will spawn by the shelves to your left, which is, once again, just also really rare. But you don't have to even worry about that because it's not even that common. This map is going to be a good combination of many of the great things you want to look for in a good survival map. You have all the guns you can think of, literally, like in the gun shop. But what you really want to do is go to the grocery store, because if you're trying to get gold, you can just spam a M16 pickup, plus also juggle things, so you can get 2-in-1 essentially with all the guns. You can get guns that you like, plus also just picking up and spamming ones that essentially never die out. You can get laser sights quite easily on this map for everything that you can think of. Special ammo, the tank and all that stuff usually typically tries to jump over the shelf, and that makes it where you can very easily kill them. This map is very close quarters, so you don't have to worry about like your teammates dying or getting lost. And this is a map that I trust the bots on because it's so easy. Like, not even the most dumbest of bots could screw this up. Now watch, I'm probably jinxing myself next time I play, but I swear I've never had a game where I genuinely thought I got cheated out. This map is basically perfect. Other than the up-and-coming 3, maybe just a matter of preference, these last 5 have been just... It's so fun, so easy. Why would you not play these maps? Map 3 of the remaining 10, the terminal on Dead Air. Yeah, guys, we weren't done with Dead Air yet. You probably thought that we actually managed to go over this at one point and that you just forgot. But no, we have not covered this chapter yet. This is the Terminal of Dead Air, which is a actual chapter, by the way, because some maps I know do skip some chapters, but this does happen to exist as one. And the Terminal on Dead Air is really surprisingly good. I found that out randomly at one point. If you go back here where the shotgun and the ammo drops are, like where the van crashes into, before you start like going through like the luggage compartments, this is where you want to camp. It's another camping map, and the hallways just naturally make a nice line of sight. The loot is up ahead, which is really good. You don't have to worry about getting like killed or cheated or anything. The one little like advertisement beam in the middle where the gun lies, the spaz, you can just circle tanks around that, so you don't have to worry about them just completely just ignoring everything and just going straight for you. You can use that one piece of furniture. Literally is just the most convenient thing that makes this map, honestly. Like, the map was perfect already, but adding that is just the icing on the cake. It makes it so that way you don't have to worry about like the tank coming at you and just having to dodge and weave. You can train him and manipulate him. Because you ever have where you're trying to dodge a tank naturally and he just sideways strafes and then he catches up to you? He can't do that with this. So it's just really good for basically everything. These last 5 maps are essentially perfect. They're literally just a matter of preference. I can't be more literal enough, you know what I mean? It's just a great map. I really like it. It's just also on one of my favorite maps, Dead Air. And I think a lot of you guys will agree when I say this, that this one's really fun. Map 2 of the remaining 10, the Parish Bridge. The Parish Bridge, in my humble opinion, is not only, in my opinion, the best camping map, but also just my favorite map. I enjoy playing this map so much. This is one of my favorite maps from back in the Xbox days. I played this all the time, although I will say my strategies have changed over the years. Before, when I was kind of like dorky and newbie and just getting into video games and just playing Left 4 Dead for the first time, when I discovered survival mode and I, was playing on the Parish, which was one of my favorite maps, it always has been, I camped down by the helicopter just because I thought that that was kind of like a cool area to be in. I don't know why, it was just the thing that worked for me. I think it was just because I really liked the scenery and looking at the water and stuff. But if you want to be realistic and you want to get a good strategy going, you want to camp upstairs on the bridge. Because if you camp on the bridge, this is the perfect definition of just easy, fair, but fun camping, where you can have a giant line of sight, where the zombies can only go from straight in front of you, but you have enough stuff in your way to block them, but also defend you. And you have enough wiggle room that if you need to back up or side strafe or something, you can. You can be able to spam an M16 pickup, plus also a auto shotgun pickup if you need it, so you don't have to worry about guns, because this map you actually can't juggle if you want to go up here. But yeah, the spawn, it's perfect. You don't even have to really leave. Just start the radio and then just come right back up here. Of course, get gas cans, so you can be able to have that to your advantage. But that's basically it. This map is definitely one of the ones that you can get a 30 minutes on easily. It's just that the last map, in my opinion, is just slightly easier. But this is my favorite, and it's my favorite way of doing things. These last two maps are essentially neck and neck. I can definitely see someone saying that this is their favorite or the next one. But yeah, at the end of the day, guys, you are the ones that decide. So now, meme lords, let's move on to the #1 spot, which is going to be the Dead Center Atrium, or the Mall. And the Dead Center Atrium, or the Mall, is, in my opinion, the absolute best map in the entire survival playlist. The survival playlist has a lot of great bangers, but this one just takes the cake. This is the map that I got my 30 minutes on, surprisingly. I thought it was going to be the Parish Bridge, but nope, it was this. This map is a rushing map, which I feel like more players are inclined to like the campy maps. But the #1 is a rushing map, because this map is so good at being conveniently placing furniture and just having a lot of cover. It feels like you are playing a camping map while running around, and that's great because it keeps you stimulated that you are like running around and you're like, like getting chased. It almost feels like you're playing tag when you were a kid, being like chased and trying to run away, but you also feel like you're not like exposed because there's just so much crap lying around this place. You got the verticality, which is definitely a plus, like, the 3 different floors. You have all the cover, so it acts like you're feeling kind of like a mixture of camping and rushing, so you feel safe. You got tons of loot everywhere, and you don't have to worry about, like, having, a bad time trying to get to it. You would just train the zombies, so that way they tail behind you, and you just pick up stuff, and you're just making sure that you're quick and thinking on your feet. You just don't stop too long. This map is a combination of everything to a perfected level. You can camp, you can rush. I mean, hell, like, you can do anything really on this map. If you want even flat out cheat, this is the easiest map to cheat on. You would just use the grenade launcher and just fling yourself in some bizarre spot. This map has something for everybody, and that is why, my friends, it is going to be the #1 map in all survival on Left 4 Dead 2. In today's ranking video, we're going to be ranking all of Ellis's Keith stories from worst to best. This should be a fun one because Ellis has tons of Keith stories, and there's so many of them that we can actually compile them into a rankings list. So that's what we're going to be doing here today. Let me know in the comment section down below what is your guys' favorite Keith story. I know that there's going to be tons and tons of favorites, and I do have my own. That's why this list is going to be personal to me. Normally when I make a list, I do try to like keep the community's opinion in mind and like notice what's popular. Sometimes it's just best to end up having these rankings be opinion only, and that's why I think it's best to have this ranking be opinion only, just because I feel like this is going to be based off of everyone's sense of humor and just opinions based off of Keith in general. So anywho, guys, enough being said, let's just jump straight into the Keith stories, and if you enjoy, drop a like, but let's get on with the memes.
Give me your memes!
So here's a fun fact about the first Keith story here, is that the first Keith story is only going to end up being a Keith story if you have the German copy of the game, because according to the Left 4 Dead wiki, the story that involves Ellis seeing people dancing in a mall with his buddy Dave is only Dave everywhere else except for Germany, where in Germany this is actually a Keith story. So basically, we've heard this story many times before, but we did not know that in the background this was secretly a Keith story. So I'm just going to play the line that you probably have heard before at some point and just substitute Dave with Keith.
Man, I love malls. I do. Once I was in this mall up in Atlanta, and these guys were dancing for like money and stuff, and my friend Dave and I was all like,
Ellis, sweetie, can this wait?
So yeah, the more you know. Just thought I'd just also mention, by the way, is that when it comes to these Keith stories, is that I'm not going to be including any fan-made ones or ones that are not a part of the canon of the story, which means I'm actually not including any of them that are community-made, only ones that are specifically made by Valve, so in case you guys were wondering. However, though, since this is an official one and it's just a part of the German version of the game, that's just why I thought I would include it. So yeah. Alright, so next is going to be the Ellis and Keith Suck the Head stories, and YouTube, I promise it's not what you think it is. Alright, enough with the jokes, roll the clip.
do you know what suck the heads means? Because I came down here with Keith once, and he didn't know. And, I mean, it ain't nothing bad. It's about eating.
These first couple of Ellis Keith stories are probably going to end up sounding very short, and not exactly like stories. They're kind of like just cut off a little bit too early because the characters interrupt Ellis, which I wish they didn't, because it would end up making it where we can get some more lore on Keith. But that's just kind of how the story goes. But anywho, yeah, this one is really short, and all it does is just kind of allow for just a funny sex joke. So this next voice line is going to end up being the only one that I don't have audio for. This is a Keith story about how that Keith had to have, like, basically a diet prescribed to him by his doctor. And I've never heard this voice line my entire life, at least not that I can remember. And I have not dabbled in the game files to try to force this voice line to happen. I don't know if you got to do a certain thing or if it was cut or something. The only proof that I have that this exists is that the wiki says it does. And so if you guys have any gameplay of this particular quote being said, please let me know and share it with me. But I've never gotten this quote in my life, and the only point of reference I can use is the wiki. So that's why I'm putting it so low on the list, just because I have no attachment to it. But yeah, that's one of the Ellis Keith stories that is on the list. Now, this next Ellis Keith story is going to end up having a lot more substance to it, although it's not going to be necessarily that funny or interesting, just because all it is just about Keith building a shack.
Man, all this mud reminds me of my friend Keith. Yeah, he was going to build a shack once to live in and all. And I know most people here, they build houses and they become shacks. But Keith, he was about jumping right to the shack stage. But he had no wood. So he got some mud and was making what we were all thinking was going to be these adobe bricks, you know? Like when the people out west made bricks and shit. Well, he had mud and...
We ain't got time for this, Ellis.
Now this next one is going to end up having 3 different versions. This is the story about how that Keith almost got married. This is triggered specifically on the passing campaign. So when it comes to this story, I don't know why there's exactly 3 different versions. Some stories do have like 1 or 2 versions, but this one has like 3 different ones. I don't know exactly why, because they really don't seem that different to me. Maybe they're just backup files. But the idea is that Keith ends up ditching his wedding and basically is a runaway groom. So this is the story right here.
I ever tell you about the time my buddy Keith got married? Of course not. That's a trick question. He never got married. You know, you hear about them runaway brides, right? Well, Keith was a runaway groom. And on his wedding day, it all started when... I ever tell you about the time my buddy Keith got married? Of course not. That's a trick question, because he never did get married. You know, you always hear about them runaway brides. Well, Keith, he was a runaway groom on his wedding day. Yep, all started when he... I ever tell you about the time my buddy Keith snuck into a wedding? He thought he was being smart, getting all dressed up and like, but it seems the preacher wasn't there, and they all thought he was the preacher, and well, he married him the best he could. I think that counts for them being married, but I don't know, maybe not. I think they named one of their...
I know that yes, those could technically be classified as different stories, but I just thought I would just clump them all together because they're so dang similar that I feel like it would be just kind of pointless separating them. However, though, if I was going to make them separate, they would all be back-to-back anyways, just in case you guys were wondering. Alrighty, so for this next story, this is going to end up being how Keith got the word moron tattooed on his head. It's funny, the more I hear about these Keith stories altogether, I realize the more he sounds like Johnny Knoxville from Jackass.
This one time, my buddy Keith on a dare got a tattoo. I'm a moron. Right across his forehead, man. Of course, he made $200 off that, so you ask yourself, who's the real moron, huh?
Alright, now for this story, this is going to be about how that Keith made his own homemade sushi, where he just ended up putting a whole bunch of raw chicken in his stomach, where basically he almost got salmonella poisoning.
I ever tell you about the time my buddy Keith made sushi? Yeah, his mom took him to a sushi place for his birthday, and he didn't want to go, but he turned out he loved it, man. But it's like $10 a sushi at one of them places. So Keith figures, hey, how hard could it be to roll up some raw food and seaweed, right? As it turns out, it's hard. Now, they say experience is the best teacher, and experience taught Keith that if you ever eat 3 pounds of raw chicken, it kills you. Now, luckily, Keith's brain went into self-defense mode and started shutting organs down to head the chicken off with the pass, and the doctors were able to get him out before his heart stopped. But to this day, Keith has no sensation in his right foot, and doesn't recognize his brother Paul no more.
See, the only thing that I think that's a little bit weird about that story and that I find kind of funny is that I like how that Keith suddenly just forgets about his brother the moment that he ends up recovering from his illness. It's just being like he eats enough raw chicken that somehow he messes up his brain to the point of no repair where he can't even remember his sibling. Hey Keith, it's me, your brother. You know who I am? Obama. Okay, next story. This is the story where that Keith gets trapped inside of a manhole. Wait.
I have several questions.
I ever tell you about the time my buddy Keith fell down an open manhole? He was unconscious down there for like a week. During that time, unbeknownst to Keith, they paved over him. Keith had to...
And then Ellis ends up getting cut off by the crew once again. I just really wish that the crew didn't cut him off, man. Like, it's such an unfortunate thing. I would love to see more of these Keith stories, because so many of them are just cut short, but at least with the good news that some of them go on for a pretty long time. Now we move on to when Keith tried to deep fry a turkey.
I ever tell you about the time Keith tried to deep fry a turkey? 3rd-degree burns over 90% of his body. His doctor called up, like, other doctors to look at him because they'd never seen burns on top of existing burns.
I love how they just progressively just get more and more redneck as it goes on. Like, Keith sounds like basically what a Florida man is, like, almost to a T. Now we've got the story where Keith trolls people in the Tunnel of Love.
I ever tell you about the time me and Keith snuck into a tunnel of love? Man, if you get your spit thick enough, you see, y'all can hang a loogie off the overhang, right? So when smooching sons of bitches behind you...
Okay, Ellis, this is really not the best time.
Be quiet, Rochelle. You're just mad that Keith is a character that's not even in the game and has more dialogue and character development than you do.
Emotional, damn it!
Alright, moving on to the next story. So for the next story, this is going to be about the time that Keith and Ellis tried to sneak paintball guns on a roller coaster.
I ever tell you about the time me and Keith snuck a paintball guns on a roller coaster? I never heard of anybody else doing it, so I thought we might invent a sport. So Keith called the patent office, but...
The reason I'm ranking them, like, in this order, by the way, in case you're curious, is because I just like how crazy they progressively get over time. They just get more and more just, like, far-fetched and just insane sounding. Regardless of whether or not that Keith is a real person or if it's just, like, a figment of Ellis's imagination, because there has been a theory about that for a while. I just think that it's funny how that they progressively just get more and more ridiculous over time. If you order them this way. Now we got when Ellis and Keith made homemade bumper cars. And yeah, this definitely sounds like something that John Knoxville and Jackass would do once again.
I ever tell you about the time me and Keith made homemade bumper car ride with ride mowers in his backyard? Mower blade wounds over 90% of his body. I didn't run him over either. He somehow managed to fall under his own.
Based off that last Keith story, I mean, Keith's getting to the point where now he's defying, like, basically all laws of physics. Like, he's getting so lucky. He's getting, like, that 0.1% where, like, he should die, and somehow yet he lives. Like, when people get sucked into, like, helicopter blades or something, like, he must be endorsed by Jesus Christ himself, because Keith does not deserve to live these scenarios. I'm just saying. He's just a Giga Chad dude at this point. He's Giga Keith. Speaking of Keith defying all logic and death, this is a story when Keith crashes his car and gets flinged out the windshield.
I ever tell you about the time my buddy Keith drove his car off a cliff, broke both his legs? Hey, it's not a funny ha-ha story so much as it's a make-you-think story. For instance, windshields look pretty durable, right? Yeah, not the case according to Keith. Son of a bitch flew right through that sucker.
Okay, so this is going to be probably like one of the last few stories that are just kind of like average, and then we get into the like the fan favorite ones that I'm pretty sure is everyone's like top few. And this one right before it is going to end up being the time about how that Keith ended up basically falling essentially into a river.
Hey y'all, yeah, I like this bridge you got. You know, this reminds me, my buddy Keith and I were once on a bridge just like this, man. Well, kinda, I mean, I was on the bridge, and Keith was sure he could jump the river without the bridge, so I raised the bridge, and well, did you know cars could float? I mean, for a little while at least.
See, the biggest thing that I noticed, like, out of all this, despite, like, Keith being, like, pretty much chaotic, is that Ellis is always a part of these stories, so it makes Ellis sound like a troublemaker, but yet he sounds like such a nice guy. It just shows you that sometimes your friends can just influence you in such a way that, like, can make you just seem like you're just irresponsible. I would never see Ellis doing this by himself. It's probably just Keith's influence. So now this next story is long, but it's really, really funny. So I'm just going to just let it play, but I'll give you the summary of what it is that you can like expect. Basically, imagine that Keith just gets attacked by Mother Nature and like animals just have a vendetta against him.
You know, my buddy Keith had his car drop in a lake off a bridge just like this one here. Yeah, so he was driving over it late at night, and there in the middle of the bridge was what looked like, in Keith's estimation, like a dead bear. So Keith gets out his car to find like a stick to poke at it, right? Well, it turns out it's just some lady's fur coat that must have fallen out her car. So, hey, furry coat, right? Now, owls won't normally attack a man, but in this case, they were hungry, and that made them reckless, man. Keith reckons they must have been there for hours watching what they thought was a bear carcass, because as soon as he picked it up, them owls had claws in him an inch deep. Well, Keith figures his best bet is to jump in the lake, because owls can't swim. Well, them owls could. He fought them for like 20 minutes treading water, and during that time, a boat came, bridge went up, and down went Keith's car.
See, this is like the one time that Keith sounded like he was just trying to be a good Samaritan and not get into trouble, and then all of a sudden the owls were just like, nah, B. So this one is interesting. This one kind of has to explain itself because it's not what you think. All I'll just tell you is that this is just Keith just trying to end up getting into history, and I'll just leave it at that.
This one time, my buddy Keith started up a historic tour on account his mom took him to Colonial Williamsburg, and it's like a license to print money at them places. Now, you might ask yourself how an honest attempt to recreate the majesty of colonial times turned into raccoon fights at $5 a pop at Keith's backyard. Man, the answer to that particular question is that Keith is sharing a place with his two brothers, and then being assholes who wouldn't let him do it anywhere but the backyard. Well, add that to Keith didn't technically have any, history to put on display, but he did have a whole family of raccoons living in the chassis of an old car. And you begin to understand.
It's just crazy how that this story just goes from just talking about historical stuff to just raccoon fighting in a matter of like a couple seconds. Now this one I gotta give some props to Keith because this is just impressive. He must be really physically fit because this is the story about how that Keith managed to not get run over by a roller coaster for 20 whole minutes.
I ever tell you about the time my buddy Keith fell out the roller coaster? Yeah, he didn't drop forward, mind you, just onto the tracks, but the carnival people wouldn't stop the ride because all the other people paid good money and Keith snuck on for free, so he had to dodge for like 20 minutes or so.
Like, I mean, seriously, you gotta give, like, Keith some props. Like, dodging a roller coaster for 20 minutes, like, dude, I can't imagine how exhausting that would be. Like, the dude must do cardio, like, 24/7 because roller coasters go fast. And I can't imagine how difficult it would be to try to clear that, dude. That's just impressive. Good job, Keith. Now we got the story about how that Ellis and Keith were trying to make homemade fireworks, and I'll explain in a minute why I think that this is one of my favorite stories, personally.
I ever tell you about the time Keith and I made fireworks? Now, I didn't know shit about chemistry, but Keith figured gasoline burns, doesn't it? Third-degree burns on 95% of his body. Man, people in the next city over were called to complain about the smell of burning skin.
So the thing I want to point out is something I only noticed while making this video. I never noticed this before because I would always just hear it like during like gameplay elements, so like gunshots and special effect and other voice lines. I've never just listened to this by itself this clearly. And so I never paid attention to the fact that when Ellis says the word gasoline, he has a lisp, and it's goddamn hilarious.
I didn't know shit about chemistry, but Keith figured gasoline burns, doesn't it?
Gasoline burns, doesn't it? It's just like, I can't even replicate it. It was such a perfect lisp that I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it's just so goddamn funny. So now every time I hear that damn voice line, I can't help but laugh. It's so freaking funny.
Gasoline burns, doesn't it?
Anywho, now that I've either ruined that or enhanced that voice line for you forever, let's move on to when Keith fights two gators.
I ever tell you about the time my buddy Keith got rolled by a gator in a swamp? Man, he didn't agonize it or nothing. We were just trying to grab two so we could piss him off and get him into a fight. Well, anyway, the third time Keith went under, I realized something was wrong, so
It's a shame that a lot of these stories get cut short because I really wanted to see the ending, especially this one in particular, just because it sounds so insane. It goes to show you that Ellis knows how to tell good stories, and this is why he's one of my favorite characters. He's a lot like me. Now, these last four are my personal favorites, and these are going to be probably your guys as well. I bet you they're interchangeable for a lot of you. But this next one is going to end up being the time that Keith spent a year living in a graveyard, and he got surprised.
My buddy Keith lived in a graveyard once for a whole year. It wasn't a dare or nothing. He just got kicked out of his house. He said he never saw a single ghost except this one time when a ghost stabbed him from behind and took all his money, and he might have just been a homeless guy because he had a robe on with two eyes cut out his face.
Realistically, Keith probably did just get robbed by some random person, although at first listen it does sound like he just randomly just gets stabbed by nothing and probably does get attacked by a ghost, which makes this just sound funny at first because I'm thinking of an actual ghost stabbing him. Now a sequel to Stupid Stories. Here is another one of my favorites because it just sounds so stupid. But this is the time about how that Keith drowned almost in like a couple inches of water while going on a date.
I ever tell you about the time my buddy Keith drowned in the Tunnel of Love? You wouldn't think it could happen because the water's so shallow, but that's how it gets you, man. Overconfidence. Keith was with his lady at the time, and he was yelling for her to save him, but she didn't want to get wet.
Yes, nothing so romantic like drowning. Now these last two are the most insane, so for this next one, second to last, this is about the time that the army almost killed Keith by blowing up bombs next to him.
One time, the army bombed my buddy Keith. He went camping and didn't bother to read the signs, and I guess they were just testing bombs that day. All sorts of stuff, too, not just regular bombs, like biological nerve gas bombs, shrapnel bombs, these bombs that break up into the air to like 100 smaller bombs.
Can you imagine if you were Keith in that situation, you're doing something like trying to like get ready to like go to sleep just out in the nice peaceful wilderness, maybe you like want to go to the bathroom really quickly, and then all of a sudden this just happens? Commander, give me those fucking artillery! Oh! So we got one last story, guys, and this one's going to be my personal favorite. I've heard this one the most, I enjoy this one the most, it's just very humorous, and I'll just show you why.
My buddy Keith tried camping out on top of a building once. He was shooting crows, but the police were too busy tear gassing him to ask what he was doing up there. He screamed for an entire year every single time he opened his eyes. Oh, man. At first it was funny. Then it just got sad, but then it got funny again. Oh, man.
I'm just imagining the police tear gassing him while simultaneously trying to interrogate him and just how piss poor it's going. Sir, surrender now or else. Art is a beautiful thing and it's open to interpretation, so that is why I thought that I would take the time today to rank all the game mode icon art that is in Left 4 Dead. If you are curious how I'm going to be ranking these, I'm going to be solely ranking them based off of my opinion, because art is once again subjective, so you guys may have a different opinion than I do. This is going to be similar rules to when I ranked all the loading screens in Left 4 Dead, because all the loading screens in Left 4 Dead have their own cheesy little quotes, and they all have their different pieces of artwork based off the environments that they're in and the way that the characters are posing within it. So I think that it's only fair to end up applying the same rules here. So that's why I'm going to be taking 5 to 8 minutes of your guys' day to just take a look at the art of Left 4 Dead and appreciate the small little bits of detail that was thrown into the game. If you guys end up enjoying today's video, at the very end, please drop a like, comment, and subscribe to show your guys' support. Left 4 Dead rankings are going to be back in full force, and I want to start doing one about like every other week or so if I can. So let's end up doing all Left 4 Dead game mode icons ranked from worst to best. Alrighty guys, so coming in at the very first spot for the least interesting game mode icon art, this is going to end up going to Scavenger mode. Now the reason why it goes to Scavenger mode is just because Scavenger mode is super simplistic. It's just Nick's arm with a gasoline can. I really don't think a lot of people are going to be like riveting and like, you know, foaming at the mouth to end up taking a look at this thing or buying a physical copy of it to like mount on their wall. Who knows, maybe if I add a couple of red arrows and put my face like right next to it, like being all shocked and everything like every other YouTube thumbnail, maybe it will suddenly be interesting. Alright, now on a less sarcastic note, we're going to be taking a look now at Versus mode. Now, Versus mode is a little bit more detailed, and it has a little bit of a story behind it, because you can tell that an engagement is about to go down here is going to end up being Coach staring down a smoker and vice versa, so you can tell that this is going to be man versus zombie in this situation. Now, they're kind of like calm with their demeanors, so I can imagine that this is supposed to like end up being like a symbolic thing, being like, oh crap, sun's about to go down. So it does show you that there's a story unfolding, because everyone's interpretation is going to end up being different. Some people might look at this and be like, okay, this means man versus zombie. I take a look at this as not only man versus zombie, but good up against evil, because we're trying to end up ending the zombies, which is basically the evil of the game. I think is a cool way to look at it. Now, directly following this is going to end up being Realism Versus. The only difference, essentially, is just the background is red, but I do like the red color palette better. I like the contrasting colors on red and green, compared to just green and green, so I'm going to be ranking this just a little bit higher, just because it looks more aesthetically pleasing. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to Versus Survival. I feel like a lot of people have forgotten about this game mode. But this game mode should get at least a little bit of love, and I think that the artwork for it definitely is a good place to start, because this artwork is not that bad. I like how that it takes place from the infected's perspective. You can tell that this is going to be a hunter getting ready to attack the survivors. And I like how that we get to see artwork from the zombies' perspective for once, and not exactly from the survivor's perspective, because very rarely do you get to see something from the zombies' perspective unless you're playing directly versus mode. So it's very fitting that since this is a version of versus that you get this icon, in my opinion. It's a lot better than the normal versus icon. Now we have got single player. This one is kind of in an interesting situation because this game mode is still available, but it's not got its own icon anymore. With the last stand update on the PC, this got removed, and the only way you can get it back in the game is to mess around with it by installing, like, for example, mods. So this icon essentially does not exist anymore, which I thought was kind of interesting. So people on the Xbox, you probably see this game mode all the time, where people on PC now, this has been a thing that has disappeared for the last, like, 2 years now. So I personally really like this particular icon. I like how it's just a nice still shot of Ellis. And Ellis looks really cool in this situation. You know, he's ready to, like, kick some ass. He's got his assault rifle, and he's got that I'm determined to kill you if you get in my way type of look. Ellis is just one of my favorite characters, so maybe I got a little bit of a personal bias here. But I bet you if Nick or Coach or Zoe or Rochelle or Lewis or Francis or Bill did this, it would have the exact same effect. Alright, now for the next icon art is my nudes. No, I'm just kidding. That is for 1 million subscribers when I make an OnlyFans. I am also just kidding once again. This is going to end up being the survival game mode. The survival game mode is pretty cool in my opinion. I like how that is just all 4 of the Left 4 Dead 2 crew members just fighting. I like that everyone has this just generic, you know, badass pose, you know, stealthy crouch, or standing in, guns a-blazing. Although, can we just talk about how that the one thing that's a little off-putting is that Rochelle looks like that she's, like, on some sort of drugs? Why is her teeth clenched and she's got, like, a vein that's, like, the size of Alaska going down the side of her forehead? Why does she look so bizarre in this particular photo? Alright, now this one's a classic, and this one I can see legitimately being artwork. This is going to end up being the normal campaign icon. This is just a nice still shot of all 4 survivors in the Left 4 Dead 2 crew just posing. Although it's subtle and it's cool, it's just something that says teamwork, passion, loyalty. I really like how that it says so many things without needing to do anything else other than just standing in one particular pose. This is a perfect example of the famous quote, "A picture is worth 1,000 words." Now, even though I do like this icon, right after this one is going to be the realism icon. This is the same exact idea behind the versus icon, it's just that it's red, but the color palette does just a lot better for the game mode here. I just like red compared to green. Blue is my favorite color, but right after that is red, and then third being purple. And I just think that the red color palette is also just more fitting for the zombie game. Left 4 Dead's main colors are red and green, yes, but red I feel like is the one that shines the most because it represents things like blood, guts, and killing, whereas the green represents the virus and the zombies' wilting skin and stuff like that. I just like red better, but you guys can be the judge of that. Alright guys, so as we transition over to the final spot here with the last icon, just one thing I just want to mention really quickly is if you guys could end up dropping a like at the very end just in case you do happen to end up forgetting. It's just a friendly reminder and it does help end up making the video end up going further, so that way in case somebody else would like to watch something like this in the future. But anyways, I just thought I would mention it. Let's transition to the #1 spot, guys. Alright guys, so coming in at the #1 spot for the best icon art in all Left 4 Dead, this is going to Mutations mode. I like Mutations mode's icon the most is because for some reason, ever since I was a little kid, I don't know why, but this artwork is just ever so slightly creepy. I don't know why, it just stands out in such a way. It's always been in the back of my memory, and I never have addressed it out loud. This is the very first time I've even, like, publicly said that this is slightly creepy. But for me in particular, I don't get scared easy. In fact, some of my things that I would consider as fears are basically just things I just don't prefer. Like, for example, like needles. I don't even know if you really would call it like a fear anymore. I just don't like them. Like, that's why you'll never see me with like things like a tattoo. But there's just something creepy about this photo. I don't know why, but the soulless eyes of this zombie and just like having this black void in its face, it's just off-putting. It's like, I feel like that there's almost like another element to this that I can't put my finger on it. It's why that's disturbing and that I can't explain it is why I like it so much. It's just something that is bizarre, but the bizarreness makes it cool. You know what I mean? Like, you look at this and it's like, wow, now I think about it in the way that you look at it, it's really weird. It is true. It does feel like that the zombies' eyes do, like, happen to be blacked out and, like, soulless. But at the same time, I don't know why that they are like this. They just are. It's just this feeling I can't explain. It's like that, almost like that feeling when you just kind of have like a fruition and you don't know why, but for some reason you have that gut feeling and you're right. Something behind this icon I feel like has never been explained, and I don't know why. Maybe I'm just being really, really stupidly detailed about it right now, but I like to go to that deep route and just ask the question of what if. That's why we even do things like the what if series on this YouTube channel. But yeah, I think that this game mode in particular has always been a cool game. It has a lot of variety, but I think that the icon just sells it. Who wants to stare at pixels again?
I don't give a shit.
Because, ladies and gentlemen, in today's Left 4 Dead 2 video, we're going to be ranking all the Left 4 Dead 2 main menu backgrounds. This was something that was requested by not only one of you guys, but actually a couple of you guys, which I thought was pretty interesting because this is something that I didn't think I could exactly rank, because I didn't think you guys would want to see it. Because, you know, I kind of understand that, like, you guys want to see, like, the main stuff, you know, like guns and maps and characters and stuff like that. And you guys are okay with a little bit of, like, uniqueness here and there with some of the artsy-based stuff. But main menus, I wasn't sure about that one, but apparently a lot of you guys wanted to see it, so by all means, here we go. So yeah, my friends, in today's video, we're going to be taking a look at not only Left 4 Dead 2, but I thought I would go a little bit the extra mile and even include the classic Left 4 Dead 1 backgrounds and rank them all here from worst to best. If you guys end up enjoying today's video, please show your support by dropping a like, comment, and subscribe. And if there's a particular thing that you guys would like to see me rank in a future video, just please put it in the comments down below. But anyways, guys, let's rank all the main menu backgrounds in Left 4 Dead. By the way, P.S., just want to let you guys know as a friendly reminder that this is solely my opinion, and you guys are welcome to have a completely different one if you choose to do so. Okay, so coming in at our very first spot, this is going to end up being the Left 4 Dead 1 Crash Course background. Now, when it came to researching all of these backgrounds for the main menus and everything, this one, in my opinion, I think is just the worst. Now, I'm not going to say that's complete and utter trash, just because that would just be completely unfair. I do like the idea of what this is trying to portray. It's just showing the wreckage of the helicopter crash and all the zombies walking around. But personally, for me, I don't feel like there's really anything else other than just the helicopter and the zombies here. I like it when the backgrounds have like a little attention to detail, like little noticeable things that all add up. And this, I feel like, is just that, it's like almost like a Michael Bay type of art style here, where it's like explosion and zombies, explosion and zombies. And it's like, where's everything else? And then he replies, explosions and zombies. I just overall think that this background could just use more attention to detail with the little, like, tiny aspects. But just as a whole, it's not even that bad. It's actually completely fine. I just think it's the least appealing in my opinion. Alrighty guys, so coming in for our next spot here, this is going to be the Hard Rain main menu background. Now, just like I've said every single other ranking video, when it comes to Hard Rain at all, I just don't care for the rain. I don't like the visuals that it's making. I don't like the colors. I don't like the bland, blah, depressing type of atmosphere. And you would think for a main menu background that this would be appealing. Nope, not really. I really don't think that rain, when it's like disgusting and like dirty and swampy looking, is appealing to look at. I like the sound of rain when it's in real life, and I even like looking at the nice, you know, like rainforesty backgrounds and stuff that you would see in like a meditation video on YouTube. But there's just nothing appealing about the rain on Hard Rain ever. And maybe it's just a little bit of me being personally biased just because I just don't like the map. But both the Crash Course background and the Hard Rain background, not only do I just not like their maps, I just don't like their visuals. So it just seems like I never can find something appealing on either map, unless it's like the once in a blue moon thing. I just don't really care for this background. It's just way too boring and almost kind of like just ugly looking, but that's just my opinion. Alright, now this is something that I'm kind of disappointed that they never add into Left 4 Dead 2, and this is going to end up being the Last Stand Left 4 Dead 1 background on the PC. Now, this background here is something that I really do wish that we got, or at least some sort of adaptation of it, because it would have been a nice cherry on top with the Last Stand update. Just adding in another main menu background would be just something so cool, because it's just the little things that add up. I really do like how that this shows off the main feature of the Last Stand, which is basically the lighthouse. The lighthouse is the most significant thing about the entire finale of that map, and just the map in general. And they even used it for the marketing for the new trailers when they brought it back in Left 4 Dead 2. And it's just such a cool background. I think that they should have replicated this and put it in Left 4 Dead 2. They should have just ported it over. But unfortunately that they never did. Now, I don't know if they could do it later. That would definitely be a nice, thing that they can do. So, devs, if you're watching this video, please definitely do that. But, yeah, I think that this background is very unique. I like the way that it's just laid out, and the nice, Left 4 Dead Texas being on the side is cool. And overall, I think it's pretty clean. I really, really do like this main menu background. Now we move on to the Parish. The Parish main menu background is going to be, in my opinion, a lot more detailed and a lot more clean looking than Hard Rain's was, because first of all, number one is that Hard Rain is in the, mucky, disgusting dark and wetness, but the Parish is actually in a bright, nice, sunny, punchy map, and you can even see that through the filter, this kind of filter that they have on the main menu to kind of make it more Left 4 Dead themed. You can tell that this map is taking place during a nice sunny day, and I like that. And I enjoy the fact that I can see more of the map because of that. Just the simple difference of just making the map brighter makes this more appealing. I never really cared for maps where I can't visually see them. I mean, it's cool to have immersion with a dark map, but more times than not, I will almost always, in any sense of the word, with any video game ever, prefer a thing to be during the day and not the night. Because so many developers get this wrong, where they're like, hey, it's dark out, let's make it where nobody can fucking see anything. So I appreciate the fact that despite the filter, they made this map brighter. They didn't necessarily try to make it uberly fancy. All they did was just add a filter. They didn't just port the normal background, it's not the normal standard colors we're used to seeing with the Parish, but the way that they did it was subtle. It was smart. All they did was just change the colors rather than the brightness itself. And I know that sounds almost like a very nitpicky complaint, but think about it. Wouldn't you appreciate art more if you could just genuinely see more of it? I think that that's not too much of an ask. Now, even though I do not care for maps being in the dark, and I don't prefer dark settings, I will say that in the right circumstances, they can be good, which is why coming in the next spot, this is going to end up being the Swamp Fever background. The main reason why I have this higher than the Hard Rain one and why I hold it in much higher regards is because I can not only, number one, see more detail on this map despite it being dark, but also I like the fact that they chose to show off certain things. So, for example, with Hard Rain, all they did was just have the zombies kind of walking around and shuffling, whereas Swamp Fever kind of does some attention to detail things like I was talking about in the beginning of the video. Maybe this is just me, but what do you guys think about this? Don't you guys find it cool that in the background you can just casually see a Mudman just running around? I don't know why. I like that attention to detail where it's just zipping around, because I'm imagining how creepy that would be if that happened in real life. Now we have got No Mercy. This is how you do a night map right. I can not only see things, but also as well it still maintains the creepy. Abandoned City still is definitely the main theme here, and that's what resonates with me. Is that I really like how that they were able to end up keeping the essence of what No Mercy is, and keep it exactly the same type of feels when you see this, but without ruining the image. I really like this. This is a really, really well done piece of art. And shout out to Valve for making it. Now we've got NSenr. Now this map makes the most sense to have just wandering, shuffling zombies. because they're all in the mall. They're all in the atrium. So when a whole bunch of people died in the atrium when they were humans and became zombies, it would make sense to why they would just all be walking around and just chilling in there. And that's why I like it, is that it fits not only the theme, but it also makes the most logical sense to have a crowded area with a whole bunch of zombies walking. Because sure, you can have hordes and there's just occasionally random spots out in the open wild where you just see tons of zombies just chilling and hanging out in groups. But I feel like more times than not, zombies don't coordinate like that. And I think that is just going to be a fluke that you will see once every now and again, and not something on a regular basis. That's why when all the themes of these backgrounds are just zombies in groups, I feel like there's really only one, maybe two, that can like do that really well, and that's going to be this and then the last few. By the end of the video, guys, let me know what your ranking of the backgrounds are. I really want to compare and contrast, and just let me know why you like them. It can be just solely your opinion, but I really do want to hear. I just really want to see what makes you guys like a piece of the background or not. Now we've got the Dark Carnival background. This is one of my favorites. And I just like Dark Carnival in general, but I think that this background has something special, kind of like a secret, if you will. Now, this could be something that's completely innocent and is not even remotely an Easter egg, but I like to think of it as so. I even went as far as making it the #1 spot in my ranking all Easter eggs video for Left 4 Dead, and if you have not seen that, I recommend checking that out. But if you pay attention to the background, ever so slightly, you will see this one zombie just sticking out. He's not quite revealing his face, though. He's just chilling. But if you wait long enough, eventually he'll peer his face over, and you will see that he's got these glowing yellow eyes, which no other zombie in this entire main menu has done that. It really makes me wonder if this was meant to be just a normal zombie, or if this really was meant to be like a secret hidden zombie that just never happened. Really cool thing to think about. Now guys, as we wrap up and start to head over to the #1 spot, I do just want to mention one quick thing. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that I got a good majority of the Left 4 Dead backgrounds, because I did a quick Google search, and these are all the backgrounds I was able to find. I was not able to find any other backgrounds, no matter how many other times I cycled my game, or also when I was looking online. So if there is any other backgrounds that have existed throughout Left 4 Dead, guys, please refer me to them in the comments. But I did try to do my research, and these were the only ones I was able to find. Okay guys, so what is, in my opinion, the #1 background of all the main menus in Left 4 Dead? This is going to end up being the Xbox 360 Game of the Year Edition Left 4 Dead 1's main menu of The Last Stand. This is a perfect background. Now, believe it or not, I have actually, on 2 different occasions, I'm not even kidding what I'm about to say here, just spent like about a good 20 to 30 minutes just admiring this background. I'm not even joking. This background is beautiful. It's a perfect balance of everything. The map is dark, so it gives spook, but however, though, I can actually see everything. It shows a very beautiful landscape of the entire finale of The Last Stand. You can see the lighthouse, you can see the shack, you can see the actual house, you can see everything. I love the Left 4 Dead text just being there nicely in the middle. I enjoy the color contrast. There's almost kind of like no filter, and it's just almost like a very slight tint of blue, and that's cool. I like that. It makes the map feel very welcoming, but also still spooky at the exact same time. This map is just a perfect balance of everything here. I love everything about it. The attention to detail is spicy. It's just such a travesty that this is not on the PC version of the game, considering the fact that there is a Last Stand map on there now too, and there was the, Epic Last Stand update. This map should have also gotten this main menu background. It's just something that would have been so fitting and so perfect. If there is a mod of this on the Steam Workshop, I really hope I can find it, because I want to install it right now, because this is without a doubt, in my mind, the best background we have ever had for the main menu of any Left 4 Dead game ever. Ranking all Left 4 Dead 2 booty from worst to best. Number 16. I would rather cut my dick off. Number 15. No amount of therapy will ever make this okay. Number 14. Based off the stains on the underwear, you're gonna have to call a priest. Number 13. Not enough booty here. The green fluid decided to enhance the tank's biceps and just give him bigger nipples. Number 12. Too much sass, but not enough ass. Number 11. Not really much to go off of here. Valve decided, I guess, put more focus on the helicopter pilot's joystick. Number 10. Don't threaten him with a good time. Number 9, Crusty and Musty if you're into that sort of thing. Number 8, ass only Rochelle could like. Number 7, Ellis, if you don't put that thing away, you're gonna make Shrek act up again. Number 6, so that's where the cheeseburgers go. Number 5, anyone want some chocolate cake? Number 4, necrophiliacs, do I have something for you? Number 3, the one thing Francis doesn't hate. Number 2, the main reason why we all watch this video. Number 1, mommy, sorry, mommy, sorry, mommy, sorry. In today's video, we are going to be ranking all Left 4 Dead 2 scavenge maps from worst to best. Now, I know scavenge mode is not the most popular mode in all Left 4 Dead. It's actually quite dead as of late. But when it comes to scavenge, it can be fun in the right circumstances. And I think that that's very critical when it comes to what maps you play on. So that is why, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be ranking them all from worst to best. Let me know what you guys would personally rank them down below in the comments. Let me know what you think about my list. But anyways, guys, at the very end of the video, I hope you end up dropping a like, comment, and subscribe to show your guys' support. But anyways, let's rank all the scavenge maps from worst to best. Alright, coming in at number 20, we have... Sorry about that, guys. I was throwing up thinking about the map that I have to rank. But coming in at number 20, this is going to end up being the Village on The Last Stand. This map is really, really bad. So when it comes to scavenge, I have not played it in a long time. In fact, recording this video is basically been the first time I played this in pretty much almost about a decade. Now, when it comes to The Last Stand, the scavenge maps that are on here, I have not played except for when I first started recording this video. So this is the very first time I've played on this and also one other Last Stand map. And oh my god, they are both bad. We'll get into the other one later, but Village especially is just really bad. So what are my pet peeves with this map about why it makes it so bad? Because at first glance, it might just look like any normal scavenge map. Well, my friends, I will just end up showing you. Number 1, just take a look at how fucking big this map is. Like, this map is so big, they actually extended the map and made it bigger. The waterfall that you normally pass in The Last Stand has rocks now, so that way you can actually get back up, and you can go past the waterfall to get the gas cans that are at the crash plane, and all the way in buttfuck nowhere past this rock near this tent. For some reason, like, the amount of gas cans that are on this map is just absurd. And they're so spread far apart from each other that for you to end up running from one gas can all the way to the other, which is essentially 25% of the very first chapter of the entire Last Stand map. Number 2, this map is buggy as hell. So there would be multiple times where me and my friends would just get gas cans that got stuck in parts that we could not get them. This gas can got stuck under a tree stalk, and it was completely unable to be retrieved. You can't even shoot it to blow it up to get to respawn. It's just completely stuck down there. Plus also, there's a whole bunch of insta-kill spots and just buggy spots in general. Like, this bridge that's to the safe room is one of the worst spots you can be, because not only can gas cans fall through it for some reason, and they are completely out of the map unless you shoot them, but also as well, on top of the bridge, there's also a waterfall that is essentially a literal insta-kill spot. There is way too many spots that can just auto-kill you if you were just trying to simply get a gas can. The map is just cursed by a certain amount of jank that just makes it not fun to play on. Like, the very first reactions that me and my friends had playing this map ever was just, what the hell is this? These maps, these 2 Last Stand maps are just so bad. Like, especially Village. Like, Village is so fundamentally bad that other than recording this video, I will never, ever play this map ever again. So, while we have a little bit of a fire under our ass in the middle of our rant, let's transition to the other Last Stand map, shall we? Because that's what's coming up next. Now, I will give the Last Stand Lighthouse this, is that it's at least not buggy and has gas cans phasing out of existence like it does on the Village. But it does end up having the other 2 issues, which is that there's just way too many insta-kill spots for my liking, and the gas cans are just so damn far away. Why are both the Last Stand maps so damn big? It's ridiculous. I have to trek a whole entire marathon just to get a damn gas can, which is fundamentally not good design, because when you ever end up having it where if you're missing a gas can, and like let's say that you're in overtime or running out of time in general, and it's all the way across the map, if you can get lucky and grab it in time and at least allow yourself to get an overtime, there is no way in damn hell that you are going to be trekking that thing all the way back and pouring it in without dropping it or getting interrupted and then just getting killed by something. This map and the other map before it are just fundamentally way too ridiculously big and are just prone to just annoying stuff. They're not really fun to play on, and I really do not want to play them at all in the near future. It's sad to see because The Last Stand did so many things right, but its 2 new scavenge maps suck. Alrighty, now even though both of these maps are really bad, I want to end up pointing out that they at least don't have the thing that is going to be one of the main reasons why I hate this next upcoming map, which is going to end up being Dead Air's Terminal, by the way. And the reason why I don't like Dead Air's Terminal is because to get some of the gas cans, you have to go through the metal detector, which means you are guaranteed a horde every single time that you do this. I want to end up playing Scavenge. I don't want to play Survival while playing Scavenge. I don't need a horde on my ass the moment that I start the game. Now, yes, I understand that I could avoid this spot, but I want to get it done straight off the rip, is because why would I want to go into a horde with less health, less equipment, because I am going to be using it periodically over time. The game's just only going to get more and more intense, and there's going to be less and less supplies, so why would I not want to end up going for that right off the rip? But going off that right off the rip just makes it not fun, because I'm immediately met with this annoying, tedious chore to do, which is just survive the onslaught of zombies. This map is really just ruined by this little metal detector thing here. If the metal detector was deactivated for some reason, like just like an exception to this mode, it would be a lot more fun to play on, and it's really only specific to this map. Sure, some of the other maps coming up ahead are also going to end up having ways you can trigger zombie hordes, but they're far and few in between, and they're just not as severe as this. Usually they will be like one-time events, or like very, very like hard to replicate, but this happens pretty much all the time. You not only have to do this once, but you have to kind of do this more than once. You have to do it at least twice if you're carrying the gas cans mainly, because there at least is 2 back here from what I noticed. So unless you can juggle, then you're going to have to do this multiple times. It's just annoying really fast. Alrighty, now we have Crash Course's Alleys. Now, Crash Course overall is not a good map. It's my least favorite map in the entire game, and it's for good reason. Especially this specific part is a perfect example of it. So, Crash Course is very, very big. It's one of the biggest feeling maps in the entire game, even though it's only 2 chapters. The alleys is the exact spot I always get jammed up in. Most notably, this window. If you come through the one building here, unless you jump out this one window, you can't proceed throughout the campaign. You also can't get back to the generator that you need to fill up the gas cans from. So sometimes what happens is that if you go to pass the window here and you go to get a gas can, you have to remember to go back through the window because there's no other way to get back. You have to get back to this window when I'm normally used to taking a door or at least another route. Crash Course is just confusing and really annoying for how confusing it is, because you take 1 second to like just drift off into space in your own thoughts, you will just be getting destroyed by a zombie in the corner of the wall. Now we have Hard Rain Mill Escape. Now, Hard Rain Mill Escape is just annoying because of the water. It's the rain every single time. Every single time I've ever complained about anything with Hard Rain, whether it be a certain game mode, the map in general, its cosmetics, its gameplay, it's always coming down to the rain. It slows you down, it's inconvenient, it's annoying, it can get you killed way more times than not. But it's a special kind of hell when you have to carry a gas can and you cannot defend yourself other than just shoving the gas can into the zombie's face. Trying to carry a gas can to the generator on Hard Rain's Milltown Escape is like trying to end up taking a crock pot that is on sale at Black Friday to the cashier that's up front without being hunted down by a Karen. The map is not fun, it's just simply annoying. Next we have Swamp Fever Plank Country. Literally the exact same problems as Milltown Escape on Hard Rain, but it has rednecks. At least it doesn't rain, thank God, but it's fundamentally the exact same map to me, at least in terms of gameplay experience, which is just frustrating. So yeah, it's pretty much identically the exact same thing. Now we have the Passing Underground. So this is going to be the beginning of the maps that are not bad or terrible by any means. They're at the very least just okay, but I would never seek these maps out. That's mostly the main reason why I think a lot of people just don't like Scavenge, is because, sure, it would be nice if there was variety in the gameplay, but the variety in the gameplay is usually not good variety. It's like, hey, there's 4 decent maps in this entire game mode. However, though, if you want any other variety, you have to play on ones that absolutely suck. Are you in? Nope. Well, let's not say that this map specifically sucks. Like I said, this map is okay. It's really not the best, but it's at least okay and tolerable. But it's just not going to end up being that replayable, and can be frustrating because of the fact that there's some gas can areas, like you have to like go literally underground, and that can be frustrating. Your teammates might not be able to save you. It's nice when you end up having a map that's kind of like exposed, where you can end up being able to save your teammate with a rifle, and not have to like go hunting them down, passing through tons and tons of hordes to try to like trek a whole entire mile just to get them. This map does lead into those types of problems. Plus, also, there's just a lot of buildings, so a lot of the special infected are pretty much going to be the ones that are dominating this map, not the survivors. This map is just something that is inconvenient because it's just a lot of building spam, a lot of special infected spam, just a lot of unnecessary stuff that can make the map that would have been otherwise good kind of just not fun to play. Okay, now we have got the Sacrifice Barge. Now with the Sacrifice Barge, one thing I don't like about it right away is going to be the ship. I don't care for the fact that the ship has gas cans right underneath of it. I don't like that because that's a perfect spot for special infected just to jump you. I can totally see a player just camping there and waiting for you, which is just poor game design. They really should have closed this area off, in my opinion, just only had them at the top of the ship. It would have been much better that way. Now, I haven't played any of these maps except for pretty much the last 4 with randoms, because game modes like this, for some reason, are just unpopulated, and I can't ever find any matches. And even when I do, the gameplay variety is very, very minimal. Now, I don't know what an actual player would do. It's out of my memory, but I have played on this on the Xbox days, I'm pretty sure. I just can't vividly imagine playing on this map a lot, but I can totally imagine there's gotta be some repressed memory in the back of my mind that's just yet to activate. Just people playing on this map and just camping like little bitches. So I think you guys will understand why I rank this map here. Okay, now we have the Sacrifice Brick Factory, which is a lot better than the Barge. Now, for the Brick Factory, the gas cans are pretty close by in comparison. They're not in any really annoying areas. One area that's sort of tricky, but not exactly bad, is going to be, like, behind the train cars where the tank would normally go. You have to kind of, like, creep through this area, but other than that, the gas cans are pretty fairly spaced out. I think that really the main challenge behind this map is going to be just trying to get through the train car area, but if you can handle that, this map is not that bad, and overall, it can be fun if you have the right group of people. Now we have No Mercy's Apartments. Now, No Mercy's Apartments are okay, and they're starting to get a lot better in terms of the maps here. This ends up having a lot better game design. Yes, there can be some areas such as like the little parts in between buildings that can end up having special infected just hiding in some cheap spots. But overall, No Mercy's layout is not really that bad. I'm kind of used to it from the campaign at this point, so maybe I guess it's campaign bias. But it doesn't feel like it's a bad map by any means. It just feels like just a scavenged version of No Mercy. You see, when it comes to maps, some of them, when they're converted into a smaller space for another game mode, such as survival or scavenge, you have to like manipulate the spawns and manipulate like gameplay logic in such a way that the map, even though the map itself really hasn't changed that much, like it's just smaller, it feels different, which can lead to it not feeling right. But with No Mercy, it doesn't seem to have that issue because the special infected have a lot of safe spots to spawn, like such as in buildings or on buildings, which they normally do anyway. So the spawns don't feel like I'm getting jumped, it just felt like I got outplayed, which is different. So I think that this map is okay, and really all it is that it just needs a coordinated team to do well, that's all. Okay, now we got the Hard Rain Sugar Mill, which is not raining, thank God. So this map is automatically 10 times better. And when it comes to this map, I think it can be fun at times because of the fact that you have the giant building on it, which can lead to a lot of cool insta-kill opportunities for infected. But the thing is, though, is that it's balanced. You don't have to end up going in there by yourself. You can go in there with a team, and you have the supplies to be able to like go in there safely. So really, it's going to be a matter of outplaying your opponent. A charger or something like that can easily kill you. There's so many different insta-kill spots, and you need to go up here to get gas cans, so it's unavoidable. You have to do it at some point. However, though, if you have a shotgun and, you know, a really good team, you really don't need to worry about, like, dying automatically, because the areas in which you could get insta-killed would require a lack of focus or a lapse in judgment, and that's why I think it's a really cool trade-off, because it's a lot like a chess game. So this map has opportunity, and you're starting to see the shift in gameplay where the opportunity is not only for the special infected, but now to the survivors. The maps that are just fundamentally only for one team to enjoy are not the fun ones. So as we get here with the first map with the remaining 10, you guys can see why these maps are starting to become more enjoyable now. Now we have the Death Toll Church. Now for the Death Toll Church, it's not only just the church, you also have all the nearby property. And the cool news about this map is that this is going to be a absolutely chaotic ass map, because all the buildings in it are tiny. You got like a house, the church itself, and then, you know, like nearby cars and stuff like that, which can just lead to special infected jumping you and just pouncing you and charging you pretty much 24/7. But if you're out in the open, it's more in favor of the survivors. So the survivors and the special infected kind of have their own personal domains where they can end up thriving in, which is really, really fun, because you could be winning one moment and then all of a sudden you were getting your cheeks clapped by the hunter. In my opinion, this map is fun, but it's definitely got chaos. Speaking of chaos, even something more chaotic, this is going to be the Blood Harvest Farmhouse. You thought that the Death Toll Church area was going to be chaotic. Well, my friends, this is even more chaotic. This map is going to be taking place on the Blood Harvest finale, and the house and the farm itself in general is just nuts. The barn has got special infected usually in it all the time. The house has usually got special infected in it all the time. So these survivors are pretty much never going to be safe where they go. However, though, they still can win, because luckily all the gas cans are really close by. It's just that they're in these buildings usually, which means that you have to go in typically with things like a shotgun, or at the very least a melee weapon, because if you're going to be going in with an assault rifle, it's going to be very hard to kill things. The map feels very sandboxy, which can be fun at times, but it really just depends on your personal preference if you like big or small maps. Typically, scavenge maps are usually about medium size from what I've noticed. And I think that this map is quite good. Is it the best? Absolutely not. There's a lot more better maps coming up here still, but these are going to be starting to become really, really fun maps here shortly. Alrighty guys, now we have got the Milltown on Hard Rain. Now the Milltown on Hard Rain is starting to be the very beginning of the maps that I would call actually fun. Now, even though this map doesn't get played that often, it is really enjoyable in my opinion. Me and my subscribers had a lot of fun playing on this map for the short period of time that we did. And I think that the map is very fun because it's essentially sandboxy. It's not too big. It's not gigantic like the Last Stand maps are, but it's also not extremely chaotic where you can't even move. Infected and the survivors both have opportunities to excel on this map. It's just really well designed. This map feels like it should have been meant to end up having gasoline cans on it. It's very fundamentally well suiting for this game mode type, which is why I'm ranking up higher on the list. I think it's very fitting for the game mode itself, and that's why it's really fun to play on. Because the worst thing to have is when you end up having a map that just feels like it's meant for a different game mode, and this is not that at all. It's very enjoyable. I enjoy the layout. I'm very glad there's no fucking rain. So that automatically puts it up much higher on my list. But yeah, let me know what you think about this in the comment section down below. Alrighty, now we've got the Park on the Parish. Now, for the Park on the Parish, in my opinion, this map can be very fun. It's especially really fun when you end up having zombies in the maze. Now, it's just unfortunate that this map is really only got one scavenger map. A lot of the maps actually only pretty much have one map to them. And Coldstream, I don't know if you guys knew this, but fun fact, has 0 scavenge maps. I just thought that that was interesting. It's the only map with 0 in its entirety. And when it comes to the Parish here, though, specifically, at least the good news is that even though it's limited to only one map, it's at least good. I like the way that the park is laid out. Like I said, having zombies in the maze can just be fun chaos at times, and I like that. But I just also like it just because it's the Parish. The map is pretty, it's just nice to look at, and overall, it's just really fun. Because it's just the Parish. Who doesn't like the Parish? Alrighty guys, now we've got the Passing Riverbank. Now, even though the map does have rain, which I will say is that I don't care for that, at least the good news is, though, is that everything else about it is great. I like the way that the map is designed. It feels very fun and sandboxy. I think that the map has very good variety for infected and survivors to thrive. It has a lot of good gas can locations, and even when the rain does show up and is inconvenient to me, it's brief and it's temporary, and it also only affects my vision and doesn't slow down my movements, unlike hard rain does. And I enjoy that. I rather would end up having it where the rain blinds my vision temporarily than have constant water slowing me down like on Swamp Fever, or having both on hard rain. This is where it does rain right. If you're just going to temporarily blind me, I'm used to that with like Special Infected, for example. I think on the passing riverbank is that it's fine, and really that's the only downside about this map. But for the most part, it's mostly upside, which is why I rank it this high up on the list. Now we have NSenr's Atrium. This is one of the few scavenger maps in the entire game that is perfect for this mode. It's literally meant to end up being the perfect mode for collecting gas cans, because that's what the main campaign ends up having this mission be for, is to get gas cans for Jimmy Gibbs' stock car. It ends up having gas cans all over the place like it does in the main campaign, and you bring them to the stock car just like you do in the campaign. It's basically carbon copy, which not only makes it easy for the devs, but it makes the gameplay feel very natural and the way it should, which is good. Like, it feels like it was meant to be this way. And even though this map was not originally meant to be for scavenge necessarily, it just transitions very, very well. This map I wish was played more often, but sadly it's not. But it does end up getting a lot of bonus points for me because of how like perfectly fitting it is. And I hope that people play this map more in the future. That is, at least so we can get scavenged to not be dead all the time. These last three are definitely going to be the fan favorites, because whenever I do play scavenger mode, these are almost all the ones I see. I end up seeing these three pretty much on loop 24/7, and I think that these maps are definitely very fun, very deserving of the list, and I really am curious what you guys think that they are. So comment down below what you think that the last maps are going to be. I'm curious. Hey guys, coming in at number 3, this is going to be the Motel on Dark Carnival. Now, I have a very special attachment to this map, because when I played back on the Xbox and Scavenger was a lot more alive, this was the map I just played all the time. This map is fundamentally literally a sandbox. You're in the motel area, and that's where a majority of the action takes place. That's where the generator is, so you gotta bring all your gas cans back there. And it feels very, very fun and very, very chaotic in here, because zombies can end up jumping you from pretty much anywhere. They can be in these tiny little hotel rooms, they can be like just perched up on a roof somewhere, and there's really nothing you can do about it. But the good news is, though, is that the lines of sight are pretty much always open, so that way teammates can also save you. So really the only time you could really die is if you're just too far away from someone, which really only ends up happening on the highway, because there is a couple of gas cans out there, but I think it's like 3 at the most, so it really doesn't happen that often. Most action takes place in just this nice cool cube area, which is really fun for a game mode like scavenger mode. Nobody wants to have to trek around and like just going to collect gas cans. It is a first-person shooter, not a first-person gas cans carrying simulator, so I can understand why this map is one of the most popular in the entire game. This map is just the embodiment of fun. Guys, even though I love the Dark Carnival Motel, and it is one of my favorite maps, especially because I'm nostalgic over it from my Xbox days, I think I've developed a new favorite map over the years. Now, even though I like Dark Carnival's Motel, I really, really do, this next map here has just been recently a lot of fun. I've always really liked it. The more I play it, the more I start to enjoy it. It's just very good gameplay-wise for this game mode specifically, because it's a lot like NSenr's Atrium, where it just feels like it was meant for scavenge. That's why I'm ranking just a little bit higher than Dark Carnival's Motel. Coming in at the very next spot for number 2 is going to be the Port on the Passing. The Port on the Passing is really fun. I enjoy this map a lot. It's pretty much a perfect balance of everything. The map has opportunity for Special Infected, the map has opportunity for survivors, and it does feel very sandboxy. However, though, it's not quite as sandboxy as the other maps, because this map actually ends up having a lot more cover than normal, which can lead to some very crazy things happening, such as just pure chaos just of being unleashed. Survivors mostly rule the streets, while the infected mostly rule the buildings, and there's an equal amount of scavenger cans everywhere, so pretty much almost always everyone ends up getting to have a moment of fun going on, and this map is extremely good for achievements. I was trying to end up going back recently and completing all the old achievements that I had from my Xbox account that didn't carry over to Steam because there's no cross progression in this game, which is unfortunate. However, though, I was willing to try to re-earn them all. So I was playing some of the scavenger game modes recently again, so that way I can end up getting all my achievements back, and I did them all on the port here. Pretty much. Not all of them, but a good majority of them, like 99.9% of them. And that's just because this map has really good game design and is very fitting for said achievements. In fact, some of the achievements are actually tied to this specific map, so if you want to end up getting some of the achievements, you will need to play on the port. But at least the good news is, though, is that this map is good, so you will have a fantastic time doing so. I recommend trying to load this map up more often, community, if you are watching this video. Alrighty, everybody, so coming in at the #1 spot for the best scavenge map in the entire game, this is going to be the rooftops on No Mercy. The rooftops on No Mercy are really, honestly, the best map in the entire scavenger playlist. I mean, let's be honest. This map has so much opportunity for just so many crazy things to happen. It's just as good as the port for achievements. I mean, it's a little bit harder because you can die more often, but that's ironically what's more fun about this map, because at all the maps in the entire game, the map will kill you more often than the Special Infected or the Survivors will. Special Infected and Survivors can just fall off the map at any point in the game if they're not careful enough. Now, the thing is, though, is that might sound like BS to, like, somebody that's never played the game before or never played this specific map on this specific game mode before, but I promise you, it doesn't feel annoying by any means. It's quite fun, actually, especially if you're playing with friends. This map is extremely fun to play with friends, but like, when I was playing with my subscribers to get footage for this video, oh my god, there was a lot of great moments where we were just screwing with each other and insta-killing each other off the roof with like chargers and stuff. It was funny as hell. And I really think that's what scavenger mode really needs, is more people just communicating and just, you know, being just funny with each other, just trying to mess around, troll, you know, have fun, make friends, because really, scavenger is not really meant to be taken that seriously. Sure, it is kind of more of a cooperative mode and you do need communication to win, but I don't think that that was entirely what it's meant to be only. It was also meant to just be a game mode where you have fun with your friends. And if you want to end up having fun with your friends, one of the best maps you could possibly do this on is the No Mercy rooftops. This map is extremely fun, extremely chaotic, balanced for both teams, and overall, in my opinion, I think it's the best scavenge map in the entire game. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be here for today's video. I hope you guys ended up enjoying. Let me know what you thought about my list down below in the comments section, and let me know what you would rank the scavenger maps personally in your list. Now, I understand that not everyone has played Scavenge. Some people can't even necessarily get games to play some Scavenge. But however, though, if you guys ever want to in an open lobby in the future want to play like Scavenge or something, I'd be more than happy to do so. Maybe even perhaps we can end up helping each other get some achievements. In today's video, we're going to be ranking all the Left 4 Dead 2 commercials from worst to best. I would like to note two things, by the way, is that #1, these are going to be all Left 4 Dead commercials that I was able to find that were made for specifically the United States, and I'm not going to be listing any of them that are from foreign countries outside the United States. The second thing I also want to specify is that I'm also not going to be including gameplay trailers. I'm only specifically including them if they are going to end up having like an ad or something like that in them, but I'm mostly just doing flat out commercials. So essentially this is going to be like a little bit of a preview of gameplay, and then it's going to say at the end like Left 4 Dead 2 available on the Xbox 360 by now, stuff like that. You know what I mean? You can obviously tell the difference between a commercial and a pure on game trailer. Now, when it comes to these commercials, I'm going to be ranking them off of a couple of different things. That #1, I'm going to be ranking them off of whether or not that I would genuinely buy the game based off of watching this commercial. Like, how much does it encourage me to end up buying the game, basically. The second thing I'm going to be basing it off is that, how good is the marketing in said commercial? Do I understand what's going on in the commercial? Do I know what they're exactly advertising? Do I know exactly what it is that they're trying to show off here? What's the main agenda? And then lastly is going to be how much it can hold my attention, how boring or how entertaining is said commercial. Because I'm pretty sure we have all had commercials that are very forgettable, and we only end up really remembering the really good ones or the really bad ones. It made me think about like what makes a good commercial. And in fact, let me know what you guys think makes a good commercial, because I'm curious, because that's what we're going to be kind of looking at here today, is not only just like what's a good Left 4 Dead commercial, but what is a good commercial in general. I'm pretty sure we've all had those weird ads that have like been on YouTube and stuff like that, where you just have no idea what the hell is going on. Hello! Hi, I'm generic businessman 508,062 here, and you could use some bullshit. You ever have a moment where you want to end up having a spending binge where you end up just wasting your money on some frivolous crap that you're never going to use in 30 years? Then I'm your guy. Hi, I'm Thaddeus Dick, and I'm here to end up helping you. For just a small fee of $49.99, I will personally show up to your house and just give you a whole bunch of stuff that you don't need. Need a pillow pet to give to your nephew when they've been irrelevant for 10 years? Call me! Need a barbed wire baseball bat where people are gonna question where the blood came from? I'm your guy. Or maybe you're just one of those people that just want nude photos of Fortnite characters to jerk off to. Remember, for just a small fee of $100,000, I can help you with that. But wait, if you call in the next 6.9 seconds, we'll throw in this pair of random underwear from wherever the hell I got it absolutely for free. You can maybe use it as an air freshener. No amount of therapy will ever make that okay. Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, for just a small fee of your eternal soul, I can help you with all your unnecessary BS needs. Remember, if you want to end up getting help right now with fulfilling absolutely nothing meaningful in your life, I can help you at this very moment. If you want to end up getting some help, feel free to call 1-800-BS&CO, or if you want to, you can go visit our website, bsandco.com/GodHelpMePlease.com. Thank you. Alrighty guys, thank you to our sponsor BS & Co, and let's get on with today's ranking video. Alrighty guys, so here is the first commercial. Now, a lot of these do have copyrighted music, and I do not have the rights to it, so I'm just going to be talking over it while the gameplay is muted. This is going to end up containing the song Electric Worry by Clutch, and this is going to be showing off basically highlights of the trailer. It's also going to even be showing kind of like annotations that we've never seen before that indicate interesting things, which I'm not exactly sure are going to be canonical to the story, or more rather if they are for marketing purpose. Shortly after the game specifies that you can play with your friends in a co-op setting, it says you can kill up to 10 million zombies. Now this might just be a random number for marketing reasons, or it could be canonical to the story, but technically if you end up having people always getting infected, then this number is going to be like fluctuating up and down all the time, or at least rather I don't think it's going to be exactly 10 million, but maybe that's just me being nitpicky. However though, I do think that the commercial is entertaining nonetheless. They have a really good song in the background. It's just a shame I can't play because of copyright. However though, it is worth giving a listen to down below in the description, because I will link all the commercials for you guys so that way you can listen to them in their original state yourselves. Alrighty guys, now this is going to be a Left 4 Dead 1 trailer, and this Left 4 Dead 1 trailer is really cool. It once again has a really catchy song, but unfortunately is copyrighted. The song is going to be called Train to Miami, which is by Steel Pole Bathtub. I know it sounds like a really weird name, but that's just the name, and the song is really, really catchy. There's a really specific verse that's like, these are my friends now, and they're really, really cool, and it is fitting for the gameplay because it's like, you know, talking about like friends and all that stuff, and it's really emphasizing the cooperative parts, plus also just like this.
Rated M for mature.
I know that sounds silly, but I just really like the stereotypical, like, rated M for mature guy. Like, I don't know why. His voice is super, like, action movie-like. It's like the same satisfaction you get from listening to the EA Sports in the game, like, guy, you know? So that's just something that I think is a cool attention to detail. And it generally is an entertaining commercial, extremely catchy song. Really puts a lot of emphasis on the gameplay. I really know what they're trying to market here, you know, being a cooperative zombies experience. And overall, the commercial is extremely solid. I really like it. Now, this is one that doesn't have any copyright music as far as I am aware, so I'm just going to be showing you guys the flat-out commercial for this next one.
Looks like the team is getting together for a little powwow.
Yeah, they're in a real jam here, Skipper.
You said it. Their opponents tonight are a real hungry bunch.
Their intensity is infectious.
Well, it appears the coach has a plan. Here's the pitch. Swung on. Oh, boy.
That's a home run.
Pre-order Left 4 Dead 2 at GameStop and get an exclusive in-game baseball bat. Power to the players. Rated M for mature.
Now, this commercial is probably going to raise a lot of questions for those of you guys that have never seen it before. The main thing you're probably going to be wondering right away is, what the heck does GameStop mean by exclusive in-game baseball bat? The baseball bat was supposed to be an exclusive thing for GameStop? Well, yes, originally that was the intended purpose. However, though, it never went through. The baseball bat just ended up being a melee weapon that was available to everybody, and these plans were scrapped. However, though, it was originally meant to end up being an exclusive weapon, which would have been really weird, because that would be the first and the only weapon in Left 4 Dead history I can think of that would have been exclusive if you had a certain version of the game. Now, keep in mind is that it would have just been the baseball bat. It's not the best melee weapon. It most certainly is not. However, though, it would have been interesting to have one of the weapons be locked behind like a DLC code or something. Having a baseball setting in the Dark Carnival concert area is very interesting, and it's kind of cute, you know, it's like, it's very silly, but it's a little bit weird, I'm not gonna lie. I think it would have been best if they would have just played the normal Midnight Riders music and was just killing zombies, and almost kind of had to be like a gameplay trailer, but that's just my opinion. Let me know what you think of all these commercials so far down below in the comments, though. Now guys, in my opinion, for the #1 commercial, this is going to be this commercial right here on screen. Now, unfortunately, the music is once again copyright. However, though, there will be a link down below in the description to the original video so you guys can see it for what it is, because it basically is a perfect commercial. It shows a whole bunch of epic moments from the Left 4 Dead trailer. It ends up having all the characters saying one of their in-game voice lines, and I think that they chose really good voice lines specifically for this commercial because they really capture the essence of all the characters. It shows gameplay highlights, it shows what the game is about. You get to almost like know who the characters are just straight off the rip. It's showing that it's a zombie game, it's making it crystal clear, it's putting emphasis on the fact that it's cooperative, that is crystal clear. And overall, the trailer slash the like gameplay trailer makes a really great commercial, and it's just really fun to watch. It's really fun to be entertained by this. It kind of ties up Left 4 Dead in this nice big bow, and overall, in my opinion, this is the best commercial for Left 4 Dead. In this video, believe it or not, we're going to be ranking all of the voting options in Left 4 Dead. So this is going to be things such as, for example, restarting the map, voting for a new one altogether, and the most famous one, which is going to be kicking another player. So we're going to be ranking all 6 of these from worst to best. If you guys end up enjoying today's video at the end, please end up dropping a like, comment, and subscribe to show your guys support. But anyways, guys, let's rank all the Left 4 Dead 2 voting options from worst to best. Alrighty guys, so coming in for the very first spot here, in my opinion, this is the least liked voting option in the entire game. This is going to end up being All Talk. Now, for those of you guys that don't know what All Talk is, because this feature barely gets used and there's really not a lot of info online, let me explain. Essentially, what this does is it makes it so that way every single person in the entire lobby can communicate with each other regardless of what team you were on. So if you're, for example, playing in Versus, you can hear the Special Infected as a survivor and vice versa. In today's society, as people, nobody wants to have to feel like they're forced to talk to somebody, especially somebody on the enemy team, because this can lead to a lot of just shit talking and just people being annoying. And unfortunately, unless you end up having the option to be able to mute somebody, it could just get really annoying extremely fast. I really just don't want to have to argue with a 12-year-old that's getting hit by a mom with her sandal while there's a vacuum going on and a dog barking in the corner. It's just not something I really care to hear of in my immersive gameplay. You can even see here from the gameplay I'm showing on the video, it doesn't take long for people to automatically just X out this vote and not even accept it. So like 99.9% of the time, this never goes through anyways. In fact, you're more likely than not going to have a follow-up vote where someone's going to ask to end up getting you kicked. Speaking of that, coming in at our next spot is the kicking vote. The kicking vote has been severely abused and misused for several years now. Now, I understand that the original purpose behind the vote to kick was to end up getting rid of people that were throwing or hacking or basically being a douchebag. But the problem is, though, is that this is more rather than not used by those exact same people to get rid of innocent players. For example, you join in a lobby full of a complete set of douchebag teammates. They automatically kick you for looking at them wrong. You get into a lobby full of hackers, and they just decide to kick you because they rather would be in their mod server without you because they don't know you. They end up wanting to kick you just because simply they just don't like you. A lot of people will literally just kick you because they don't know you and they don't want to get to know you. This system is never really used in a fair manner. It's not even like it's a democracy. People will just look at it and they don't want to have confrontation and argue with people, so they'll just go where their herd goes, and if somebody's voting to kick you, then good luck, because most of the time, 99.9% of the time, a lot of people will just blindly agree, not even knowing why, just because they don't want to stick out from the crowd. The main reason why this isn't at the very bottom of the list is because it still does have its uses and can be used to remove a legitimately bad player. But the thing is, though, is that most of the time it's the other way around and a bad player is getting rid of a innocent player. Now we have voting to return to the lobby. This might trigger some of you because a lot of people do not like this vote. Because unfortunately, this also gets abused. Not necessarily as severe as the vote to kick, but this definitely does get abused. So for example, if somebody wants to end up winning the game and they're starting to get on a losing streak, they would much rather have the game end on you so you cannot get the win than see themselves lose. So they'll just vote to return to the lobby because they want to end up getting essentially a do-over. And a lot of the times this doesn't go through, but when it does, it is aggravating. You will be like on the 4th or like the 5th chapter of an entire campaign, and you're just about to win, and that one petty guy and all of his teammates want to vote to reset the entire thing just because of their ego. At least that's been my experience. This can be useful if you want to take a shortcut in like a normal campaign, but most of the time, a lot of times people will play a campaign through, so you're going to go back to the lobby inevitably anyway, so this is really only useful in like 2 instances, and one of them is usually bad. I'm not trying to make this sound like it's a bad thing to be in the game. All these voting options are good because they had the intent to end up being used for a certain purpose. If somebody wants to truly abuse something, they will abuse it, and they will abuse it until it either gets nerfed, patched, or fixed. The only true way to end up fixing a lot of these voting options is to just sadly remove them, but then you get rid of the freedom for the people that use them innocently. It's one of those things that you can't exactly win, so you just have to deal with it. But at least the good news is, though, is that as long as you don't play online and get into a toxic lobby, this shouldn't even be an issue. Now we have voting to reset the entire campaign. This is only really useful for one thing other than what I just said about voting to return to the entire lobby, and that's just going to be if you want to play with the same team again. But if you're playing an online match, they already give you that prompt as a in-game vote. It fundamentally has the same advantages and disadvantages of just returning to the lobby, but instead you're just not hitting the start button and the game just starts for you. It sounds a bit silly when you look at it that way, but that's just the truth. Now we have starting a new campaign. This is a really good vote. I think that this would be a useful vote if you were playing, like, let's say with your buddies and you wanted to change your mind on the map you were playing. Maybe, like, let's say you're in the first chapter of NSenr, you change your mind, you decide to switch over to Dark Carnival, or let's say that you're playing on the Parish and you say, hey, I want to play on Coldstream. It's just stuff like that. It's like, it's kind of like I changed my mind last second, so instead of going back to the entire lobby, let's just do it right here in game. It makes it easier, it makes it much more convenient, and it really overall is, I think, the only useful vote other than just the last one, because for me, who predominantly plays single player nowadays for Left 4 Dead, I really don't use the other ones. Let me know what you guys think so far about this list and what your guys' favorite and least favorite voting options are, because I am curious, because I feel like they're going to differ slightly, but that's just me. And then guys, before we get into the #1 spot, I do just want to have an honorable mention here. When it comes to the voting system, there technically is one last voting option other than the final spot, which is going to be the vote to play against the same team again. This is going to be the only one that you cannot call for a vote for. This is just at the end of your versus matches usually. And this is a useful feature, but I just did not include this on the list because you can't vote for this. You can only end up just letting it happen, and whatever happens, happens. I can't say, hey, I want to make this vote pop up on the screen now so that we can lock this in. It's just something that you have to just wait for, and it's kind of like a waiting game. If it was going to be on the list, though, it definitely would be in the top 3, but I just decided to scrap it just because of the fact that you can't force it to happen. And finally, at the #1 spot, the most useful voting option in my personal opinion, this is going to be the change difficulty vote. The change difficulty vote is really useful. You can go from easy to normal to advanced and expert basically on a whim. You can force your game to be easy or difficult whenever you want it to be. You don't have to play at a certain difficulty level if you change your mind. That's essentially what all these voting things are for at the end of the day, is that I changed my mind. It's good to not have to just reset the game entirely if you don't want to. It's like, hey, you know what? I'm having a bad day. I rather would not play on advanced mode today. I'm going to tone it down, make it on normal or easy. I just want to relax. Or if you want to, you can even have it in the opposite effect. You can be like, hey, you know what? Normal mode is getting quite boring. Let's play on advanced or expert. I really could use a challenge today. It's just something that you can do with your buddies just because you want to, something that you just feel spontaneous about, or maybe you do this quite regularly. I have played on every single difficulty and won on every single difficulty, but my 2 favorites are going to be normal and advanced because I don't exactly like playing on easy because it's extremely easy. I don't like playing on expert because I don't really feel like sweating my balls off. So I normally play on those other 2 difficulties, and they have served me a lot in the past. Even though all the voting options have their place and a time to use them, the changing difficulty vote is the most useful, in my opinion, in the entire game. In this Left 4 Dead ranking video, we're going to be ranking all the transitional in-game challenges from worst to best. Now, for those of you guys that don't know what I'm referring to, it is these fine things right here on the screen. These are the things that we all probably have skipped over in our minds at this point. If you have been playing Left 4 Dead for several years now, this is something you just subconsciously ignore, but these are meant to be a fundamental part of the game in case any of you guys are stat nerds. So if you guys are a fan of how many kills you got in the game or how many types of like contributions did you make to your team, this is going to be the thing for you. So I want to take the 5 in-game challenges, because I do believe there is 5, and I've scoured thick and thin to see if there was any additional ones, but I could not find any. But if there is any extra other than these 5, please feel free to let me know in the comments. But yeah, guys, I'm going to be ranking all 5 of these in-game transitional challenges from worst to best. If you guys end up enjoying today's video, please drop a like to show your guys' support. Anyways, guys, as always, let's do another Left 4 Dead 2 ranking video. Okay, guys, so coming in at the very first spot, this is going to be General Defense. Now, for General Defense, this challenge, in my opinion, is the least novel. This is literally your kills. This is the equivalent of staring at your kill-death ratio in any sort of shooter multiplayer game. It's the stat that a lot of people either really, really do not care about at all, or they obsess about. So some people might be yelling at me right now in the comments being like, why is this not number 1? To be honest, I really think that this is the least important stat you could possibly have in the game. General overall kills is not really that impressive. People are rather looking for certain type of kills, which is why that there's going to be 2 different challenges that are themed like this, but in my opinion are fundamentally much more better. But if it's just general kills, like how many zombies you got, I don't really think anybody cares, to be honest. I don't think anybody's going to be like, wow, bro, you have such a high kill-death ratio. Or I don't think that, like, your girlfriend or whatever is going to be like, oh my god, sweetie, you got 300 kills in Left 4 Dead, let me suck your cock. I don't think that that's going to happen. So when it comes to your kill-death ratio, when it comes to overall, you're just killing in Left 4 Dead, really nobody cares. And even if you do, if you want to keep this as your own personal goal, that's fine. In fact, I encourage you to keep track of your progress when it comes to the things you enjoy in life, but just do not expect everyone else to care about it the same as you do. Coming in at our next spot here, we have got Melee Fighter. Now, Melee Fighter is going to be your total melee kills that you got within a round, and this is much more impressive, because melee kills are significantly harder to get than your gun kills, because whatever melee weapon you find is going to be the one that you were stuck with until you find a better melee weapon, and you can end up getting something really great like the machete, or you can end up getting something horrible like the combat knife. And I really do believe that this challenge is going to be much harder if you get unlucky with the melee weapon you get. So this challenge is going to be really rewarding once you end up getting those high numbers. You can always even compete with your teammates and kind of make a mini game out of it. You can always be trying to outdo each other. If you want to end up changing your approach to Left 4 Dead, if you were bored and want to mix things up, this is a challenge that I would recommend for you. It's something that will make you change your normal subconscious way of thinking when it comes to Left 4 Dead and just blindly shooting, but it's not going to take away from the main part of the game. It's still very satisfying to get these melee kills, and it doesn't feel like that you're going out of the way to make the game extra hard. It's just going to be a different playstyle, rather. Okay, now we have got Special Killer. Now for Special Killer, this is going to be for how many kills you have gotten on the Jockey, the Spitter, the Charger, the Smoker, the Boomer, and the Hunter, and this is not going to include the Tank or the Witch. But however though, despite the fact that it's not including the main 2 boss zombies, this is a challenge that is starting to get more on the impressive side. This is middle of the road in terms of risk/reward and impressive skill level versus kind of just a casual challenge to do for fun. I believe that if you want to go for this, go for it. You should, because it would be a little bit impressive if you got, like, let's say a lot of kills. If you got, like, let's say double digits, that'd be pretty impressive. Especially if it was also a certain type of zombie. It would be cool if it did classify which zombies you killed. Because, for example, if you're killing like 30 jockeys, then you've got my Salute, you got my 10 Hut. Because if you did that, that's miraculous and that's super impressive. However, though, if it was just 30 boomers, then we got a slightly different story on our hands. I believe that this is going to be a challenge that depends on which things you're killing. If you're killing, like I said, a really hard special infected, good for you. I really think that that's a massive achievement. But if it's an easy one, it's kind of a letdown. So take this one with a grain of salt, but I think that this one should be recognized and shouldn't be ignored, because this is something worth definitely noting. Alrighty guys, so now we are at our last 2. So for the second spot here, we have got the Tank Slayer Challenge. And the Tank Slayer Challenge is going to end up being, how much damage did you contribute to killing the tank? Now, the tank is unavoidable, so you have to end up helping unless you want to be that guy where you don't. but this challenge is really good because this shows how much effort are you going to invest into helping your team, because the tank is going to kill everybody. He's not just going to kill you, he's going to kill everybody. I want to stress that. So you're helping your team and you're doing them a service by contributing towards killing the tank, and this should be rewarded. This is something that, regardless if you throw a Molotov, or if you shoot the zombie, or if you end up using explosives, or you somehow get the tank to end up falling off the map, this is something that I do believe should be recognized. This is something to be appreciated. This shows team effort. This shows singular effort. This shows overall just your teammates caring, and I appreciate that. It should be acknowledged when people give a shit. I really do think that that should happen often more in games, because when it happens to be whatever game, if you don't feel like you're getting rewarded for the work you do, it incentivizes people to do less. So we want to incentivize people to do more. The more gritty the job, the higher the reward should be, and it shouldn't be locked behind a paywall or just give somebody a good noodle star sticker from SpongeBob. And then finally, for the number 1 challenge, this is Witch Hunter. Now, this challenge is optional. It's one of the only few that are optional, but this challenge, in my opinion, deserves to be a number 1. Because here's the thing with the witch. Sometimes the witch will just spawn in an area that you absolutely cannot avoid her. She'll spawn in a staircase, or she'll spawn in the middle of a road, or she'll just be walking right in front of you in the same 3 spots in the same direction constantly, and you can't help but just have to shoot her. So it's a matter of who is going to shoot her. This is showing how much damage each player has sunk into the witch, and I believe that the number 1 person that has done this should get a virtual high five. You need to put a lot of effort into killing the witch, because if you put effort into killing the witch, boom, she's gone. You can just grab a shotgun, shoot her in the head, she's out of your hair. But if you're in those situations where, let's say that the witch somehow managed to get angry and she's starting to chase after somebody, this can, in certain difficulties, either mean someone's going to suffer a down, or in the worst case, just completely die. You could save somebody's life by doing this. So this challenge, in my opinion, is the best in the entire game, because for those that go the extra mile and shoot the witch, you not only save your teammate's life, you also end up showing that you truly are a good teammate and that you're one of the best to survive with in the zombie apocalypse.